Sekarang sih full hijau. Harusnya no problem. Lah lagi main. Iya sekarang tanggal 5. Astaga.
Very different gamer legion, but a vitality that in some ways probably feels like they've improved.
You know, Maui, I don't know how you're going to take this one, but I kind of want to set this stage up is the fact that Vitality is a team that has consistently placed top 4 throughout the course this year. They have consistently
Tidak kelewat 2 game.
teams in the world. They have come into this as one of the favorites to win it, probably next to
Sebelumnya Navi lawan Liquid menang Navi 1-0. Mongol lawan situ kalah. Apa ini? Apa ini? Sekarang game ketiga Vitality lawan Gamer Legion.
What it would mean to erase that narrative if you were able to come in and swipe a major, that would change everything.
More importantly, why haven't they won?
In the tough moments,
Tidak, udah gagal 1. G2-nya tidak 3-0.
Playing around bomb sites with Spinks was a focal point for Vitality moving into the second half of the year. During that break, there was definitely conversations being made about their CT slides because in the first half of the year, they had one of, if not the highest round win percentages on T side, but CT side was where things got jumbled up. ZywOo started opping more in the second half of the year after a trophyless first half, and with that, he was able to accomplish that Cologne MVP, have greater, deeper tournament runs, and made their whole CT side more dynamic. I know that he's proficient with the rifle. I know ZywOo is one of the best with the M4 in his hand, but he needs to wield the AWP for them to be the ferocious team that we know they can be.
Yeah, it's hard to put your finger on like what the issue is because it's not like they have one particular matchup issue. Like for example, if I look at Spirit, they lose to G2 all the time. That's their kryptonite. When you look at Vitality, their losses come at the hands of everybody. They've lost to Eternal Fire to get knocked out of a tournament. They've lost to Malice. They've lost to G2. They've lost to, you know, several different teams. So it's not as if they have like one particular weakness. But I do think that some of what Maui has said has been a good part of it. But I also think that they have some struggles in the map pool. They're the team that don't play Ancient, which is a little bit tough. Their Anubis has been shaky. Same with their Inferno. And so there are a couple of maps out there that can sometimes kind of catch them in the best of 3 that hurt them. But I mean, it's one of those other things too where I just feel like they have so much talent, team play, and tactics that they really should still be considered a favorite to win this whole thing.
You were talking about the map pool. Hopefully we'll get to see the veto in a little bit and figure out where they're playing. There is a pacing issue sometimes, I think, that comes with Vitality, and I suppose it's difficult for Apex, where you've got some players who like to play a little bit more slow, controlled, others that like to run in. Trying to find balance there maybe can be difficult in those big moments.
And we'll see if the map veto lends itself to those kinds of pacing issues, Sam. I do agree with you on certain maps. I feel like Anubis is one where I just don't know if there's always cohesion between all of the players. And yeah, that's why they're going to be getting rid of it here. Last time they faced off against each other, Dust, it was on Inferno. And so I could actually expect a rematch, but actually Gamer Legion want to...
Okay, thank you, Dri.
Yeah, indeed, we're going to go to Mirage. This is going to be a great map for Vitality. They are 12-2 on their last 14 games. They have established themselves as one of the best Mirage teams in the world. And so this is going to be a very big test for a Gamer Legion squad that, yeah, sure, had a few wins throughout the RMRs and the opening stage of the Major to get to this point, but they have not faced opposition like Vitality. This is going to be such a major test for them, and one that I don't feel they're going to pass.
So you probably put a question mark on the veto, right, because of Vitality's win rate. But that man on your screen right there, Ash, the big brain, he's got so much tape on Vitality on this map.
I'm not going to sell people on a lie, Sam, but I'm not going to say that Gamer Legion is going to win this game. But watch out for them in the mid-rounds. The push and pull, the live reads, from ZTR,
World Championship .cs2 di apa namanya di Shanghai.
And I really do think that the mid-rounding can get very confusing for teams like Vitality to handle.
And this may be true, but here's the thing about Vitality. Their T side on this map is so dynamic. They have so many different opening formations they can start off on their T side. You never really know what to expect, whether it's going to be a 4-1, whether it's going to be a set piece, whether they're playing you slow, whether they're playing you fast. They are just one of the deepest playbooks I've ever seen on Mirage. That's why they had such a fantastic record. And it's also because this is a map where Ziwu not only can flex his op, but he can also flex his rifling power. You put this guy next to Flames, and that becomes one of the dangerous entry duos of all time. And they do it time and time again, and then they have the balance with someone like Spinks, who can be more of a mid to late round specialist. They have Apex, who can sometimes just be an X factor and pop up in his own right, making it easier for, you know, Flames and Ziwu to not have to do as much on the opening side of things. So, in my opinion, look, like, I think you're right that we've seen Gabriel Legion look really fantastic for such a short amount of time they have together, but I do think they're slightly more reliant on aggressive play now because they haven't had so much time together, whereas I feel like Vitality is just so well-rounded on this map. They can play the meta of the fast pace, but they can also just bog you down and make them very hard to read, and they have great fakes too.
We're all sitting in the position that Vitality should take this quite easily, right?
Yes.
Yes, yeah. I will say, like, you know, in rematches between teams, I always think that the underdog should play a little bit better because they're going to sync with the feeling of what did I do wrong. Those kinds of thoughts stir in your head. Against Vitality, I want Vitality to do better this time. If you're a favorite coming into this one and you're a favorite to possibly win the Major 2, you need to be doing everything in your powers to say 13-8 last time wasn't good enough. We need to beat them this time 13-5.
Here it is. Vitality, one of the best in the world, one of the favorites to win the Major, has a rematch according to the Paris final, but it's a very different lineup. Can the plucky underdogs of Gamer Legion upset the apple cart? Let's find out.
Yeah, Vitality coming into this undoubtedly as the heavy favorites. Able to get through the RMR flawlessly, 3-0. And now arriving into the elimination stage after a 2-week hiatus. They're back on our screens, and we want to see them put their best foot forward. Very much front runners for a run into the playoffs. A deep run required from Vitality.
Yeah, I love how you set that up because Gamer Legion are the exact opposite, right? This team has had to grind through so many BO3s in these last couple of weeks to even get the chance to be here, and they've damn well earned it. But how deep does the rabbit hole go? Are they ready for a tier 1 team? It's about time. Flamesy up on the stairs. We've got this late under lurk coming fast as Flammers, but there's 2 more players in middle, and Vitality happily take the fights. ZywOo dead after 1. Flamesy overwhelmed by Torsen. The Dane doubles up, and Gamer Legion wrap this site in 2.
All right, Spinks and Mezzy still in this round. They're both grouped up over at the spawn. They're going to hold for this rotate back to B.
Safe rotate, yeah. Don't need to go through CT. Don't need to get too tricky. Make that jump up, drop under, do whatever you can just to get into that B bomb site. It's empty right now. They don't seem to believe it. That buys Mezzy time to rotate in, and Spinks can't afford to give away a kill right now as they're waiting for him. It's a nice little trap set by Gamer Legion, but how far will Spinks go?
Oh, he's just seen the bomb crossing out of ladder room. Footsteps heard. They're moving at him in through jungle. Spinks cleanly done for the first. 2 more where that came from, though, and Torsen continues this hot start in the pistol round. It's going to have to be Mezzy.
Kit down in con.
Chance to go retrieve that. Can he put a stop to Torsen, who starts this matchup off with flying colors? 3 kills deep in the pistol. They double swing Mezzy. 7 shots left in the P2K. Load off. They swing him again. It's these countdowns and swings. Mezzy knows what they're planning. He knows he's got to try and make a play, break these fights up, but it's all about Torsen.
Huge 4 kills for the Dane. I mean, he was meant to be a bit of a prospect coming into this, RMR run. We never really saw it. It was Flammers who took the reins of this roster. Slend, who had some great AWPing as well. But Torsen, no time to shine like right now. Because Gamer Legion, what's weird, in all these BO3s through the opening stage coming through, 3-1, 4 of these players are actually below a 1.0 rating inside of the team. The numbers haven't been great. It's been coming off of great team play, great strats, good calls for ZTR, and winning the game that way, not by individuals popping off. So add Torsen to the mix. Gamer Legion come in confident. Got to force up for Vitality. They're not going to be falling apart early in this match. already finding damage and a kill. Underplay is good for Apex. Molly eaten in the face. Mezzi coming in swinging. They're just going for the throat right now. Vitality trying to make this round quick and clean. 2 rifles trapped.
Oh, Slend run at this MP9 of Mezzi. Delivering for Vitality. And it's only Volt left standing.
Mentally resigned to the save, I'd imagine, at this point.
Yep.
But you know the round's not going to come that easy. And ZywOo's here to finish the job. USP headshot. Team Vitality get in the game early.
I mean, talked about on the desk in terms of the organizations. This is a matchup from the Paris Major Final, but the only guy from that Vitality faced on their run would be Volt, who was in the ITB jersey, playing him in the quarterfinal there.
Yeah, Ash has seen this before, but
Yeah.
Not many parallels you can really draw otherwise. Especially not in the stakes. This is a game where Vitality should be confidently coming through, flexing their muscles, warming in after that 2-week hiatus that you mentioned. It is exciting that you get a few days, like a day off coming in, so Gamer Legion have had time to prep. Ash, CTR have had time to look at what they expect Vitality to bring, but it can be so hard to know when Vitality have also had all this time off to perfect and reflect upon their RMR run. And it was unblemished. All the late jump for Mezzi is awkward. That gives him a better timing into this B-bomb site.
Oh, they well overrun Mezzi. All getting the better of him. ZywOo now on the scene. And a boost up for Spinks on the short side allows Vitality to keep the pressure on. No peeks offered up to Spinks. Gamer Legion play it very safe right now, waiting for this util to fade to Vitality. There's one of those countdown peaks.
Oh.
They try it again. They go right into ZywOo. Not the guy you want to face. Apex tries to peel the attention away from shots. What? Apex
Edan.
stands to his feet. That play right there has teed something up for Gamer Legion.
They're just playing with him. They're fake jumping at him, just trying to make him look the wrong way. He doesn't fall for it. He plays off feeling. He makes the right reads. And he hits every single shot. Apex
Gila itu.
thought he'd done him in. He thought he'd done him in, Harry. All right, Flammers. Welcome to the stage. That round was already over, it felt like. It was ZTR on default with a pistol. Flammers in the most exposed position in the site. And Vitality just throw 4 bodies at him. DOA. Okay.
Well, this one gets off to an explosive start. Back and forth to open. A return to the force buys from Vitality. Gamer Legion keep the pressure on. And now 3 strong up through the connector. ZywOo, scout in hand, had a chance at the opener there. They're giving him a couple of opportunities, but he misses them both. Up over the stairs. A lot of pressure on ZywOo here. First shot lands. Spinks and Flames throw themselves into the round now. It's another one of these clutches needing to come through, and Vitality do not give you the room.
Apex responds very swiftly after his whiff, just runs in with the USP and finishes the job. I don't want to get too worried for Vitality off of that 1 round, because you're really going to have to earn them against this star-studded roster. And this is a team that are great at low econ rounds, really good at trading off each other. ZywOo Scout, one of the best in the world, if not the best. So you get that quick flash from Flammus. But that Game of Legion spark has got to stay lit in this T side as Vitality immediately respond with a one-sided round. No rest for the Wicked. Force Buy comes out, 2 rifles in this round. No util, really. That's the big danger. You got a couple of smokes and a flashbang. Doesn't give you much to play with in the long run.
I mean, I think one of the things Vitality are probably feeling already, this was, you know, one of the first opponents they faced on their run through the RMR. They were one of the teams that sent Game of Legion down 0-2, having to dig deep and try and recover. But as we've seen across the major so far now, Game of Legion have been leveling up. And so Vitality are learning that this is a very different team to the one they played to open up their RMR run. Game of Legion had to face some wild demons early on.
Tapi redeemnya belum full semua ya Bang Chris ya, sabar. Kumpulin aja dulu poinnya.
They've got no idea. Flames dead in the meantime. And Torsen still waiting for his time to strike, goes looking for ZywOo, knows that Apex is in the window behind him. Apex drops down into middle, Torsen picks up a freebie. It's another round where ZywOo has multi-killed and put something on the board for Vitality. It's just down to Messi and Apex to seal the deal. They're playing with a chance to trade here, a chance to swing off of the contact of Apex in top middle, but Messi will be hard-pressed to get this trade if Apex falls. He's gonna have to make noise, gonna have to charge in, and so Apex winning that fight cleanly felt like a requirement for that to stop feeling weird.
Almost feels strange to say because he whiffed his shot, but yeah, Apex playing very confident right now, happy to just take these fights, not necessarily waiting for his teammates, not feeling the respect for his opponent, and that's a good sign for Vitality, at least so far. 3-2. It's awkward for Torsen. He finds great timing on window, knows he gets behind Apex, but Game of Legion get crunched in middle, so it was too little, too late for the flank.
I mean, you know Apex's mindset for these sort of games. He always says, you know, you can't underestimate your opponents, but you shouldn't overestimate them either. You have to play like favorites, but give them the respect of doing the prep, doing the work to get to know your opponent.
That's what they said before that Paris final, and they took it with ease. Fairly close second map, but overall, full control of the series. Vitality, knowing they're the better team. Game of Legion have to earn this one. Deagle looking B, Torsen trying to find that one shot to open the sight to give them a runway into B. Messi dealing with him, puts him very low. Now it's just Glocks. They're going nowhere fast. Nice clean round for Vitality.
Promising start as well from ZywOo and Spinks. You know, if that keeps up, that is a serious duo to have to try and remove. Flames yet to have his round, but often so influential to how these Mirage games
Wede,
play
ayo.
out.
Saya sih ready, tinggal Bang Fuse sama Bang Farik aja.
Variety of different jerseys. And so expect him to get the ball rolling soon. Especially with him being one of the guys, you know, confirmed to be sticking it out in Vitality that much longer. Flames flashed in ramp side, tries to make an aggressive move. Does have Volt watching over him there. And so doesn't get too aggressive with it. Just enough to have stripped a bit of info away, having that slightly forward position. Vitality seem to think this is plays coming in over towards middle. That's how they're teed up right now. And they would be right in that. Gamer Legion move into mid with 3, and they've even got Torsen in the lower tunnels starting to move out now as well.
Losing a lot of info on A though. Crunch better come in quick.
Can't stick the landing on the transfer, takes ZywOo to move in, lend a helping hand.
There it
ZywOo
is.
double up down in middle. And it's just Volt left, starts his round off over at ramp, and that's where it comes crashing down.
That info grab.
Flames, smooth moves to go up and over and find him.
Going for info there couldn't have come at a better
TP
time
side
than
up, mate.
Vitality. I think they wait the whole round. They're barely even peeking middle. They've made Gamer Legion a little uncomfortable, who really want to pick before they split that site. And even as Vitality get smoked off at A, lose that information, Gamer Legion can be out. It's in fact 4 mid, and Vitality 1-2 punch through the window and ladder in unison, and trade out really nicely. Great double kill for ZywOo, remaining active. Miss window smoke, oh dear. It's not the RMR, you can't get away with that again. You will pay the price to giving ZywOo an open sightline, break on the smoke, molly behind the box. Gamer Legion have found out now the error of their ways.
Just a frustrating mistake to have if you're Gamer Legion. You come into this round with limited util anyway. You probably have a real purpose in mind about what you want to accomplish with it. And now one of your smokes is lost to nothing over in mid. Flames up close in the connector. Now he's got support, but support's not needed. Flames does it all. And there's ZywOo with the final trade, so it's kept nice and clean for Vitality. 4 AKs in play for Vitality on this CT side. That's terrifying.
You have some insane aimers as well, right? You're already talking about Flames, but Spinks in the connector is going to be a nightmare alongside him when he moves off of A. And ZywOo, capable rifler, now goes onto the AWP. Game Legends
also having a great start to their run in the
boleh sok, silakan pakai. Silakan.
We got to have Apex looking real good for Vitality. He had a fantastic tournament there.
Stage player.
Yeah.
Definitely a stage player. Saw him on Dust 2 against Soldiers, run it down. Top frag that series. Still a capable fragger when Vitality need him. And to be honest, they didn't there.
I mean, you feel like he levels up whenever it's like you say, in front of a crowd, when he's the favorite, you get a lot of mileage out of Apex. You see him roll back the years.
Well, that's when you want the experienced players, right? The guys who've been around for so long, the guys that have played, Tier 1 CS for a decade and sometimes even longer, versus a Gamer Legion, an unaccomplished young Gamer Legion. This is their biggest and deepest run of all time with this roster. So for most of these players, they've never experienced something like this. Now you're up against a team who will not feel the nerves. You've got to force that out of them. ZywOo, great position. They need an even better flashbang. They get it in, he moves out. Dealing with that Palace luck. They're already out Tetris. ZywOo's in a bit of trouble right now, gaining some space, but he flicks back in time. Here's the rifles over the stairs. Flames and Apex rather in the right side.
Oh, ZywOo forced out by the molly, but he will live. Gets out at 33 HP.
See ya.
They still don't know about Apex, who finally plays his hand. Flames over the top, and one by one, Gamer Legion come crumbling down. It's just ZTR, late mid-lurk. And not the guy for the job, he's being held. Mezzi with the spot. It's a clean lead maintained for Vitality. This is the exact start you want for one of the teams that you are eyeing up that playoff run from.
Yeah, this is
I think that's the big.
Ayo Bang Fuse, kita pepasmo sekarang. Nah, ayo udah diajak gimana lo?
The deepest run in the most important tournament ever for this team. For Vitality, this is just the start of their journey, right?
Yeah. This is, again, another title contender, right? We have a couple, we have, four safe teams we want to see in those playoffs make a run. 4 teams who could take the trophy. And then that conversation opens up a little bit, but this is one of the safe 4. And Gamer Legion, as I said earlier, it's not been individual prowess necessarily winning all their games. It's come down to strategy, but Vitality are just winning in the head-to-head. They're just bashing them with sticks, with mallets, with rocks. Another hold on the
Kalau diomelin bilang bentar lagi ketahuan hantunya apa.
ZywOo in the sight, pistol out right now. Just flexing on him. Flamus hits a headshot. ZywOo shows it how it's done. And Slen just looking for that kill that ZywOo will refuse to give over. They're chasing him out. He Goes for the fake plant, looking for a kill right now. But the
Nah, sayang sekali gagal. Udah keren.
And so strategy can only take you so far. The ideas have been there for ZTR, but Vitality have been taking heads up, dry fights, and winning them out.
I mean, even in that round there, you see the impact that just spotting ZywOo as the guy the kill feed brings. They know he's dinked in that first Tech-9 fight, and even then, Slend is so dubious about trying to face him.
This is crazy.
ZywOo's 6 health the entire time, and he never leaves that back pillar. Flames watches on from the market.
Yeah,
frustrating round.
He knows getting that kill wins the round, really, or at least sets Game Elysian up with their best possibility. Now we have Vitality flexing even more, as if it wasn't enough. Through the smoke, ZTR put to his last legs. And Flamesy gets out, doesn't need to overcommit. Vitality already have forced a lot of util and a lot of pressure out of this round. Game Elysian is still scared of middle. No one even in position. It's ZywOo holding ramp with the AWP, waiting for Volt, who has util if he wants to execute. We've seen this play before with Volt doing A smoke and them coming out 4 middle. Torsen with window smoke lined up as well. So there's that jungle smoke trying to put pressure on the A site. Vitality didn't fall for it last time. They went for the mid crunch and they look ready to do it again. It's even slower this time, but Apex just swings out dry.
Oh, backstab. Good timing on this for Flammer. Spinks, no, quick turn. 180. And so Gamer Legion, they work so hard for the one kill they get down here in middle, and it's all in vain. The only kill in the round coming from Flammers on that lower tunnel peak.
It's Vitality we came to see today, that's for sure.
Well, you know, I mean, one of the big discussions in this, you know, final event of the year at the Major is who's going to be taking that top 1 spot. And there's sort of 3 candidates floating around for it. We just saw Monesi play, falling down to the Mongols in his opening match. Here, ZywOo firing on all cylinders. He's the other guy up for the discussion. Donk, meanwhile, playing over on the B stream. Currently losing to Furia.
Interesting.
Still time to course correct that one.
Yeah.
So right now, ZywOo's left the greatest impression in terms of the start, as this looks like a pretty breezy game for Vitality thus far.
And every time we've seen, you know, ZywOo, or ever since he entered that top 20, he's been either #1 or #2 ranked in the world. 5 years in a row now. 3 #1s, just trading blows with Simple.
Currently tied for the most #1s with Simple. So if he achieves it again, that is a record broken for ZywOo.
On the flip side, if this is a bad tournament for Vitality, if Donk raises up the roof, I think there's a world where we could see, you know, ZywOo not get hit for the first time ever, not be in that top 2, not be in that conversation. Right now, it's not looking like the world we live in. ZywOo playing a great game, 15-4. Vitality flexing their muscles in middle. Finally, a punish kill comes in for Volt. Game Elysian haven't had that in their wheelhouse all game long. ZywOo is playing with a pistol right now. He's playing with Gamer Legion. 4-on-4. Trade out in connector. Window boost works out for Torsen. No flick today for ZywOo. Gamer Legion looking to break in the last round of the half.
Apex still inside of the site, but over the stairs. Slend should have his number here. Apex goes swinging and brings Volt down to 1 HP. That leaves it all on Mezzi. Lower tunnels flank, and right now ZTR out in middle. Gonna have to be that first kill. He's actually going hunting for Mezzi here and brings him down so low. There shouldn't be a world in which Mezzi can win this. So Gamer Legion looking to do good on the promise of a third at least after these openers found down in middle. Off the back of the window boost and these challenges up through the connector. They've done enough to break through with a 3-round half. Vitality let one slip right down the tail end of that first half.
I think we can forgive them. That was a beautiful half of CS for Vitality. Just heads up dueling the whole way along. Flames swinging out connector, pushing top mid, always having teammates by his side. Spinks getting value as well. And ZywOo, the reinforcement policy when they need him. Always on the B site, on the B hits. Vitality loosen their grip in the last round, but doesn't feel like it's going to be consequential. So here we go, second half for Gamer Legion as they really meet their maker. Save. Oh, Apex forgot his gun. He goes back for it. He loses his spawn. Sorry, guys. Sorry. But he is the Flash after all. Gonna pop Vitality into this B-bomb site with it. CTR jump spotting, has a molly to block. That could be nice. And a double under crunch as well. No one's actually watching this aggressively. So Flamesy, how long does he stay here? Patience paying off. One more man down below. Flamus hopes they come his way. Two P250s and a flashbang is the buy. So we saw that player on top ticket. He gets so much control.
ZTR, this is awkward. They're getting closer as the nades come out. Gets out with the kill on a Sphinx. They should be able to run him down here. Back of the site, he gets caught swinging. Backstab is on for Flamus, but Apex casts his eye back into the apartments, and a clean tap gets rid of that late lurk, or early lurk rather, from Flamus. Volt picked up earlier on at 1 point of health, has to up and leave, and so with pistol rounds secured for Vitality,
kekinian aja,
the
biar
rest
orang
of this game
percaya.
is very quickly feeling just like a formality. They are teed up for the victory.
Cobain aja Bang Chris tanyain
Steady for Vitality as
tanda
well.
seru seberapa.
Just call a confident rush, but at that point you're relying that Gamer Legion don't have a stack. They wait for ZywOo to get a lot of space in this round. They punish the opening move for Gamer Legion, and then they just overwhelm the B-bomb site. I like ZTR's protocol. Good molly, good nade, got a lot of damage and a kill. But he was already a man down. Vitality just have more to work with. That's what it feels like right now. 10-3.
Yeah, I mean, on every
Halo Bang WG,
measurable
selamat
metric,
datang lagi.
Vitality outdo Gamer Legion. Right, the stars are hitting harder, the stars are more experienced and more proven. The captain of this team, more experienced, more proven, more titles under his belt. And so, you know, Vitality should have been the favorites coming into this. They should have looked to outdo the scoreline they put up against Gamer Legion last time. And that's in spite of Gamer Legion having leveled up across the event. This is the exact turn of form you wanted to see from Vitality to open up their run in the elimination stage.
All right, mid-rush, but are they ready for double bout right now? Gamer Legion trying to catch them off guard at the moment. Volt on top, they still don't know. There's so many CTs coming in for the kills. Apex is an ugly spray. Can they chase him down? Yes, in time. My God, Vitality. They can't stick the landing on these anti-force buy rounds. It's what let them down in the first half. And a nice rotate for Slend reinforces B. They can keep this stack on the other side of the map. ZywOo and Sphinx, never a duo to count out. But good positions taken from Gamer Legion. My fear is the 1v1s, right? They're not set up to trade, really. They're set up to bait for a ramp push or a palace play, but it's up middle where Vitality will find easy 1v1s. And if Vitality contact and get a bomb plant on B, they should be ready for a man in the apartment.
Yeah, I just think the main thing here is Slend can't be caught jumping the gun, right? He has to wait for everyone else to group, and they have to play this retake together. If he gives up an early kill here, that's the road opened for Vitality to a 2v4.
Yeah, they're going to read it. He could play before the plant, but he can't play after the plant. It's going to come down now. Spot coming in. Open plant. ZywOo punished. And there's Sphinx with a turn. Slend plays off Torsen. Gamer Legion fight.
Oke, thank you Bang Puse. Selamat bekerja.
Force by was again to open up the second half. Now, if you're Gamer Legion, you're saying, okay, last time we won the pistol, we lost to their force, we replied with a force buy of our own.
So much
but
worse.
in the end, Vitality were the ones able to win that out after a tussle to open up this map. This time you have to hold on to it. Gamer Legion want any hope of saving themselves in this series. Opening kills have meant a hell of a lot to the Gamer Legion squad. When you saw them get the opener there, that's always been the requirement for their round wins outside of the pistol, where they had a fast trade, but they did lose the opening kill. Other than that, in every other round they've found, they've gone up 5v4. That's been a prerequisite to the round win.
Crazy.
So no one die first. That's what you're thinking if you're Gamer Legion here. No one be that first domino to fall. Slend does have his AWP. And time the chance for Gamer Legion.
38%-nya karena gacha.
Over towards CT. He's going to be able to be influential in both the A play and this push up through the connector. Torsen just looks away. And those coveted opening kills come up in favor of Vitality. Flamus holds the line, but ZywOo knocks out the AWP. And so Vitality come out swinging.
That's a disastrous round for Gamer Legion. Despite Flamus's best efforts, tucked in, ZywOo swings out, and they find all those entries. A missed shot for Slend cost them. Devastating.
Now ZywOo says thank you for the AWP. He wouldn't have had one in this T side.
So early. I mean, I don't really blame Slend for buying it. He wants to get as many AWP rounds as he can out on CT Mirage, but it is against the pistols, and they just flood into that bomb site. Well-placed shots for Vitality. We know they are good for it, but I did not think that round would come through so clean. Gamer Legion, last legs. Limbless right now.
Throughout the tournament, Gamer Legion have had good synergy between their players. Surprisingly good synergy for how little this team has had time together. And they've been good at the trade work. They felt pretty safe at sticking the landing and trades. But here, it feels like a lot of bodies are just playing not to die. And that's giving Vitality a bunch of these 1v1s to open up rounds. You can kind of feel the pressure of now facing genuine top-tier opposition striking Gamer Legion down.
I think it's just reassuring for Vitality to me, as Gamer Legion get a swift dose of reality in this opening BO1. An opener they lost before, but one that could fall even more dominantly in favor of Vitality. A split coming in, nice double up for the captain. Can he escape though? They're chasing him through the middle. There's a shot for Apex, catching him through the pixel. Trading out in con, leaves Slend stuck in a box. He calls for Flamus' support. They're actually they dropped the bomb. They're pushing in for the kill. This might cost them. There's 2 CTs here, but still Flames finds them both. 3 kills, and Vitality shut this game down. Force by a side, Gamer Legion have had nothing.
You are a Vitality fan. This was the exact form you wanted them to showcase to open up their run in Shanghai. Flamus secures an opener on an aggressive push all the way through Palace.
Tried his best. He really has. He's done everything and more. MP9's in your face to catch you by surprise.
It's in these rounds where Gamer Legion don't have a lot to work with, so they play like they have nothing to lose, that they hit that much harder, right? It's these aggressive early moves that have been the most successful thing for Gamer Legion. The moment they have guns, they almost get scared to make them. And I think that's kind of the sad thing about them, you know, figuring this out at 12-4 deep in the game. You can't really blame Gamer Legion if in the next round they do go back to the more stagnant hold.
They've just been super static on CT, and they've actually had decent setups, but every repeat has been punished. If they don't nail their first shot, which they often haven't, they've looked pretty cold individually. Vitality, quite the antithesis of that, have punished every single repeat in this game and sometimes forced them themselves. So Yeah, static play has not worked for Gamer Legion. And to be honest, Harry, static play is the definition of this round right now. So watch Vitality pull out a 2v5. It wouldn't surprise me with how this game has gone.
Torsten's left entirely to his own devices here. Flames, will he check this? That's the big question. If Torsten falls, and the round could go with it. ZywOo just on the deagle.
Here we go.
1v5 attempt for ZywOo. 2 kills deep already, donning that AWP. Weapon of choice for ZywOo. And this is scary. Just the name strikes fear into the hearts and minds of Gamer Legion. Lines them up on the deagle, but just shy of the 1v5 clutch.
Clutch 1 lawan 5 GG.
For one more round.
Oh, come on. No one's happy about that. That could have been a crazy highlight. That could have been insane.
Boleh Bang PG.
A nice save
100.000 poin. Tapi jadinya inflasi 100.000 poin itu sama dengan Rp1 misalkan.
Bomb plant damage and static. Gamer Legion shrink into their seats after getting 1 deeked. Very close. 12-5 now. Nothing to do but try for Gamer Legion.
I mean, there's a nice start in this round, right? They've got aggressive mid to open. This is good. I think it would be so tempting to just play as safe as you possibly can, but they took the risk of clearing out mid early, so they have
nanti dibikin buat redeem point, bisa jadi buat gacha. Nanti channel ini channel gacha.
Second shot does not connect either. Apex goes chasing. They give up the angle, they give up the line. They're going to boost ZywOo up onto the stairs now. But they're both very, very wounded. 30 points of health, split evenly between Apex and ZywOo. Playing the trade game back in spawn. This is looking far tighter for Gamer Legion. Oh, but Apex has just complicated matters. Slen knocked out. ZywOo dead at the connector. As the 2 low HP players face off, and Apex with an immediate call to reposition. He's expecting anxiety from Gamer Legion. He's thinking they're going to be slow to get on this bomb, and so it's given him some time to set himself up ramp side. Swings wide. Apex denies that defuse. But kit retrieved, ZTR with the trade. And so Gamer Legion stick the landing, deny another clutch the way of Vitality.
Yeah, nice try for Apex. Hedgie smoked off Palace. He reads it really well that if they have any util, he's going to get blocked in that position. Bomb not for him either, so almost catches the clutch up in a 1v2. But Gamer Legion are fighting valiantly on this CT side. It just comes too late, it feels, to count out Vitality from having that one pop-off round that shuts out this map. They even believe in this eco round. Full buy on 2. ZywOo and Apex just wanting to finish this. And they're using the rifles to peer into middle, boost and underpass. Vitality can just walk through this as far as they're concerned. They see no one con right now. They believe in it. Gamer Legion got to watch out on the perimeter. Boost up for ZywOo later to play. Gamer Legion giving away no kills here. Letting Slend work with the AWP.
Oh, Flamus. Kind of a wild opener to find. It was Apex attempting to walk up short. That's one of these 2 guns stripped away from Vitality. Bomb left all the way back in top of middle, and so with only 45 seconds left, this round actually hinges on finding the kills. Someone's got to go back and get that. ZywOo tiptoeing around through jungle, might have a chance at the freebie. It's an awkward spray for ZywOo. He narrowly manages to survive as Gamer Legion on the verge of a 7th round. Can ZywOo find this AWP?
Would be nice. Oh, he's just missed it.
Well, like the call just came in time for Slen that this was open, this was an option, and now he's turned back around to watch the spawn side. So it's cleanly done here for Gamer Legion to find themselves a 7th, starting to streak together some rounds now. And because money was put into that last one for Vitality, they are going to be missing some pieces here, even a timeout called in. What could have been a very straightforward game for Vitality has turned a little more complicated. Now they still have plenty of runway to close this out.
Dasar map city-sided pisan.
This one to rest. But this next buy going to have its fair share of limitations. Safe to say Gamer Legion have gotten more active in how they're approaching the early rounds. They're finding their footing a little bit more in this series. The problem they're going to have, and this is a big problem, is all it takes is one round from any of these 3-star players on Vitality. Your Zywus, your Spinks, your Flames. We want to see what the game is having. Even Apex could have a very legit case made for him. All it's going to take is losing that first opening fight and not having the trade, and suddenly you're in a world of hurt.
I'd love to see some ego for Vitality here. Play like the favorite, like they were doing all CT side long. Smoked out in B when they were looking for a pick, and Slend actually finds Apex to start this round. He's still stuck out under, looking for a little bit more. Whiff shot for Slend. Not his first time. Flames. Oh dear.
No,
and that's all it takes.
ZTR.
That's all it takes, Harry.
Slend out on an island, tries so hard to
sudah langganan sponsor.
single-handedly on the AWP, but that shot misses. ZTR tries to make up for it, getting aggressive over
mereka percaya kalau safe sex itu emang harus diterapinnya ke anak-anak muda.
Vitality now group for the B.
Mereka berusaha mengurangi angka mengurangi angka perkawinan gak jelas. Makanya Durex sering udah sekarang jadi sponsor gaming. Wait. Oh, ternyata streamnya yang crash, bukan. Bos. Single dollar company ya kayak gini nih. Aduh. Ya, keburu menang. Udah, tapi berarti Vitality menang 13. Furia juga udah menang, oke. Berarti sudah pas. Saatnya kita YOLO. Maksudnya komennya langsung. Oh, ya ini nge-streaming ya bener. Jadi dari si CS-nya kan dia nge-streaming si itunya, si acaranya. Saya langsung bajak aja tuh. Saya udah baca juga TNC-nya boleh. Dan kemarin kan yang opening stage-nya juga udah sama kayak gini, nggak ada red flag dari si YouTube atau dari CS-nya, jadi nggak masalah. Lah itu teh musuh, gue teh teror lupa. Masuk beres. GG stream satunya down. Memang weapon raspa cepet Bang Chris. Mapnya aja kecil pasti ketemu. Nggak, lawan orang lain. Ya walaupun mapnya nggak penuh tuh, ada bot-botnya tuh. Kalau penuh, musuh pisan ini kan. Pisau. Dah. Nggak dapet. Susah boy. Yes. Set dah. Ah, gantinya SSG. Astaga naga. Wih, beres. Stream. Oh, udah jalan lagi. Mouse lawan Pain Gaming. Ini tadi Fukia udah beres. Berarti sekarang Mouse atau Face Clan lawan Wildcards. Kita nonton Face Clan saja.
Maker will set a line, and then that line is impacted by what the people at home, the people who are putting money, think. Right, so again, I don't know what the opening line would have been for this game, but right now it appears that people have FaZe as the favorite, which makes, hey, the most amount of sense. And I think to give FaZe Ancient, I don't know. I guess you didn't give them Ancient, right? You could have taken it to New Gore Ancient. Yeah. It was between the two, but it's the one where you feel like you have the better chance. I think if it does become a brawly game, I think FaZe will come out on top. For some reason, and I haven't really given any hardline predictions at all, I feel this is going to be a shutout, like a 13-5, 13-7 type of game. God bless you.
Thank you.
He would have hit the cough button, guys. He just literally can't reach it.
Yeah.
So
I did my best.
He did his absolute best.
Yeah. So
okay.
So
I think I for some reason, I don't know why. Like there's nothing that really tells that should be the case. But I'm feeling like a 13-5, 13-7 type of drubbing in favor of FaZe here. And I'd love to be wrong. I'd really like to see the wildcard story continue. But I just think at this stage of the tournament, same conversation for Game Allegiant, there's just a class jump, like a massive class jump.
But also when you consider that, for FaZe, this is like where the tournament really starts, I think, in their
Yes.
They're like, okay, what now we play. Now we play. We got here, sure, some of those, the RMRs can be stressful, or the opening stage can be stressful if you have to play it, but for them, they're just like, okay, right, major time.
I think the thing is, at the moment, there's no real era. Like, if Na'Vi win this, then I guess you discussed that it was Na'Vi's year, and maybe that argument could be made once you get into the granular. But the thing is, you don't really know you're in an era while you're in the era. Right? You only know in hindsight once the results come through. For FaZe, this is a team who started the year with lots of finals. They ended the year with lots of finals. They were on that streak what was like 6 or 7 finals in a row. And then since then it's simmered off, it's cooled off. Things haven't looked very good for the team overall. But there's still a team that in an event like this, they're in striking distance always because of the names, because of the caliber, because they know what it takes to win. And as you mentioned, this is where the tournament starts for them. So if we get the best look of FaZe right here, right now, out the gates, literally, truly, anything is possible. Fist bumps are in. Freeze time, not yet on the screen, but we can see the pistol buys eventuating. I'll send you the new IP. They joined the wrong, well, they joined a different server again. So,
Thank you.
yeah, no worries, man. All right, here we go. Ticking down.
FaZe starting on the defense, and Stan going to be equipped himself. Oh, I wonder if that's a deliberate decoy. Is he going to try and bait out utility with that? I'm always intrigued to see a decoy utilized deliberately. Jaber out on the red smoke, going to start trying to apply the flash Aaron into Rops, testing him. Quick click from him. Flash turned, and Sonic, that's an important one. Brings down Rops, smoke CT. Frozen trying to vie for some control out of Temple. Broky's there with the dual Berettas. Fuzi. Oh, actually, that's a team flash. Awkward there. Stan around the edge of the smoke. Broky unloads, but Stan connects. It's falling apart for FaZe on this pistol, despite Robs' opening. Frozen being double swung. If he gets them both, it's game on. Instead, Stan gets himself a double. 2v2, though. Reigns hit a good shot onto Sus. Fuzi noted they know where both of them are. Tries to call the bluff. Fuzi!
Out of ammo.
How's he lived through that? How's he got both? A smile on Stan's face. Fuzi comes in with a double kill. Just body shots on the P250.
Well, started well, didn't it? Robs gets the opener, but a really nice trade there for Sonic. I think that was the most important kill, because if they get bottlenecked and the rotation's on the way, there's some real issues. So Robs with that one. This one from Sonic, a thing of beauty. And then they're into the site. At that point, pissed around post-plant does become difficult, even though FaZe did hit a couple of nice ones. Missed timing, as you mentioned, with the team flash. That's meant to be the way to facilitate out into the action, but it will be Deagle for Rain, a Deagle for Rops, everybody else on the USPs, and they've stacked over towards B as, well, Stan's going to call his team into an A play. They sent Sus just to the doors quickly to throw a scaling Molotov B ramp to stop any pushes, make it look like a default round, and then they execute onto this A site. Donut smoke, CT smoke, and keep in mind in this best of one, the conditioning, right, of going, well, he's going to, Rain will edge here if there's a molly. No molly.
Oh, clean from Rain. Can't find the follow-up.
And there you go. That was the only threat was chaos, and concludes quite quickly. Getting more damage, you know, little chip away, save something. That's probably all you can hope for FaZe right now. The rifles will come out into the next. And you wonder, right, are these A plays something that Wildcard are going to continue with? Do they just do it early to make sure FaZe is aware, hold up, they can get away with these type of plays? And there you go, relatively clean. Holding on to 2 MAC-10s, one for Sus, one for Stan. Oh, Stan gets the upgrade into the Galil, okay. Making sure they hoover everything up there before the round transpires. Expires. It did transpire. It definitely did.
But, yeah, I always like the A call. Obviously, you anticipate that B can get a bit more hectic against the sidearms. Just go straight up in there, good smokes. And the round is there. So guns are out. Let's see what FaZe do on their first gunny, going for that 3-2 split, leaving A open.
And it's A again, okay, so...
Frozen should hear him if they make a noise.
Yeah, well, but the thing is, though, this is just early conditioning from Wildcard, and then this will have to change the CT stances of FaZe going forward. That's if they get away with this or not. Rops is tending to it from CT spawn, but he'll be smoked off.
FaZe did a B door smoke, but didn't take info, so they're in the dark right now.
They seem very on their haunches about an B execute, and it's A where things are starting to go down.
Robs
on his own.
What can you do? The pathing is good. JBA again gets himself the opening onto Rops. Sonic falls, but mission accomplished. You can see the limited options for Frozen here.
Oh.
He's next to Fuzi. If Fuzi takes a step, he's going to be exposed to Frozen. Still concerned about a mid-lurk, and Fuzi gets a freebie. This is taking shape. And you talk about conditioning, Chad. I mean, for FaZe, it's going to feel that they haven't had a chance to play.
Yeah, and this is where now you question, because you just discussed the B doors smoke. So if you're Wildcard, and you go, okay, so right now, they have to start somebody more offensive on A. Doesn't necessarily have to be an A main push, but someone has to play big box or something where they can try and bottleneck us coming out of the choke point. So then what does that lighten up? And then if they still opt to go aggressive over towards B, right, then we're able to punish because we know it's going to be lighter members. Traditionally, when you do the full press, you want to have a 3-2 split, either middle or B with the lion's share, right? 3 B or 3 middle, and the other 2 filling up the rest of the gaps. But I think they were just partial here, FaZe, behind the saves.
This pathing from Jaber. So long, once he slips past that CT line, he's just gunning straight for that clear. Makes it very difficult. We've seen Rain, now Rops both try it and lose to it. There's the B door smoke thrown out by Rain. Insta elbow, insta doors.
See, 3-2.
Yeah, okay.
Oh.
They're starting mid and Sonic. Oh, the flashes, the flashes. No one's looking at Rops. Oh, he can't get it.
Oh, TK.
And puts him down.
Had to be done.
Terus scope-nya nge-weave.
Necessary evil. Good start for FaZe on the partial.
Stand still in spawn.
I imagine he's got a smoke, late smoke to be lining up here, or is he just using that as cover to hold?
You were right.
Wow, ouch. Rain puts Fuzi in the dirt. Long smoke's not going to achieve anything.
You can see the trajectory of that as well. Feels like it's coming from miles away.
I think that was thrown from cave side. If Stan was...
What, just bait Susp, let him search B and try and plan A? Yeah, why not? I guess at this point, with how dire the round feels.
Like Susp smokes short, keeps everyone planted. Stan just tries to walk the bomb in. Oh. Back exposed, falls for the bait. Brokey just hook, line and sinker, sets up Carrigan. And Frozen is holding the donut cross. Brokey is now rotating to the potential for an A plant. And maybe even that step's been hurt. Frozen pokes his nose out, does get punished. Good shooting from Stan. And now it's just a 1v1 with an unarmored Deeg in order to facilitate the plant. Carrigan's jiggling though, so will be noted on this cross. He's running at him. Running into Carrigan. He calls for Rain to back up. 8 bullets in the mag to find these jewels, and Carrigan nails it.
Akhirnya FaZe Clan menang.
Yeah, in the most unlikely of rounds, right? It was just to save rifles. They thrive in the chaos. The late mid play from Wildcard stunted. And everybody blinds here.
It was a direct hit. Like,
you're going down, Rops!
It's not even like he was in front of him. In front of the enemy.
It was just with all the flashes, the craziness.
Bang. Oh, is that a new view model, Carrigan? He's a lefty.
Interesting. Well, we'll keep tabs on that.
Has he gone Big Uzera?
Needed the change. Yeah. Once they go an A, it's an all-in rush.
Oh, God. It's no secret. Brokey's going to be there as well. This AWP is going to be smoked off completely. HE's to break. Jaber's across. Missed his nade. Oh, dear. You've lost the sight. Now it's all about that post plant.
Oh, they've layered a deeper donut smoke as well. When the first one starts to fade, they can take the space in the fight.
Oh, Sus just takes a head-to-head with Carrigan. Now boost up Jaber.
Do you go for this?
Not sure.
I think you should consider the save.
I think FaZe thinking the same. What a lovely little pace change straight into the A side. Again, punished.
Well,
they know FaZe's tendencies.
This is the thing, right? FaZe have to start players A now. It's, before the discussion was, yeah, you know, maybe they have to. They got away with it. They're still coming for it, Alex. They're going for it.
Yeah. Full commit. Rain. Only the double kill. Making a triple. But denied by Sonic. Powerful position. The 1v1. Rops will win it. No time.
I feel like they never had a chance in that. I can't. And they lose everything. I can't believe they've gone for that.
Gila ini FaZe Clan.
They have indeed. That is very surprising.
That's the kill from Sus. So that deeper CT smoke, you know, it looks misthrown because it gives that CT a corner they can get into with sight. But Sus just catches him on the walkthrough.
Really good shooting from Rain to get 3, sure, but FaZe take their first tactical timeout, and understandably so. This is the CT side of Ancient, and they are just getting handed their ass right now.
Do you hit A? Okay.
Well, no, surely FaZe have to address this.
Double MP9A main push.
Well, you have a good spawn on Rops. He could actually push A main, right? He has the best A main spawn possible right now. So if they wanted to play for some information, they definitely could.
He's got Heachy flash. So he's probably planning something aggressive. He's not even bothered to spend all of his pennies. Knife out straight towards A main. He is going to try and get this early info. Just takes the fight, the head-on collision. Two of them spot him.
All right, well, change of guns in middle as well, so they'll still get this A main space, and right now it's Wildcard taking their time with just a default spread.
Jaber's just won a straight head-to-head.
Yep.
Angel versus Robs.
I can't quite believe that.
Fair play. North American talent.
How often do you see that type of a fight? That's so rare.
It's rare.
All right, I take back what I said. Wildcard. Maybe a 13-5, 13-7 win for them.
Wow.
That's what I meant to say.
Wow. And now, oh, I love this call too. I love this. You've got the early advantage. You have the Mac-10 just pumping up his chest donut, so everyone's going to be convinced that the A-main press is coming, and you're going to contact walk ramp in 4. Carrigan's not going to have anything to do. He can't do anything. He's just going to have to say, yeah, there be.
And also, if you go to rotate back for phase, you have to worry about red, because you've lost donut control.
Oh.
Surely you save this time, boys.
Inspired calling.
Surely you save this time.
Hello, Carrigan. My name's Stan. Pleased to meet you. So
Definitely have to save. Guys, how crazy are we?
Not that crazy.
Okay. Oh, they took a timeout for that one, did they, FaZe? They get to retain these 3 rifles they can drop.
That round started with Robs trying to take a heads-up aim duel against Jaber. That round ended with Jaber taking a heads-up aim duel with Robs.
Yes.
Just said, oh, is this what we're doing now?
That's like, oh, well, we got answers. It's not an A rush, but we're still going to get picked off at A.
His pick forced 3 CTs to acknowledge the potential.
So the conditioning of Stan on this T side, the work is done.
Terrorists win.
This is tough to watch, isn't it, if you're a FaZe fan?
Oh sorry.
Incredibly inspiring.
Lupa. Sorry.
Following Wildcard's journey.
This is really going to upset the apple cart, isn't it?
Oh yeah. I mean, hey.
Thank you infonya, thank you.
Yeah.
Bang Pege, sorry
Zero
kepencet.
lost, G2 lost. If FaZe lose, that 0-1 bucket for later today is going to be getting out of
Yeah,
control.
those people's 0-3s looking.
Okay, FaZe, save, they drop. They go again. Brokey starting the AWP at A. That removes his piece. He just has to sit and wait and watch as his riflers try to bear down, but they're setting up for a B execute, Alex. This is going to happen snappy.
Jaber and Sus going to be the opening pieces. Accelerating into the site. Flashes are good. The Frozen. Oh, it's Carrigan.
Akhirnya, ayo.
The FAMAS. Rain finds Jaber.
Nice, gitu dong dari tadi.
Shut down. That's B-site closed.
Kan dari tadi bisa. Kenapa? Baru sekarang.
AK upgrades are plenty. 3 finding their way into FaZe Clan hands, and the crowd's going to be happy with that. They thought their heroes were getting absolutely rumbled. Carrigan, this was an important find. The shadow advantage on that position gets sucked down. Finds a second, and everyone chipping in.
Nah, ini kan bagus, hold-nya kuat banget tadi.
You know, Brokey will be removed from the piece. That's flash assist after
Dari sebelumnya aneh banget cara mainnya, FaZe.
Well, Wildcard invest again. This one is so light on with util. For the openers, a cave smoke and a red smoke. Sure.
Yeah, you have to use them then. Yeah.
Exactly though. It makes it feel like a gun round. And you do have guns, but you've just used everything.
Iya, aneh banget sih kenapa mereka nge-utility-nya tanpa infos ya aneh.
Know about that one.
Hyper aggressive. It's what they wanted. It's exactly what they wanted. A heaven smoke, cave open, and Carrigan pokes his nose straight in. Safe from the flash, good awareness from Susp. Brokey forced to rotate off, but look at Sonic and Jaber. Now if you overextend, you will be punished. And was trying to get a long smoke down.
I guess they just want to force the rotation away, right? And you'd be pretty skittish right now if you're FaZe, if there's any presence on A. Frozen's playing Temple. The biggest gap at the moment is red.
But they don't have util to try and fake this, so it's just going to be an attempted duel.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Drops on the jiggle as well. He just... You're not going to get what you're looking for here, Sonic. Timing is everything for Frozen, and fortunately he will call it clear. they're backing off completely. So now he's parked towards Tallbucks on A, Brokey and Rain on B, but with so much to worry about on B, they might feel they have to push because there's no information. 30 seconds. This is essentially a 2v4 on B.
Okay, here we go.
Multi-kill required from one of the two.
Brokey does deliver onto Stanislaw. Rain ready to activate, hits a wall bang, Rain just the one, they're in. Frozen handed a winnable 1 versus 2. He has the kit, he has the smoke, and Sonic was leg shot by Brokey. They're gonna partner up here. Fuzi holding that short aggress. Just turns around. Frozen considering his options as they wrap around just where he came from. Now he's going to understand that it's likely going to be on this shore. Sonic gets it. Wildcard 6.
That's the best opportunity so far for FaZe to post consecutive rounds, and this is how it starts. I can't quite understand that from Carrigan.
Like, it's different with a flashbang from a mid player or something,
Yeah.
But that was just a solo adventure.
Yeah, and it feels they're at the point, like, oh, I don't even know, FaZe. One round you won with MP9s and some save rifles.
They've gone for 1-3-1 here.
Early pressure A again. Fozy has an AWP. Head-to-head with Brokey available.
Fuzi versus Brokey. And Brokey
Nice.
AWP the AWP duel. One out for FaZe Clan. Susp overlooking the frozen aggress.
Nice. Gitu dong.
Makes it a 5 versus 3 for FaZe. This one starting to fall into place rather effortlessly.
Lurk smoke.
Wildcard dari tadi udah kelihatan nggak maju.
Yeah, Brokey was thinking about it, but with a
Nggak full push, berarti ke B dong.
No, not necessary, and you have the supporter ROPS as well.
What does that lurk smoke facilitate? I guess you can boost over it as well.
It just gives you the room to explode, and it forces A to keep the presence. Now, using a 3v5, whether or not it's great, we're about to find out. Oh, miss Molly.
Davis pathing once again. This time Brokey's ready for it, and it's going to be a clean sheet. 5 alive for FaZe.
Okay, so 2 of their rifle rounds, they've had 5 alive. And this is the second time, and well, not in consecutive fashion, but alternating fashion, where they have wildcard broken. So
Nice.
With
Nice
6
banget
already
itu.
on the half, it's a pretty good T half. Taking the tactical timeout, getting the coach Vins on the mic. And they get 1900 as the loss bonus into the next round. They have, in my mind, they have to force, and that is exactly what's starting to take shape on the screen here.
Would you say for FaZe that this pause ahead of this buy indicates that it is going to be a force? Like, why would you take 30 seconds to talk?
No, with the loss bonus,
they know already.
95% of the time with this type of loss bonus, you're going to force buy anyway, right? Unless everybody had like
some
2,500.
Yeah.
If everyone had 2.5, then you could justify the eco, because then with the next round, you're going to have more than enough to get a full purchase. Do they just go A again? Right, like think about where the successes have come from. A lot of it has been like through the A bomb site. They have 4 smokes, 2 flashes, and a Molotov to work with. They've gone, they double smoke red, miscoms. They've double smoke red on the T side. You have limited util and you've...
Yeah, that's not a good look.
So they're faking A. That's forced the rotation. It has been considered multiple members quickly jet over.
And they have no answers mid as well, so it feels scary.
Bomb.
Oh, well, the jig is up. Rain, good awareness, pushes down the ramp, catches the bomb carrier. Smoke on the doors, Fuzi's. Oh, spotted. Nice shot.
One more. Got it now and dealt with. Frozen will mop that up, so the contingency is there. Crazy, right? You think about that situation. Rain is pushing ramp on his own. If he goes down...
Different round.
Exactly, because they had... I wouldn't say they bit very hard on the A presence, but they definitely bit. They had to acknowledge it.
Nice.
As, another clean round looking likely now. Sonic...
Kan harusnya kayak gini dari awal. Nggak usah buang-buang 6 ronde. 4 lah, nggak usah buang-buang 4 ronde. Kalau dari awal kayak gini, udah Sonic mati. Kan?
Now at this point, that's given them the residual buy for the final... Well, actually, no, never mind, because this round right now will be the eco from Wildcard. So FaZe are about to secure their 5th, and then the rifles will come out again for the final round of the half.
Our team's put away our FaZe Clan despite a very strong start here. Wildcard starting to dwindle in momentum. Stan, perhaps an overinvestment on this eco. It would have to be a plan.
Teknik ancaman.
What's he done that for?
I guess to facilitate exactly what you were just discussing.
Gimana katanya heavy util pisan padahal tengahnya kan belum tentu ada siapa-siapa tuh. Selalu kayak gitu. Si Teronya tinggal si Wildcard tinggal main santai itu. Nah, sekarang diras. Oh. Nah. Nice. Nice clean round.
Gets himself a couple of extra eeks. Gets himself at 11 on par with Rain. 5 to 6, and now the guns will come out, but it's not going to be the rifle for Stan. Double AWPing. Oh, that's a nice little change up at the end.
Well,
is it?
I guess. We're about to find out. I guess it does mean that now Brokey gets to move around and Rops can just hold A.
Yeah.
Stand with a MAC-10. Do you just go back to what worked? Do you just go back to harassing this A bomb site? Looks like they want to fight middle.
Jane Flash. Perfect stray from Frozen, but Flash is punished. Nice from Jaber. Swinging out, counter Flash is good. Rain flashes himself into the fight, but there's Sonic with a trade. A very important trade to maintain the lead. Wildcard have the man advantage.
As long as Carrigan doesn't go down, the double AWPs might get a chance to make a splash in this round. Brokey, sure, they know he has one, but that's where they could walk into Rops's.
Just gives it up.
Iya, tadi di tengah rusuh pokoknya. Tapi emang si Wildcard kan tadi miskin. Memang harus mereka ya itu harus ngeras sih.
Do they contact or do they execute? Stan could smoke short or long. They could molly pillar. Short smoke.
Carrigan spots out Sus. The jig is up. Down goes Carrigan. Brokey's off good for one. Only the one. Sonic again. These trades. Influential.
Now this is where the double AWP is miserable.
Yeah.
Left himself a little prize though, hasn't he? Rifle for the retake. Left at spawn. Rops 1v3. It's in his wheelhouse and this would be the time to do it.
Just to tie it all up after such a slow start would be massive. Rops, though, work cut out for him. Incendiary onto the back. Cubby. Smoke towards Cave will cause a bit of panic.
Time's the problem.
By Sonic, they know where you are, and so this will be Wildcard taking this one. Sus dunks him to secure it. Wildcard have the edge. A solid team posting
Ya, 5-7 oke lah.
On the ancient pick.
Yeah, the calling's the hero of that one, isn't it, right? You don't turn to the individuals and go, oh, this guy did something crazy. I think it really is the calling that is the difference maker within that first half of play. Out-positioning, out-maneuvering FaZe in a lot of those rounds. Right now, this pistol feels like an absolute must for FaZe to get back into the game. Otherwise, they're going to have to dig themselves out of a big trench. Get a minute worth of respite right now before we get play underway. But yeah, I guess the round that sticks out the most is the full-on A rush after the first rifle round win for FaZe. And then they literally, oh, okay, we'll just rush A. It didn't look, from Frozen's perspective, like obviously there was a crazy amount of flashes, but the clear of the smoke on the corner giving Jaber enough to work with there. Carrigan going, I can't fight two places at once, and I'm just going to focus on one of the two. Jaber, the only representative from the US of A in the top 16. Stan, one of 3 Canadians. Sonic, the only South African after JT and Complexity, were unable to make it. Swedish representation pretty light on as well. You've got Brolin and you've got Sussman Fozy. I think that's it. Someone fact check me. 4-player A-star, and with the bomb currently over towards the totem outside of middle, it does feel like this is a good pistol round stack call from Wildcard. His Rain's gone over towards B and tucked himself into pocket, so with this position, if anybody pushes, he'll be a piece to be able to communicate that, and then he gets to come in late donut, late red. Jewel Beretta's on the tree for Sonic. HE, look at this brutal combo.
The setup is really cheeky. Sonic calls for help. Smoke spotted. Sonic readies himself. Shadow. Sonic starts. Jaber throws out the HE. Look at the damage.
Whoa.
Softened up for the Jewel Beretta. Do you cancel? Do you go? Frozen, first man in, considering his options.
Oh,
Stand, but Jaber fighting back. Fuzi as well. The stack has been revealed, but Frozen's hitting headshots, and Fuzi's got no
Nice.
head. Goes down. FaZe commit into the stacked site and reign supreme.
Anyone looking? No one's looking.
Sasp. Oh, he had a chance. Maybe he can recover it. Finding Rops is great. Knows where Rain was. Doesn't know about Frozen. The one unknown player will swing off of this contact. Double kill.
Nice.
FaZe. Wow. Double kill for Frozen. Double kill for Rain. Walking into a 4-man stacked site, and they come out with the win.
Looked pretty damn bleak, didn't it? I think there it was it Frozen who was up close and personal, who was like just jumping completely blind and still gets the kill? Either way.
Yeah, Sonic not getting anything's going to feel insufficient.
With how good the setup was, like you can't, what else can you do, right? You've made the call was right. You've got to hit the shots. CT Force.
Yeah, calls can only get you so far.
Interesting head-to-head Stan versus Carrigan, and Stan's so aggressive. Ahead of it.
Wins it.
I think Carrigan just doubting the follow-through because he didn't look ready for that level of push. Now, Frozen has been left up to... Oh, here we go.
Ooh, right.
Wow.
A heavy lick from Susp there.
His bell got rung.
Look at Frozen.
Yeah, that was... It feels like well, he's actually... Everyone's coming back.
They're going to clear him.
Oh, the gambling, eh? This is tough for FaZe because, like, Rain...
Needed that one. Needed that one. That's a massive, massive kill from Frozen, and now they can probably just waltz into B.
Yeah, they still think Stan is likely going to be around Cave or B, right? That was where he was spotted, so you assume, okay, maybe there's an MP9. He did trade out guns, so he's just down to a Deagle. I think Wildcard at this moment, even though we can see the damage done, it's still probably better off for them just saving and trying again next round.
Yeah.
To see if Stan can get his hands on that MP9, that might be the thing he looks to pick up. And by doing that, he can drop it into the next round, and then 4 out of the 5 can have something to work with. So we will tie things up 7 apiece, and a touch and go around because of the damage that we can see, but all in all, handled. So good job from FaZe. Still competitive from Wildcard. Okay, so Stan will probably drop the Deagle back to Fozy or one to Susp. There's definitely
Nice, nggak dikontes.
Susp in the investments as opposed to Fozy, who wants to try and get that AWP out. And the fact that, yeah, they have a couple of smokes, that means that the likes of JBA and, Jaber and Sonic can just operate with those. They don't need to worry about any extra investments into this one. So Susp gets the dig, Fozy just going to stay on that USP. Now, do you want to try and use these a little bit more team-based, right? Do you want to do an all-in with these saves, or do you want to just spread like you did in the previous? Door smoke, that's telling aggression could be on the way.
Here we go, big
They
test.
didn't Molly Heaven jump up.
Yeah, no one's actually going to be trying to push that B door smoke. Carrigan actually does so late with a flash and swing. But Sonic's got full sight lines down there. Carrigan tucked, but naded. Chip damage from Stan. They are making this threatening. Carrigan about to be cleared out here.
Feels like he's dead.
Ooh, good work, Carrigan. Best Stan. USP versus an AK. Rain makes that one look easy.
Nice. Nice.
That's a tough situation to be in, and they walk away with it. So, last man now spotted. Jaber, the flying MP9, as that'll be all he sees. Brokey removes him, and FaZe take the lead for the first time. Yeah, that is right. For the first time in this map. Fozy's AWP out. No defuse kit available with the finances right now, so this is where the stretch gets wild for Wildcard. Actually, JBA does have a kit, never mind. What? Sonic's HP just completely disappeared.
Is that nades?
Maaf, salah keluar.
He was jumping to Donut. Could have been HEs.
Yeah, distinct lack of them on some of the FaZe members near mid, so makes sense. Frozen gets himself ahead of this mid smoke. Jayba just jump spotting red. Dangerous game when aimers are in the server. Rain trying to fight for some control here, and Fuzi's AWP has been spotted.
Get out of there.
Gonna go for a punish spray. Fuzi's gonna have to get back to stages. This is the bomb on the way to Susp, and down it goes. Oh, and Rob spotted as well. Is he fighting for this? Rob's trying to isolate Susp, backups on its way. Susp gets another massive round from the Swede.
What do you do now? You got 48 seconds left on the clock. The bomb's down in A main. They're not holding
Harrigan's
it. Froze.
in B.
That's, yeah, you bang on.
So if Rain gets this one, slips off the box. Bomb, bomb, bomb.
He can't run though because Susp will hear it.
He's gonna say it's gone. Wait, Susp takes down the bomb carrier again. Fuzi will find Carrigan, and it's wildcards round.
Yeah, did Brokey have to? Were they trying to show the bomb to force? I don't know.
Yeah, that's a misplay.
Crazy that the bomb's gone into A main first on its own, and now Rain maybe just begging to die. Takes down Susp, who's had a great round, his best round so far. Rain in major form, Alex, 20 and 5.
Isn't he? I mean, he just looks incredible.
He's locked in. Yeah, a bit of an odd one there.
Yeah, probably a bit of a slap on the wrist for Brokey there. Yeah, shortcomings of Stan, no problem, thanks to Susp. Stays active on that bomb. It's always a kind of conversation of, do you give it to them? Do you play for it? He does a bit of both. Second timeout called by Wildcard. Finn's on the mic. You've managed to kind of post your first CT round. You've made a statement of intent.
Yeah, kind of. You look at that round and you go, well, did we get a little bit lucky? Did they give us a way in that situation?
Which, as a CT, you know, it's going to happen.
True. They overstepped the mark. You have to be able to punish. And I was one off with my Swede count. ZTR obviously in-game leading over there at Gamer Legion.
There we go.
Oh, they missed the elbow smoke, the CTs. Like, they way missed it. It's out in the middle of the open. That's the CT smoke right there.
Yeah, look how much action there is in mid right now. Jayba's going to try and play around it. Baited in by Sonic spam. Jayba, and exposed, traded out by Sonic. Again present. So, mid kind of taken. Now Frozen can confirm it. It's theirs. Stan smoke to block cave.
Replenish of the donut smoke as well, so Sonic won't be able to give any clear information. Red is a big problem.
Is that Fuzi's responsibility?
Yeah, and it's okay. It's the AWP at range, so he can still stay tethered towards B.
The smoke is horrible.
Is that a CT smoke again?
Is, yeah. I think Fuzi's just whiffed it. But
this is the pressure, right? It's going to play a factor.
It's just, I mean, it's just made your AWP redundant long. Look how much, look how far he is in the site. Sweeping through now. Oh, he had to hit that.
Bomb.
Takes down Brokey.
Oh!
Rain misses his opportunity to strike with element of surprise. Bomb will be picked up. This time, the bomb will go down. Frozen finds 2 on the jump up. Rob's good for Susp. And Fuzi, yeah, I mean, 2 missed smokes. Wildcard, they know why they've lost that one.
Yeah. Both of them used against them. Little details, they're the difference makers, the pressure cooker of the environment.
I could argue maybe a big detail. Like,
yeah.
let's block ramp, let's block elbow. They did well, they kind of made the best out of this miss. Like, Sonic got his trade, but damn, ramp smoke, it's like you've smoked yourself.
And that's the one there, Sonic and Stan both just lining up to Frozen. Well, just a 1-round gap, but should become 2.
Oh man, Wildcard is... It's not, we haven't, like you said, we haven't seen them win a round by virtue of their own brilliance.
In this half.
In this half.
In this half.
Absolutely.
Just to be clear.
In their CT half, it has not, we've yet to see that evidence there. FaZe have been obviously punishing. But will Wildcard be able to do anything on just what is this? Some Kevlar and sidearms. 3 or 4 hugging this wall, hoping to do like a late ramp progress. And Rain already takes down Stan. Rain, oh, I feel like he's about to farm up. Or not, Sonic denies and Karrigan falls. Quick pivot into A, it's wide open and Rops is here to handle Jaber. Bomb to be planted A, Frozen has their rotation held. Nice first, and Fuzi doesn't really have the weapon for this. Clean as you like from Frozen.
I think the key for that right there is you look at how quickly FaZe identified the information that their players were given, even though that Karrigan and Rain went down, and then how quickly they were able to deal with those rotations and get the bomb to a point of getting planted. So good response for FaZe. Still a little bit wobbly from Rain and Karrigan there for sure. So Wildcard did impose a bit of a threat, but now they've burnt their 3rd tactical timeout, and you can just see that they are under pressure. This game started with them with the pistol, the conversion, some really good conditioning and space taken over towards the A site. They were able to drill it home there round after round. FaZe did work back into the half, but Wildcard kept themselves separated in the final round. And now that we flick over, we are talking 5 out of the 6 rounds of play in the second half, all falling in favor of FaZe. There's a residual buy available for most of the FaZe individuals. So even if they do lose this one, should be able to pick themselves up, dust themselves off, and get back in to contest once more. You need this one now if you are Wildcard. Your loss bonus has maxed out, sure, but rounds is the issue, not the buys. Stan with an MP9. Fozy with his AWP. We need the smokes to land importantly. Elbow lands. 3 players starting mid. So much damage to Frozen, he cannot contend.
Karrigan, look at him, look at him. He's already just putting util down, a lurk smoke, a Molotov. Are they going to force an over rotation? Jaber's considering dipping out of middle to lend a hand.
Fozy doesn't really believe it, right? The util lands, he's like, it's all right, I have the cross to big box. When the smoke fades, though, there'll be a few more questions. Did they boost somebody tree? Did they slip out? Are they hidden behind big box? Replenisher of the B ramp smoke. Rain's going to play in this.
Yeah, just check if there's a gap again. Oh, the Rops wallbang puts Susp down to 5 HP. Beautiful. Rops has got the aspect ratio KD.
50 seconds. A smoke on Sonic, but he's playing red. Double cave, Susp, brittle.
Yo. Mereka force buy nih. Kalau kalah udah miskin banget. 11 round 12-nya harusnya gampang banget.
Should be a long molly, right, from Rain?
Look at that, 3 Molotovs.
Nice.
Finished off by Rain. Karrigan. Oh, it goes down to Jaber. Instant trade, and Stan maybe gets a bit of redemption on this head-to-head. But
Nice. Itu.
Ai. In by Fuzi, gets himself 1. Brokey has the AWP on default. Not an easy duel for Sonic. 2v3. Fuzi. Spot, gets an info on Frozen. But now slips behind the smoke. This is it. He sealed the deal here. Fuzi overlooks him.
Nice. Sedang nih menang.
Casualty. Oh, not far off, you know. He knows where they both are.
Ya, tinggal sabar.
Hoping to cause a bit of a panic.
Nice. Nice.
It's a big round from Frozen and Rain. Double kill each. Rops, he essentially had 2. You know, the wallbang should have counted. 95 damage through the boards there.
Yeah, well played from Frozen. Just guaranteeing the round with that little maneuver. Beautiful work from him. Yeah, good execute. Yeah. Molly's come in, site overrun. Job done as Wildcard down to a partial buy. They're not giving over 12, but they understand that they are going to have to most likely fight for overtime.
That execute you've seen before, where it's like triple molly, like just...
It's normally a few more smokes, isn't there? But they use so many on opening and for that A pressure. So I guess that's part and parcel.
Bomb again. Bomb first in. This time he takes him down.
That's a true entry bragger.
Down to the Deagle body shots, but traded out. And now A is Sonic and Susp's task with only a 570 in name.
Might go overlooked. Molly's spread.
The molly's good. Perfect. Robs this time finishes off the job. Oh, hang on. Could have gone horribly wrong. Does go horribly wrong. A team kill and a USP frag puts it all onto Rain. Disastrous from FaZe.
Bomb down in a horrible position for Rain to be able to get back as well.
Are they considering the timing of this? Looks like they're still worried about A main. He might be able to catch something on the walk through the smoke. Stan is now considering it. Playing on the bomb. Rain angles to clear.
Ay.
Stan, one bullet shy, still closes it out. Wildcard, they're here to play.
Yeah, that Sonic single frag, the fact he gets one, right? I'm sure we'll catch it in the replay. So really good brawl, and then fact that that one onto Frozen, and then they're just sitting throwing nades, which, you know, I didn't hate because they took this poise. They knew that the rotation would be there because of how early the info was from Wildcard. But the fact Sonic gets one and they're not expecting another swing, Wildcard, they just kept coming. It was like a clown car on that A site. They're back in this now. That's a huge round to win. Look at the AWP. What? Frozy literally just ran into Elbow with the AWP.
Gila.
Frozen can't quite believe what he's just had thrown at him. It's one way to find an opening, I suppose. Little unusual from Fuzi.
Not only are they back in this map, if they win this round, they're in a winning position. But they're in the driver's seat if they convert this 5v4.
FaZe Clan parking Carrigan across. Util sails in. Sus can be forced back. Has to acknowledge that gap. Late up the ramp. This is going to be uncomfortable. Oh, Sus does very well, but not ready for Carrigan there. Now Fuzi's getting pushed through the smoke. Fuzi jumping, sound cue her, trying to hit wallbang to try and punish. Carrigan charges in, but Fuzi's no scope's good.
Ay.
They're 1 kill away. And Robs doesn't have the health to weather the flames. They triple swing. Getting on the bomb. Fuzi's holding it, and it's theirs now unless he hits the wallbang. It would have to be perfect. Shy of it now, Jaber body blocking the defuse.
Nice. Eta wallbangnya keren banget.
10, phase 11, money broken.
Oh, it doesn't matter how you get in these CT rounds, but if we just reflect, the bomb going in first A main on the first rifle round that they were able to pick up, that was round 4 of this second half. The second round was a half buy. MP9s and 5.7s coming out on top of an A play where it felt like FaZe had the right idea. And now they deal with a rifle round. Fozy straight in the guts of middle, finding a second kill over towards B as well. Great round from him, top of the charts at the moment for Wildcard. You've got 23 for Rain, 20 for Rops. On the other side, the highest fragger is Fozy, 16, but it doesn't matter. I know they're a round behind, but they're about to be able to level things up because FaZe are just taking a partial. A very strong position for the CTs, and if they keep this one clean, 4 to 5 players staying alive, give yourself a residual buy going forward. You're in a very strong spot on the stronger side of Ancient, ever so slightly, but it is.
Interesting.
This could just be a B rush, I think.
Okay, well, a test, and it's always a 2-man B start. Suspend Stan, you better be ready for this. See their util, lane nade combo. Sonic does push through. That's the third piece. Comes in through heaven. Good flashes, though. Supporting flashes from Brokey.
They haven't thrown the execute yet, though. Look, there's still the mollies and the flashes to go. So they haven't actually thrown the nades. They can still do this. Oh, the rifle. How do you get that, Rain? There's a smoking cave. You should be able to get across. So he'll be able to get the AK.
Yeah, that's the guy you want with it right now. 23 from the Norwegian. Stan active on ramp. Frozen testing him. Here comes the util. Frozen spots him. Stan tries to commit to the spray. Frozen good for it. Deep smoke on short side. They rush through. Oh, a one tap. Tech 9 headshot. Rock does well. Frozen does bang. 12 for FaZe on the half buy.
Nice.
Kill just kicks open the front door.
Oh, and for Sonic, right, he pushes through the smoke and he gets the answers, but he gives away the AK that is used against them. Look at this. Picked up from Rain, given to Frozen, the donation.
The deep short smoke, so he pushes through it. It's a really, really nice exec.
All right, that's 12. One more round now for FaZe.
Looking
Just when I
good.
thought that they're broken through, or were broken, mind you. They're the ones back in control.
Wow. They've got some new inspiring things here on this B side. Look at this mid-take. Frozen spam combined with the flames of Karrigan. Wildcard limping. And a mid-press. 3 players straight up the guts. Jaber trying to catch a whiff of anyone daring to peek over this. Frozen might be exposed. Rain has found Fuzi though. Oh, and Suspect's victim. You just can't get past Rain. Major
Nice.
a major MVP, and a one tap to finish. FaZe Clan, a little up and down, a little unpredictable, but they weather the storm. A strong wildcard start, but FaZe Clan, they stabilize. They show their pedigree. They show their experience as they prevail versus what is one of those Cinderella stories from this major.
Yeah, and right there you just have Karrigan doing what he does best, a bit of the showman, right? We know they got a big fan base over there in China enjoying that one, but it was close. It became very touch and go towards the end with some of the rough rounds that FaZe had lost. But yeah, that triple molly execute towards the B site, they used that several times. I want to really give props to Rain, who had a very strong showing, but Frozen as well was very, very impactful down the stretch on that T side. So FaZe do pick up a victory in their opening best of 1. I'm going to put them in my little 1-0 column right here, Alex. I'm just kind of building out my my homework.
I'm just trying to, like, right now I'm like retracking what the exec was when without the smokes.
So it's long molly.
Long molly, and then you have to flash long, right?
One site, one pillar.
Yeah.
Right, and then at that point you're aim mapping at longer range. So you're taking fights either deep short or deep long. It just removes a lot of the question marks. So you're not having to come in necessarily worrying about the 90 degrees.
Right, okay, it makes that window that you have to be aware of much more narrow.
The CT, if he is playing inside, gets pushed closer towards ramp. Kind of we saw what happened with Stan right there towards the end, right? He's in it, and then he's susceptible to those initial scaling flashes. But Wildcard, they put on a very good show. They continue to keep at least stock in their name.
They're keeping them on their toes, aren't they? It's an admirable shift. There were a couple of, you know, what we can contributed or considered to be pressure-affected mistakes.
Yeah, unforced errors.
Unforced errors for sure.
Those suck.
There's the mollies. So yeah, backside, cubby, long, and scale. Going to be seeing FaZe Clan continuing to throw extra pages in the strat book coming into the major. There's no doubt about it.
I am interested what their boot camp in Europe looked like before coming back, because most of the best teams were obviously staying in China. And then for the other teams who didn't make it, most of them have gone on holidays already, right, for Christmas break. So you're dealing with the grinders. You're dealing with the teams still playing tier 2, tier 3 online tournaments. Maybe it was just a bit more inward, right? It's like we don't necessarily need the reps. We just need to come up with a couple new ideas, a couple of new strategies that we can run and try and find great success off the back of them. But great win there from FaZe. They joined the likes of Na'Vi, Mongols, Furia, and Mouse, who toppled Pain on the mainstream. So there are almost all of our teams locked in for the 1-0s.
125 average damage per round from Harvard Nygaard.
Yeah, not bad, huh?
Not bad.
And Rops was there and Frozen was there.
Yeah.
Sure, Brokey quiet, Karrigan quiet, but not needed, realistically. 13-10, it does look close. But all in all, job done.
Job
right?
done.
Job
Frozen
done.
and Robs both being present is a very good sign of life as well. It's not just the rain show, despite him being our standout player. And look at that round timeline. There's very few, rounds where he's
2,
not got
3, 4, 5, and then a patch at the end of 3 straight. So 8 rounds out of a 13-10 game. So we're talking a 23-round game. 8 rounds where he didn't have a kill. Had 8 multi-kill rounds.
Yeah, he's on. He's definitely on.
He's on indeed.
And
wow.
That T side from FaZe is inspiring stuff. Running into the A stack, that really felt like the sign of things to come, didn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, look, I think for Wildcard, I'm impressed that they were able to push the issue like this, and mainly attributed in that first half to the calling.
Yeah.
So I really am quite happy with what I've seen here. It kind of fills me with a bit more confidence now that they go down to the 0-1s. Imagine if they get Liquid again. I don't know if that's even possible. It probably isn't because of this. Yeah, they played in the RMR, and then they played in the opening stage. I doubt they would play again. Do we have 3D Max versus MIBR up next?
I believe so.
All right, should we get to it?
Let's do it.
We'll see you soon.
Ya sekalian saya juga rehat. Biarin di sini dulu aja streamnya. Rehat lu bentar ya. Jangan dipakai dulu itu.
3D Max versus MIBR to start their campaign at the elimination stage. Chad Sponge Birchall, is there a clear front runner in this one?
I think you would say it's 3D Max.
Okay.
Just based off of their placement.
They were also, yeah.
They beat G2, right? Yeah, but I am not certain that it is that clear cut. Now, this roster on your screen, first major for 4 out of those 5 players.
Yeah.
They skipped straight through to the elimination stage.
If Maka and Lucky play the way they were playing,
yes,
I think that they are going to not necessarily make it to the playoffs, but they're going to be a disruptive force.
They look, this is the thing. This team, I think, has some nice executes, and I definitely think they have some nice pieces. A lot of them are very good on the deagle, so we'll see if that comes into play as a facet of things here. But going up against MIBR, I think this game, even though there's not many bums in seats, is actually better than Big versus Heroic. I think Big versus Heroic, I feel a little bit bad for Harry and Hugo having to bring everybody that action. That could be a labored affair and not of the exciting variety. Whereas this one here, I think, could have some fireworks because of how direct both of these teams could be. Now, 3D Max, obviously based off the VRS, secured their position in this top 8. But I actually think that works against an inexperienced team in this environment. MIBR have already played on these stages. They're already much more acclimatized with this. It's not that I think the crowd is going to have a negative effect, right? I don't think that it's going to be, oh, no, there's pressure, there's people. It's not that. It's more just a new environment. Yeah. And I think that MIBR, having had success in said environment, are going to find themselves in a better position. Because Insani, right, I'm not going, is he going to keep up hotel room form? It's no, he's going to keep up stage form because he is without a doubt the highest and hardest hitter in this team. I think Lakowski's had some good contributions. I think Safe can have a map here, there, and everywhere. Exit can be great in the clutch. Drops calling more than serviceable. But Insani is my man to watch on this team, undoubtedly. He is one of the best Brazilian players at the moment. And I think MIBR are very fortunate to have him on board because he's been such a driving factor for this team. So, look, with this head-to-head here, I think that this is probably the closest of all of the opening games, I would say. I know that we had like G2 versus Mongols and Na'Vi versus Liquid, for example, but this one here, I think, you know, on paper, you'd have a hard time trying to separate them.
It has been. I mean, when I was looking at it yesterday, I couldn't help but feel like there wasn't a clear winner. MIBR have been impressing us over the course of the earlier stages of the tournament, and then coming in and clashing with 3D Max, who I will state my bias here. I think that their style of play, to a Chad Sponge Birchall, it looks a little silly at times.
You like the aggression.
I love a bit of aggression, and they get away with it. You know, they've been getting away with it more often than previously. A lot of the times I've cast 3D Max, I'm excited by the aggression, and then they get, you know, thrown around the server by an experienced team that knows how to handle it. Whether MIBR fall into that category, I don't know. And on a map like Vertigo, I also don't know.
Yeah, I think that, so by having the choice of Anubis, both of these teams really quite like Anubis, but 3D Max have a much better win record on this map than that of MIBR. So they're going to have some confidence there. It was a map that they only had to play once throughout their run. It was against TSM, and that was 13-11. That was a very close game, one that I think could have gone overtime. I think we were casting at the time. I just remember talking to a couple of the guys and watching some of the highlights for that one. So, look, MIBR once upon a time, when I think I'd even have to go back to them having Cello in the roster. Right, that's going way back. They've always been quite comfortable on this map. They beat Complexity and they beat Crew as part of the qualification process to be able to get themselves here. So it's something that we haven't seen a crazy amount in this cycle from them. And maybe they think, okay, the comfort pick here for 3D Max is more likely to be Anubis. And they think we'll probably go to Anubis as well. Let's just throw a bit of a spanner in the works and take it to Vertigo and see if we can cause a little bit of chaos here. So, yeah, it's still really tough for me to be able to draw a line in the sand and see which way this is going to go.
Yeah, I am going to be intrigued to see which form 3D Max show up in. Of course, as you highlighted, the absence of the stage experience that MIBR boast could very well be the differentiating factor.
We have had hit and miss in that regard, though, right? So Na'Vi came in, and some of their players were hot. Then Spirit came on, and they looked much more flat, right? So in terms of the teams and then FaZe come in, and they're somewhere in between, right? So it is going to be interesting because 3D Max fall in the same category as those other. That's the coach yawning.
Well,
he just needs the oxygen.
You mentioned Na'Vi. I wanted to bring up the conversation regarding JL tweeting, F morning games. We've already had a couple of players across history complaining about early starts.
9 a.m. starts.
Does that feel like a valid complaint, or is that just?
No, they won the game.
Yeah. What are you saying? What are you saying?
I guess he didn't want to be the first cab off the rank.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, he didn't want the early worm or whatever, however it goes.
The early horse to the water that drinks, I think is the official saying.
That's how the Chinese proverb goes.
That's the one indeed. We are just waiting to get two more players in this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're waiting to get one more player in the server.
Okay, I reckon it's Jocko. I'm going to name and
You
shame.
think
I
so?
don't know, I can't see.
Well,
Oh wait, we can see. Hang on, screens. There it is. Aha.
Well, what I think is, wait, that's Maka though.
It's Maka.
It's Maka in the middle. Yeah.
But we actually got the answer. Ooh, a little bit of meditation.
The way Lakowski sits makes me feel like he has like one eye that's much stronger than the other. I saw it end up on Reddit the other day.
Yeah.
But people were like, oh yeah, it's like could be sitting on the corner of the desk at home. That's possible. He could have had a weird setup where he had to sit on the corner of the desk.
I think what I find interesting about Maka is he has the most default. Like if IKEA was setting up a gaming desk setup, it would be Maka's setup. It's like everything is like normally spaced, no keyboards at any diagonal angle. Everything's like 90 degrees, like some just pure default settings. No quirks to his setup. A monitor nice and high, far away from him. He's not anywhere close to a Yakinda.
Not on a mouse box.
Pillows. It's just
Is there a pillow?
That's drop. That's drop.
Drops pillowing.
Operating with the pillow. We've got a recline on the right side as well there.
Yes. Do you think surely
that's pre-match recline?
I don't know. Looks like they're getting ready. We'll keep our eyes on the recline.
Yeah, and Lakowski plays recline but sits forward. He just doesn't want the back contact. You see on the left side of your screen there.
That's lucky.
It's lucky. Oh, excuse me, that's 3D Max.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
MIB are wearing white, 3D Max are wearing black.
Thanks. Appreciate it. I was just basing it off the seating position.
Yeah, no, fair enough. And from the back, I guess you could confuse Lucky and Lakowski.
There's the white jerseys.
Yeah.
Because, of course, MIBR have always worn white.
Always.
Everyone, let's just change our jersey colour ahead of them.
Well, you've got to get the sales in.
Mongols have gone white as well.
Get the sales in, Alex.
Yeah.
You got to get new jerseys going to get those profit margins. That's what it's all about.
Unique jersey when you can all wear the same colour.
Jersey. Well, yeah, I don't know. Look, someone's had a good idea. I don't think they're in cahoots.
Oh, look, we're starting. It looks like we're starting. They're heading towards our pistol round on Vertigo. A best of one for us to indulge upon.
All right. 3D Max, T-side, MIBR, CT side, Jewel Berettas, flashbangs. That's the investment right now for MIBR that Julie's in the hands of Drop. Safe with the flashes. 3D Max, they've got a smoke, they've got a molly. And they're going to make lots of steps up.
To be cleared, molly headshot and frag found. Saved onto Jocko. Gravity responds. Safe. He hit the flash, but doesn't hit the shot. Now that catwalk is a threat. Catwalk is a threat. Zani just peeks through. Walker ready for another one. Maka, it's not the end of the world because Gravity's there with his double, and that is a name we will need to talk about. This young gun, rookie, first time at the major, and intermittent bursts of form, but didn't look particularly comfortable in the opening stages.
Yeah, this is a whole new territory for him. Now, did you see they must have done a spawn-based elevator smoke because that was so fast. The ramp players, I don't believe, stopped to throw that. I'm pretty sure they were just W out. So nice one there from 3D Max to secure the pistol and trying to bring the energy. So a good start. Can they convert upon it? MP9s are plenty with a 5-7 for Exit and Deagle for Lakowski. A stance of 3 towards B. Everybody's still down towards the lower deck from 3D Max, who have set their sights on a B execute by the looks of things. So they wait for any CT aggressive maneuvers. Nothing so far. Now they have so many mollies for the execute. They're completely laden this site with flames if they'd like.
Quad molly, but not close. Sani is burnt out. Sani forced into the fight and live. Nice close. Gravity, another double. Back-to-back multi-kills from Gravity. Make it more than that. He's gone and got a third. Comfortable. Force fight, full
yeah,
splat.
no default spread, no feeling your opponent out, no seeing what they have, just get B lobby control, execute. So, third round. Oh, they have
Airstrike.
5 nades.
Yeah.
Okay, do you use them all together or do you use them tiered? Let's find out.
They're all looking B.
They are indeed.
They're hoping they just call
What, do you think they
run the same
execute
strat
B again? I guess, like, it's not... The thing is, you're probably better off starting B early than A, right? Because if it is a B rush, then you can deal with them on the stairs. And then if they do go A, you can use it to the plant position, or sandbags would be another good example. Maybe they will, if this works, because they are coming back with the bomb. It's all going to come down to the timing on this.
Could be something special, but
5 nades. Do you all nade the same, or do you like have like a set to like the top of the stairs, one to the bottom of the stairs? This could get crazy.
my God. Here they come.
Nade, boys, nade. We got a nade. Here they come.
Boom.
Kill, safe and drop convert. That was a bit of a jump scare, I'm sure. Gravity also caught a lot of damage. He's hiding at the back of the site. They throw one of their own. Exit, only the USP, but you know what? I like it. Making the most out of your eco. You get 2 kills for your troubles. They lost a weapon, they lost a rifle. You'll take it.
All right, good start for 3D Max indeed. You see the nades coming on over. You know you have to push. Gravity again with some impact. Farming up those Zeeks and finishing things off. All right, rifle round number 1. No AWP available for safe. Well, they get the space. 3D Max aren't even really jostling for this control. They've done the forklift smoke to peek over the top of, or at least give the indication that they could be.
Yeah, we saw this before from 3D Max, the boost to clear it out.
It's a quick B split.
Yeah, here they go, straight through mid, smoke lands. Incendiary down, and Sani takes the fight over it. He's punished for it. Gravity starting incredibly strong here. Lucky, spotted out. Good work from Drop around the smoke. An advantage now for MIBR. The rotation's coming through. Drop stays active, keeps Exercise on notice.
Bud trying to go A.
Oh, good clear. Safe finds Gravity. It's falling apart for 3D Max. There's one, but follow-up from Exit's good. Oh, running with his knife out. Can't get past the Kowsey. And MIBR will post their first CT round.
All right, even though you only get a kill out of Insani, they're still good to get one. It causes them to slow down for a moment, allowing MIBR's rotations to get into point. And very important kill from Drop. Right, if he dies, the B bomb site is completely open for business, and that's a different conversation of a round. So the first incision made by MIBR, but they'll need another one. Consecutive required, as Maka will bring out his AWP. Insani just with the MP9. We'll be saying, hey, listen, boys. I think I might deserve an M4.
Please, sir.
Do they really just turn their attention and go for another B execute again?
I mean, this time they at least show a bit more face with that Gravity spam.
Oh, nice little combo. Clear of the smoke and the flash. Go for the fight, get nothing. As Molly's on B during all of this, Gravity just puffing up his chest.
It's a different way to nade the white box. It's not far off of the face of Drop.
So literally just Gravity, right over towards A, was able to draw out a lot of utility and time. Then they've harassed B, which has forced the rotation of MIBR. The third man of Safe is addressing the potential mid leaks. You've got Insani on the site with Drop, who's been given the M4, and there's still no destined finish for 3D Max just yet. 50 seconds to make up their mind.
Yeah, MIBR are trying to kind of make an educated guess as to...
Ooh. Someone has to get the bomb for 3D Max, Alex. I'm getting a little bit worried, actually.
35. Gravity. Oh, there, yeah. Maka was not ready for the reaggress from Lekowski. That was in pursuit of the bomb. Now Lucky's going to have to try and pick that one up. Clear out Lekowski. Gets it done. Massive kill.
What about Exit, though?
Oh, he's going to take him down. No one's holding. No one's holding. No, Jocko. Jocko doesn't get the trade. It's an Exit double. Round over. Round done. Exit. Massive massive impact. Takes 3 kills. Late return to ramp, punished. They're going to kill him after time if he doesn't peek in. Safe will take it. And MIBR string together 2 consecutive.
We could see the idea there from 3D Max. But yeah, just a bomb. The fact that they had to go back together, I'm not sure where the finish was destined for. Maybe it was to go for a B split again after so much A pressure. 2 in a row, and they break the finances of 3D Max, who will have to operate with something lighter. A couple of Tech 9s, P250, Glock for Mako in pursuit of an AWP again. So steps towards A will keep the not just the attention, they've gone 1 for 1, the trade is there. Yeah, it's a fake though, Insani in middle. Oh, overextends.
Oh, he could have lost his life there. Backup arrives, safe, bails his teammate out with a triple kill. And Jocko falls to exit.
Again, you can see the ideas. All right, boys, go A ramp, make a lot of noise, sell the A fake, try and draw the mid rotator. When you do, we'll snap into action.
And had Insani gone down, Safe was a little later by virtue of the Jocko frag. You can see the ideas.
All right, Ozink on the mic, first tactical timeout, and called quite early. You get the pistol, you get the conversions, great. Now let's see if we can get started on these rifle rounds. I think this is no huge surprise as well to see a bit of a lighter turnout for these two teams. Definitely not household names by any stretch. MIBR maybe, but that's just the namesake of the org, less the players. Heroic versus Big. And we have about, usually it's been about an hour break after the best of ones have concluded. We set ourselves up with our next round of matches. All right, what is the timeout? Lurk smoke B, flashes, quick lobby control.
Yeah, immediately takes it. Catches a bit of flack from the HE. They need white box when he's double, and they need double when he's white box. Drops managed to avoid the majority of the damage there. Still 70 though, softened for a potential B finish, but I'm not so certain. Neither are they.
Yeah, it's very passive on the A site with information though. If we look at Inferno and try and discuss it in a similar fashion as we would... Did I say if we look at Inferno?
You did.
If we look at Vertigo and we treat it like Inferno, right? Look at, you need to either have like B lobby, let's just say that's brackets, and let's say that A ramp is banana, right? You need to have info on one of the two, and right now they have limited info across the map. Drops just jumped up, I believe, for info over towards B, so they have info B lobby.
Okay, drop spotted half wall. I get it, I get it. Oh, look out, look how's he?
So noisy.
Oh, I mean, getting one's fine. He gets Jocko. Traded by Lucky, late from exercise through mid, 30-second mark, and Insani's just about to turn his head. Oh, he's aware. Great awareness on the mid lurk, and taking that down so soon before the A finishes come through means he can be there in time. There's 4
Mantap, Bang PG datang-datang ke gacha. Nice.
Exit gets 2. Nothing here for 3D Max. Maka gives it a good go, but MIBR, well drilled. Exit's been stepping up multiple times already. We've been saying his name in defense of the A site late. Insani's been a bit of a non-issue, but that frag on mid is important.
Crazy from Lacalc though, isn't it? Like, I'm just going to run out to sandbags. It's like, as long as you get a kill, bud, you do what you want to do.
Yeah, he gets the kill, but more importantly, he gets the info.
Yes, yes.
He gets a bit, it serves multiple purposes, so yeah, putting his life on the line for that.
4 in a row, and now another partial again. This time a bit more utility for 3D Max to work with.
Oh, double nade, 50 HP. He's not going to stop though. He still wants to push, and Maka punishes. Big find for 3D Max off of the rip. And now they suspect that MIBR will go for a belated clear of ramp. They don't have that information, so very quickly, everyone pivots out and looks to regroup. This is nice. This is manipulative. Drop is solo B right now.
Oh, saya lupa ada cooldownnya 6 semenit sekali, Bang PG.
He does get one. Jocko not ready for that elevated position over the smoke. Rotation in, bomb down.
Look at the util for the retake. They can smoke, they can flash. There's a way in.
And they're making it piece by piece. The utility sets up.
Nah, udah bisa harusnya sekarang.
Close. They're just gonna have to try and take this fight head on. But one by one, they can't be beaten. Exercise.
Ya, saya matiin. Tapi kalau nggak deh. Kalau dimatiin ntar, soalnya poinnya harus saya tambahin manual. Jadi kalau langsung bludak juga sayanya nanti pusing. Jangan sering-sering gacha.
Closing the gap, just couldn't hit it, and Safe was ready.
Yeah, great attempt as well, right? So in these lighter by rounds, you need to have ideas, and that's quite clear. We'll go towards A, we'll harass with nades. It's quite a standard opener. You'd even do similar things on rifle rounds. That one's hugely important from drop. I was a little bit worried he was going to drop the smoke, try and play towards the gen. The fact that he values his life and just looks for the fight really...
Salah, nggak boleh gambling bang, gacha boleh.
Yes. Because you know that, oh, if I give this up, they have the full side in a number disadvantage scenario. Yeah. Tough. Good kill from drop.
Handled.
That's a fake. They're going A. This is the change. He's just been fighting behind this smoke. Now
Masih banyak poin ya.
Yeah, hoping to have a gap, and he has got a lot of room already. Gravity catches. Oh no way! Exit still wins it. He was pressing his jump as he turns the corner, and he still wins the duel. Retake again from IBR. Flashes, they've been loving these window flashes, and they're very effective. Mikauzi pushes on it, finds another lucky down 3v5, changed by exercise. Trying to keep pressure on from that catwalk. Good shot from Jocko.
Nggak bisa, kalau gacha harus sekali-sekali.
Mikauzi's got the bomb, spotted, and gets it down again. What can you do, Jocko? Crossfire, 90-degree turn required.
Sabar, cooldown 60 detik.
Comes up clutch. Monstrous 4K.
Just turning that sight into an aim map. 3D Max with the early pressure. The calling, you can see the idea behind every...
Di kalian keluar nggak sih message cooldownnya?
W Counter-Strike, but this one is fast, it's in your face, and they fight themselves out of this box.
I don't know how he wins this 90-degree clear crossfire.
That was the bomb, and they still fought it.
I mean, I understand for Likauzi, he's sitting there going, oh, drop's dead, I have to get the revenge, and yeah, that is a nice performance from Jocko. That's the first time we've seen MLBR
Ayo CS, come on.
up in an advantage.
And I suppose just because of how chaotic the situation was, yeah, Likauzi feels like he has to help drop.
So, harusnya udah bisa sekarang.
Do I back off? Then Likauzi's on his own, so it's not terrible that they're in that position, just unfortunate that they couldn't make the trade. Really good shooting from Jocko there. As the money now already being asked questions upon for MIBR.
And you talk about conditioning, that gravity smoke, you know, sounds the same, feels the same, but very different approach. Really cool. Like I said, 3D Max, they've got ideas. They're full of ideas. Here's another variation.
Yeah, I think if you look at what happened in Paris, for example, a lot of the teams who did well there, like your ITBs, your...
Name Legion.
Yeah,
Apex.
Who else? A lot of them, yeah, Apex is probably the best example, were doing a mixture of default CS and a bit more execute based, or like a bit more like rush based to catch teams off guard of expectations. It wasn't just default only.
Oof, safe. That's a dangerous game you're playing.
Menit kayaknya kelamaan ya. Nah ya, dimajuin.
He's ready for gravity. Massive hold of mid. Safe. Stalwart. Likauzi ahead of the util confirms no presence and pressure. Going for a boost. Oh, loud. Maybe heard by Insani. Boosting the Mac 10 as well is probably not the play. Yeah.
Udah 10 detik so.
Get the better gun up, please, says Lucky.
Oh, it's gone horribly wrong.
Yeah. Okay, well, 3v5 situation. They know where at least 2 of you were.
How do you possibly win this? You keep kicking up a fuss, making it clear that, yeah, we are still B lobby. Maka just holds your flank and you hope for some smoke spams, I suppose.
It looks like they're saving.
Yeah. It's not the most ideal of saves.
No, for Maka, that feels pretty terrible,
Maka
actually.
Stuck on the Mac.
I think maybe a second timeout for 3D Max just to try and get you one.
Tadi Bang Chris sudah dapat R ya, dan masih ada SSR, tenang aja. Enggak, beneran ada chance-nya memang.
Lost the previous to the Jocko clutch. Now one back. A very important round
We
because...
found a Galil. There you go.
Oh, very well done. Where the hell was that?
No, I don't ask me. I just saw him, like, I don't know, manifest a Galil.
Didn't
was in
2
T
kills
stall.
happen in middle? Where... Right, didn't Safe get both of the kills from elevator?
I'm gonna try and load.
I'm gonna go look on YouTube.
Yeah. You do that.
Yeah.
I'll focus on this. More eccentric to start. Gravity with that Mac 10. Gonna be trying to take some early jewels. And Safe is nearly goes down. Good boost. Punishes the early aggression. And Insani tested in mid. Spots out Lucky as well for the response. Lovely hold. Insani's had a very quiet day in middle. But when they come his way, he's been dealt with. Lakowski quick shutdown of that one. That round is over as quickly as it began. Oh dear.
So Safe killed both of them in mid.
Yeah, really well managed by Insani. Lakowski's not shy, he knows he's got the better gun. Puts that AK to good use, just shreds through him. Again, the buy's not going to be pretty. 3D Max put a couple of Galils up the ramp.
I think it was in spawn, Alex.
Just waiting for them. Exit one. Gravity going to go down, nice angles from Safe, throws out a smoke and peeks above it. 3 versus 3, Maka searching. They're going B. And it's completely unoccupied. Drop has fallen all the way to hold the mid for the A players. Oh, he had a chance. Now Maka, the late piece from ramp side. Oh.
It's how late is the question.
Yeah, it could be too late if they get killed quickly. Lucky on the double stack, has to play his life. Exercise is low, you cannot go down. Wait for Maka, he screams, wait for me. Zani! Oh, turns on a dime! Finds Maka, falling apart for 3D Max! MIVR rack it up at 8.
Damn, 8-4 on the half.
Oh, wow, what a great half that was. Some ideas, but not much in the conversion. You can see just pistol and its conversion, and then just the CT run.
Safe having one of those games. He can have these moments. Exit as well with some good contributions. Insani only really called upon, or maybe not called upon, only really found impact in the last few. I just had a look, so they left a Galil in spawn. So why was he using the Mac 10 anyway?
Bizarre.
Yeah, not that it really matters.
But interesting, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's unusual.
Unusual indeed. Well, we discussed a few of the acclimatization issues for 3D Max, and even on paper, this was going to be a tough game in itself, going up against MIBR.
Ntar deh saya naikin rare rate-nya ya. Rate R-nya saya tambahin.
Maka and Safe in good form. Fighting fit. It's a whole lot of nades there, Exit. We're gonna have 2 smokes, 2 flashes, and a Molotov in this T-pistol. This is really for 3D Max to get their teeth back into this game. We have to have a clean CT pistol. They've gone for the 5 sets of Kevlar. Gravity boosted up mid. He has support. A large amount of support. Look at this.
Well, they're going to run into the blender if they go middle. He's just looking in the sky for any util towards B. But there's 4 players just around the corner.
Oh, this is a setup. He gets smoked off. Spamming to Bay. It's a nice shot. Jocko still finds Insani.
But they're over.
Yeah, Lucky is on white box. Maka trying to keep their attention drawn. Oh, good. Goosh.
Second smoke's beautiful.
Space bangnya lupa.
He finds Jocko. It's falling
Enggak.
through the fingertips.
Lucky's dead too.
Of 3D Max. Maka doesn't have the health to do anything with this. A single Glock bullet through the smoke. Finish him off and Exercise. The only one with health. A late piece and exit from mid. Very well structured pistol here from MIBR. Even when there was a mid kind of booby trap set. The smoke.
They even baited for gravity by getting the first kill, right? So you hope that he can get one to slow things down. It's that second smoke that lands to CT spawn. And you can see that as soon as they scale and they don't get stalled, they're going to be able to get through heaven, right? They're going to be able to make it over that construction position because there's that deep Molotov towards CT, so they can't scale. You either chase through the smoke, terrible option. You leave Lucky on his own. They did their best to try and fight in, but MIBR with 9 and Exercise will get to hold on to the Kevlar. So important for the Force. Maka will get to retain as well. So it's this here, he catches the first player jumping. Lakowski grabs gravity off the box. This smoke here, it's like, well, you're not getting in.
Oh.
Really good round for Lakowski.
Really good round from MIBR. They're looking great.
Are they, I was going to say, are they not going to force? They've taken the second tactical timeout to have that conversation. You saved 2 sets of Kevlar, so you'd feel like you would like to buy. And they are. Jocko with the scout currently. Exercise gets a FAMAS instead, okay. So they do have some firepower to work with, but that's all that MIBR have gone for. AKs and Galils. They want to be strapped. Haven't taken a look at all yet, seeing what the next round of matchups is going to look like. So I can't wait to see what round 2 of the best of ones has in store. Does this match have anything more? This force buy. It's going to be the most telling. 3D Max, you lose this. Likely waving goodbye to you in the first best of one of the day.
We saw a lot of this drop util set. Attempted counter in the smoke from Exercise, but you can just walk through this. Head-to-head collision! Not ready! Oh, that's the FAMAS. That was your best gun, your best chance, and just takes them both down.
And for nice.
He's not ready for a third.
Surely not.
He's not ready for a third. Gravity dipped through the smoke.
This could be mental.
It could, but isn't. Insani good housekeeping, keeps track of the potential. Wow, this is a deflating vertigo for 3D Max. Everything they tried, just MIBR ready and willing. 5 alive against the Force buy. Vibes are high. Smooth sailing.
Yeah, I'm sure people at home are feeling this right now, but with doing your pick'ems, it's such a tough time to go for, right? Because you're looking at a lot of these names. There was only 2 games that I thought had very clear favorites. That was Mouse versus Pain, and that was Vitality versus Gamer Legion. I think they were obviously favorites, but in terms of them getting it done in best of ones, it was always going to be tough. I'll trade and take this away, or lose another rifle. Looks like Lucky will get to retain an AK-47 for his troubles. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, third kill from Lucky, okay. Well,
we'll see if it matters.
It's more like stat padding, really, isn't it? Unless he kills them all.
Yeah, that's right.
To be fair, they did have mainly like 2 AK-3 Galils there, and now they lost all the AKs, so...
He's dropped an M4.
Okay, well...
It's
more than something to work with.
Threatening.
Yes, indeed. And they could do more damage to the economy. Trying to keep themselves in at a 3D Max.
Maka wants to stay mobile. What's the reaction this time to the drop util? He has still got his Molotov exercise. You might be forced into a fight sooner than you realize. Actually opts to Molotov double and misthrown.
Okay.
So exercise is going to be overlooked, or at least not under scrutiny directly. Nice angle held. Does punish drop search. Gets his, gets away. Does that force them up the A ramp? Gravity asked the same question. Gets his answer. CT smoke, that's threatening. Angles, or new angles for Lucky AK to work around.
40 seconds, still time for this.
Oh, they want to disrupt, they want to play in front, they want to try and hit some shots, and Maka has put Insani on notice. Oh, that's a good find, that's the AK down. Jocko still hits a good dig. You said they can use these pistols well. Now the AK's been picked up and put to good use as well. Jocko exposed. Lakowski looks to come up clutch. He can't. Denied by Exercise. 3D Max in it to win it. Convert with a quad kill on Exercise.
Oof, and that damage that Lucky did in the previous round, it comes home to roost immediately, and bang, Knack gets on the microphone for a tactical timeout. That one is a little bit messy. Just interesting for Drop to go for all of that room. I think he's just expecting an eco, but they knew there was a saved AK, so there was always going to be some threats that he had to deal with there. They are able to buy back in with 2 AKs of their own. Unfortunately, that does mean that those AKs only have Kevlar. So against the M4s, their heads can be popped like watermelons. There are 2 AKs scavenged for 3D Max to work with, sure. But that was the best opportunity for MIBR just to post up to 11. You just coast at that point. You just need 2 more rounds. You've done all the hard work, but Exercise, a beautiful little sequence from him, catching that in the replay.
Interesting approach mid. Ooh, smoke immediately in their face, but they're just going to walk straight through it. Maka's not going to get the respect on that he may be expecting. He's still holding.
Yeah, the thing with that smoke is if both teams just W, the Ts feel pretty confident.
It's preem the boost.
Oh no.
Just looked away. Just looked away. Oh, gets it back in time. Okay, Maka 2. Lucky 1. MIBR sent back to spawn quickly. It's just drop and safe.
You would have felt terrible for Maka if that went wrong, because he had the right read of the situation.
He nailed it.
Drop dead meat. And just safe. All right, well, this game is going to tighten up very quickly. 10-6 about to be the scoreline. 10-7, the most likely outcome from this unraveling. So MIBR, those type of foot faults, you're about to see just type of pressure that you can get put under in an MR12 best of 1 when you lose rounds like that. Rounds that, you know, you have an 80% chance to win. You make a bit of a mistake, a bit of an oopsie, you give away an opening kill, then you're up against a rifle you didn't know about and one that you did. And an Exercise happens as Safe's been able to weasel his way into the back line completely undetected. So it's more about how many kills does he get. I don't foresee him winning the round. It's just not a... None is the answer.
Good shooting. Well held.
Also got Heroic versus Big going on the mainstream. Check that out on Harry and Hugo.
Love me some H&H combo.
They're playing Mirage, I do believe, over there.
Okie dokie.
Here's that full eco. Let us know how you're watching. If you're up early in the morning, if you haven't slept yet, is the hashtag Shanghai Major 2024. Get activated on the social medias. You watch so early in the morning from Europe, Alex, and don't say you wouldn't.
I'd probably stay up.
You'd stay up?
If I didn't have any work coming up and I could just be a degenerate to watch the major.
So what, you go to bed about lunchtime?
Yeah. And then I'd wake up and do it all over again. Play some Face It until the game starts.
Okay.
Or play, you know, some Counter-Strike.
Yeah, of any of your choice.
Of any.
Premier, Comp, Casual, Wingman.
Wingman, Esportal.
Yeah, go, yep. Refrag, you can use that too, that's a pretty good tool. Track.com servers, whatever you like, really.
I like the multi-config DM, but no one plays it.
So tweet out the IP, you'll be full in no time.
Okay, that's a good idea.
All right, MIBR. How out of control do things truly get? That's the question on the tip of everybody's tongue. Especially if you're a French Counter-Strike fan.
This smoke is very vogue, isn't it?
I think it's just a great way to negate any of that CT pressure. It almost renders their util useless, and then you saw Gravity trying to exploit it later on their half. And look, I love the ideas behind it again. Ideas guys are great, but doers are even better.
I like the idea of this smoke boost combo. Maka going looking. Oh. Woo, he gets a tag. Safe lucky to be alive now. He has to fall back. They'll swing and activate from the grain side. Gravity hits the transfer, finds Lekowski straight through the tarpaulin into a 5-on-3 that really leaves Remidial looking silly.
Yeah, they're saving, I think.
Yep.
So, yeah, that slip up. Now you're 4 rounds in the hole from that.
Suboptimal. One round, one misplayed round has now transpired or translated into what will be 4 consecutive from 3D Max. We were talking about how clean and beautiful it was from MIBR. Just had to walk this one home and across the line, an 8-4 half that they then win the pistol. Becomes a 10-4 scoreline, and now suddenly a 2-round game.
Counter-terrorists win.
Doesn't feel like a fake comeback either.
No, it doesn't.
Residual cash available for 3D Max for future investment.
Got 3 AKs on the CT side.
You just saved as MIBR, so sure, you get to keep the rifles, but you get no loss bonus, so the flow-on effects of that are now just shunted down the road.
Like you win this one.
Yeah, the thing is, right, with this round right now, that you've got 2 Tech 9s and a couple of AKs behind it. You loss bonus into the next round is going to be maxed out, sure, but because there's no residual cash, feels like you need to get the plant. Feels like the plant has to happen, and when in doubt, rush A. Oh, they try the nade stack combo that we saw from 3D Max in the first half. Pop through. Been given the space. 3D Max not fighting forward, playing from the side.
Gravity's going looking. Spots the head, jiggling out of exit. Doesn't overcommit it. Maintains this high angle, very dangerous for anyone daring to commit to the site. They've got no util for this. It's a flash and go. So dry into Gravity. Safe will trade. Down goes the drop weapon. Jocko activates, falling apart here one by one though. Lekowski and exit line him up. It's Macro. The site can't hit the quick scope. A 1 versus 1. And that bomb plant you said was oh so important. Lekowski's got 3 bullets and he fakes it. Lucky knows it's a fake now.
Timing.
Here's him going.
Noisy. He thinks it's a flank. He doesn't know how close Lucky is.
This is actually going to freak him out now.
Oh, he's just parked the bus.
Lucky doesn't make any sound. Catch him on his entrance into B. Timing is everything for Lucky. Back is turned. Lekowski goes down. No plant. And 3D Max make it a 1-round game.
Just the certainty that Lekowski had that he was behind him. Was it a team comm? What told him that it was going to be the flank from Lucky? The skirmish on the side, back forth, trading. Jocko does enough, you think. Lekowski and exit happen, then Lucky, he just gets the easiest kill of his life.
They're coming back. Tenacious.
And without the plan, it meant the drop had only 3.5. I think Safe had like 3.8 or something. So they're not in full buy territory. So they take the partial. That saved Lucky AK-47.
Look at this. They want to do a flash push. Exit's about to be flashed in by drop. Oh, he's missed it. He still gets the space regardless. Nimble on the boost is Gravity, but spotting out Lekowski doesn't. Oh, did convert the last bullet, finds him, takes the head off. Exit spotted, now has to fall back. He knows the clear is coming. Never mind a double clear. Ooh, Exercise got a lot of work here. Lot of work. They accelerate into the B site. Insani falls. Bomb plant not looking good here either. Molly forces them back to lobby. 6th consecutive CT round, all after that one.
Yeah, well, we'll address that in a second. I just want to see if there's anything worth a note of excitement as Gravity does walk into exit. Now, an elevator smoke deployed from drop. Wait. Now, an elevator smoke deployed from drop.
Plays ahead of it.
Of course he does.
Quick decision making from Jocko. Finding exit. Oh, lovely. Lucky arrived just in time, but it's enough of a distraction. No, it's not. Exercise, he's stuck around.
All right, we'll go back to round 14, the last round that MIBR won. It was against a Force by a 3D Max after they lose the pistol. Lucky is saving an MP9 in forklift room at the bottom of A. They try to chase him with 3 players who all have rifles, mind you. Not a pistol, not a MAC-10, they all have Khalils or AKs. 3 of them die. They give an AK to Lucky. Lucky is the first death on the CT side in the next round of play. Exercise picks it up, gets 3 kills, wins the round, and since then 3D Max have not dropped a single round.
Pressure mounting for MIBR. You've got everything you need now. After a period of financial instability, they have got everything they desire. It's a geeky way to throw it. I like it. Just on the edge of the girder for a full waterfall. Zani. Ooh, tries to test the AWP on mid. Maka too good.
Nah.
3D Max.
Oh, imagine.
No.
Could you, look, the game's not done yet. This round's not done yet, but it just has this feeling about it.
Gravity.
They're ahead of him, though. They're well ahead of it. They're so far ahead of it.
Yeah.
Maka might get blindsided.
Yeah, potentially. He has to be able to address this absence of catwalk gravity. He's not ready for this. Look how he's so ahead of the play. So ahead. He's still got his knife out. Trigger discipline. Cheeky gets the strike with Lakowski in unison. Exit finds Lucky. Now Maka, what you
2 players on the flank. This is weird.
Exercise will find safe, but he found Maka beforehand. Molly the back of sight. Jocko can maybe play next. Exit holding the smoke. Spotted on the girder, now drop. Oh, good control of the M4 spray. So much util for this, and Lakowski's pushed all the way back to CT to hold. Exercise gets across. Nade lands.
Sitting it, sitting it.
Hang on a second. He's holding it. Covered. It's a 3D Max round. Jocko the Ninja takes the head off of Lakowski for extra bonus points. When he spotted Lakowski, Exercise gets across. He says, dude, he's CT.
I'm just going to stick it.
He's CT.
That's another Jocko clutch. He had the massive one with the AK on the T side. Now the defuse comes through. Second tactical timeout for MIBR, and the echoes rattling around their head of that round, giving away that AK. Oh dear.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd get on the mic as well if you can find any sort of recipe to stop the bleed, because they are hemorrhaging rounds now.
But it's all about managing the stress, because they're definitely feeling pressure, right? And this stress is going to force you to do 1 or 2 things. It's going to make you doubt yourself, or it's going to make you play too quick, right? You're going to be tense mentally. You're going to be tense physically. You had such a strong first half. You came into the second half with the pistol win and the conversion.
It was 10-4, Chad.
Ale. Who's he saluting? Someone in the crowd.
Yeah. Okay, back to mid. Not going to be deterred by meeting Maka on his previous excursion. Gets info on the jump. Lucky under some pressure. Gravity pushing. Gravity pushes into safe.
Oh, 3D Max are feeling themselves, aren't they?
Yeah, for sure. Thought he had a good read of the situation, and now the headshots keep coming, but that was an attempt at a response. Exercise up against it. Ace clutch demanded of the Frenchman. He's been heard. Gonna throw out an nade swing with it. The counter baited in. Nice control of the spray. Finds the headshot, and they break the trend, and it all starts with an over-aggress from Gravity. Just pushes down that ramp. I think upon the mid-contact, thought he had a good idea as to what was up. Good hold, good shot. Insani and drop make it work. It's mostly drop. Insani there for moral support.
Well, we're getting what we wanted in this game, a close one.
Yeah.
A tight affair, back and forth. Well, it's been a lot of
Oh,
fun
maaf.
with 3D Max. Now on the back foot, 11-11, all tied up. Finances for both teams, potentially.
Caps lock-nya. Sorry, saya nyalain.
Spam through the smoke, chipped on down to 74 points of health. Deep nade through. Lands to the toes of Lakowski. So there's attrition of utility. As in a moment's time we will get some respite. The smokes fade, the spam does too. And the waterfall smoke deployed.
Bang PG.
Gravity's actually
Sebagai permintaan maaf kasino,
towards sandbag and
salah
exactly why
tempat
Ben
gacha.
juggled across the util, he ends up with the
Ke 30
smoke.
gratis karena tadi
So you can
nge-caps
see the
harusnya
thought
nggak di
process behind this.
ban
He
sama
gets
si
Molly, he can extinguish himself.
botnya bodoh.
Jiggle defense both crane and short side. Do they overlook this MIBR?
Here comes the Molly. Incendiary in response. Oh, weird extinguish. He's forced into it.
Yeah.
On his face as well.
Chaos stream.
Find the finish. Exercise trying to adopt a supporting angle. Exercise. Oh, he can only get the one. There's more though for Jocko. Can't handle it. MIBR are through. MIBR are in. And that 12th round now looks like it's theirs. Set
You have
in
to say.
stone. Maka needs to get out of there with Lucky. Look how he had an opportunity there on a bit of a mismanaged retreat, but it's their round, and that's what they care about most.
Yeah, they don't have a choice to save it, and this is the downside of winning so many rounds consecutively is your loss bonus is bottomed out, and a few of these rounds got damn close. So you were unable to get a strong economy going. You didn't have that bed of cash that you required to put yourself in a good position. The bomb's going to go off. They're only going to get 1900 as a loss bonus. Jocko will be able to
Ya
buy a
itu
rifle.
jahat banget
The
si
drops are
siapa
gonna be
Streamlabnya.
pretty miserable. I don't even know if you bother with the drops. Maybe you give something over towards exercise, sure. Gravity might just have to SMG himself. Oh, to come back into the game in this fashion and then to potentially drop it right here, right now.
Oh, potentially, but I don't know. 3D Max, they're a team full of ideas. I'm sure there's going to be some sort of game plan surrounding the MP9 and a FAMAS. Maka's AWP.
Gila Bang Ruben gacor.
He's got an insta smoke from spawn. Where's that headed?
B lobby.
Cheeky. They want to take full lobby control away from Drop. None of his hijinks, none of his pressure util. They take that away, and Maka delivers as well. Finds Lakowski on ramp side. Ooh, spots his elbow. Good work. Safe finds the response, and it looks like Exit and Drop are going to fight for this. They're going to take it back. Drop overlooks the potential of Exercise completely. Trade available from Exit, but doesn't go for it immediately.
I can't believe he didn't swing for the trade there.
Does so later. Finds it all the same. 3v3. Lucky tested by Insani potentially. Swings in. Nice headshot from Insani. They were not anticipating him to still be there. And Insani's ready for another. He's ready for Jocko! Delivers! Only Gravity can save them. 3D Max. They fought tooth and nail to get back into Vertigo. And for it to end like this, it's MIBR showing just how capable they are, not going to be thrown off by what was a very sketchy second half.
They full hit the brakes. They haven't just committed in towards B. They know Gravity's an A defender. Right now, Gravity, he might find a timing here, Alex.
It looks like an amazing timing. Oh,
He's going A.
I take it back.
Oh.
Pivots to B. Safe, responsible for this, and nails it. MIBR take it. Staying strong in the face of adversity. That
could have been fumble of the day, though.
Oh, really could have. Really could have.
GG MIBR.
There, they didn't let the pressure and the stress get to them. I think that might be a lesson regarding hunting against the lighter buys right there, because unfortunately for them, they made that game a whole lot more difficult than it had to be. A great first half, 8-4. You're going to be extremely happy with that. And then you flick on over, you get the pistol, you get the conversion, you're 10-4 up, you think we're going to be sailing to victory. But 3D Max, they've been cooled off from the RMRs. They've been out of official play. They haven't played on this stage just yet. We came into this match knowing that these two teams locking horns was going to be quite a fair match, quite an even matchup, and it showed that way. A good comeback attempt, but 3D Max will drop down into the 0 one column.
Yeah.
Did you see who won out of Big and Heroic?
It looked like Heroic had them beat. I didn't see the final result, but it looked like it was like 12-7 or something when I looked.
Okay, so let's just run with that, shall we?
Sure.
That would give us Big. Okay, that would give us Na'Vi, Mongols, FaZe, Heroic, Furia, Mouse. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's right. 6. Wait, no, I'm missing someone. Never mind. Well, it'll be a graphic or something.
Yeah.
We'll sort that out later.
You guys worry about that. But like, look how this half started, man. I mean, MIBR were absolutely sailing. 3D Max did manage to make a game out of it after all. But yeah, Pistol, follow-up. It was looking like it was just going to be a very quick T-side for MIBR. But yeah, 3D Max, they managed to make a game out of that. I think that's good signs of life for them on the stage, showing that they can, albeit, of course, feel like quite hard done by that you did all of that for nothing. Things on the stage.
That's a good point, right? Because they
Udah pada
game
beres.
today, so
Tinggal
getting
rehat
more
mereka juga.
acclimatized, that is going to be a positive.
Habis
But
itu
Gravity-
ronde 2.
Look, Gravity was one of those names that you brought up having a tougher time in the last stage, in the RMRs, but he was very impactful. I think within the first 3 rounds of play on the T side, he was involved in every single one of those in a decent margin, and I know the third of those was versus an Eco. Have to point out the Jocko clutch on the A side with the AK, and then the Jocko defused as part of that 2v3, 2v4 situation that started to unfold. So some impactful moments for them as part of this comeback. But all in all, like this one here, Maka gets the first, maybe not ready for the safe AWP, because do you remember a safe AWP up until that point?
Not with
Mainly
impact.
rifle work, right?
He had some AWPs, but he didn't necessarily put them to good use.
It was mainly rifle impact from Safe, who had a really good game. But yeah, if that is the conclusion of our first round, well, there you go. There you have it. 13-11. Top of the scoreboard, Lakauzi and Safe. And Insani was the guy that we were glazing hard. He had impact late in both halves, I suppose.
I will say that, you know, Maka and Lucky were on my, you know, must show up list.
Watch
They're
list.
at the bottom of the barrel for 3D Max. So I guess, you know, it goes both ways. It's nice that Exercise, Jocko, and Gravity were pulling some of their weight, but Maka and Lucky a little bit slow start.
I think for the CT side, especially, like, how many times did MIBR even go B, right? So Lucky, like, mid and B player not getting too much action. It's the T side, I guess. You sit there and you ask those questions. But there's your round recap. That's how it all went down. And a nice start of the day of Counter-Strike. I think we had some upsets. We had some close matches. We had some big rounds. It's one thing, I don't know if people have seen that Veer put out the frag movie for the last stage. He put that out last night. And just there's so many highlights from that first stage. So hopefully we get a bunch more, because look, obviously you want to see class CS. You really want to see well-structured, good trading. But it's amazing when a player pops off and gets a huge 4K.
I can't believe that Furious Spirit is the most dominant victory we've seen today on this broadcast. You know, the wildcard phase 1, we were kind of expecting to perhaps be a little less close. But we take a look at the results on the other stream as well. You can see they have concluded. It was a 13-7. Okay, Heroic did take down Big. Mouse versus Pain. So a little bit more one-sided.
It's clear cut on that side of the broadcast, wasn't it? But they had the upset first.
Yes, yeah. G2 losing out to Mongols. Was it even an upset?
Yeah, wow.
Hey,
Hey,
in the comments.
right. Well, I think by the Valve regional standings, Mongols like 5th and G2 are 1st. So if you go with what Valve's standings,
Fair
then
enough.
yeah, well, it was an upset between 2 of the absolute best Counter-Strike teams in the world.
Yeah, they look pretty damn good, don't they?
Yeah, that's true.
Definitely one to watch throughout the Perfect World Major. But that's all from us. We're going to be going back home and watching the next round of matchups. We're going to be replaced by a Jason and Dinko or a Launders and Scrawny
I think Launders and Scrawny, they're on our
side.
shift.
Yeah, Launders
So
and
yeah,
Scrawn. They're going to be coming. Jason and Dinko will be guiding you through the stuff on the other broadcast. But for now, we're going to peace out. Much love.
Let's roll.
Spam terus Bang Fuse, masih banyak poinnya ini kok. Belum beruntung aja Bang Puse. Gacor ini. Gacha. Tuh, lihat. Selamat air lagi. Masih banyak Bang Fuse, gas. Nah, itu dapat. Coba Bang Fuse kacanya saya turunin deh biar bukan jadi 5 poin. And itu nice Bang Fuseji. Nah, mantap dapat tuh. Bang Fuseji teh apa super moderator. Cobain tanda seru gift ke Bang Fuseji diri sendiri. Oh, add point, sorry. Nah loh, tambahnya 300. Bang Kris. Ngecit. Nanti kalau keseringan nge-cheat diambil wewenang buat add poinnya. Rehatnya 30 menit cuy. Kalau gitu poinnya Bang Fuse ngurangin. Jadi misalkan tadi poinnya 300 di give 100 jadi sorry tadinya 1000 di give 100 jadi 900. Kalau add itu ngambil dari bank, dari berangkas bank. Ngasihnya harus saya matiin kalau ngantar dikasih-kasih. Nih, Kenapa loncat coba, bego banget.
Let's show them who we are. Throwing fire.
Ih,
Grenade out.
kok gagal ya?
Let's roll.
Apa ya? Point aja deh.
Deploying flashbang.
Lah, udah nggak ada.
Grenade out.
Kayaknya sih ya. Jadi banyak kayaknya. Biarin. Atau bisa tuh. Oh, tadi kurang aktif kayaknya berarti. Ya Bang Sandi harus lebih sering ngetik. Biasa juga di Bang Fakik juga nggak pernah ngetik Bang Sandi.
Move it. Move it. Incendiary out. Throwing fire. Throwing a grenade. Grenade out.
Wih, mantap dapat air tuh Bang Kris. Oh nggak usah, tadi kan udah dikasih awal. Anggapan menang. Terserah sih, kalau mau dikasih kasih lagi aja nggak apa-apa, Bang Kris, Bang Hussein.
We took the piss out of them.
Oh ya udah, biarin lah. Nggak apa-apa. Sudah mam.
Go, go, go. Incendiary.
Nice, dipetik.
You're a champion.
Dipetik ace gua.
Let's give it to them, boys. Throwing fire. Grenade. Throwing a grenade. That's a negative. Laying down smoke. Bomb has been planted.
Dapat air lagi tuh.
Diffusing.
Mana nih SSR-nya belum pernah keluar nih.
Terrorists win. Let's move out.
Mantap.
Throwing smoke.
Buset dah, situ lagi.
Grenade out. Throwing fire. Flashbang. Counter-terrorists win. Now we're getting stuck right into them.
Apa ini musuhnya ngelama-lamain nggak jelas.
Let's go. Smoke. Grenade. Incendiary. Throwing flashbang. Throwing grenade.
Ay, 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 ay.
Grenade out. Bomb has been planted. Terrorists win. Let us send them home.
Wah, ini gacha manianya udah pada udahan.
We must move. Planted. Bomb has been planted.
Halo, Bang PG. Selamat datang kembali. Si itunya lagi rehat masih 20 menit. Nyandar dong. Lalu kayak gitu. Yes, kotak. Betul juga. Nah, saatnya kita gacha yang beneran. Nice, lumayan. Yuk merah yuk. Merah banget. Merah banget. Nggak bisa dijual, siap. Tahu gitu nggak usah pakai, nggak usah beliin. Ya, cuma 3.000. Nice. Sepi gini deh, Des. Apa sih? Ada yang spawn di belakang dong. Udah jelas. Astaga, itu jauh. Aduh. Gak males muternya juga. Buset. Eh. Mantap, datang. Poin sendiri aja, Chris. Jadilah bot. Udah nyogok Streamlab-nya itu, Bang Chris tadi, Bang PG. Kencana. I'm fine. Bang Chris tuh brand ambasadornya, jadi dikasih gacor dulu. Biar yang nonton pada, wah seru. By the way, Bang PG udah diturunin ya, gacha jadi 5 poin 10. Buset dah. Apa sih? Nah, apakah pejuang gacanya kembali? Poin masih banyak Bang PG. Nah tuh dapat R. Pak Fuse tolong dikasih poinnya Pak Fuse. Oke. Lumayan, semenit lagi CS mulai.
Welcome back to the Perfect World Shanghai Major, and I'm your host, Richard Lewis. As you already know, the big boys have turned up for this week of action in the tournament. So we got some big boys on the desk, or well, you know, one. We've got Yanko, we've got Play. You saw me setting that up the whole time.
I know, it's coming in like a
saw me
nuke.
setting it up the whole time. How are you guys doing today?
I'm doing great, super excited. As you said, the big boys have come to play, and already some pretty crazy fun results. Maybe not for you.
I think it was. I think it was fun. You know, we could see it coming a mile away as we were finishing the opening stage and see the matchups and, you know, same old, same old. But yeah, it kicks off for real now. We got the 8 best teams here now, joined by the teams from the opening stage. Already had a round of games go down, and you know, still in the best of ones. Some slip-ups, fair to say.
Yes.
And we'll see how it will pan out in the second round of games.
Well, let's take a look at the results. This is what we've had on the secondary stream, I believe. Oh, sorry, this is the main stream. My bad. You can tell I'm still sleepy. Heroic, they were able to overcome Big. Mouse beat Pain quite handily. Gamer Legion got a taste of what it's like to be in this stage of a tournament against Vitality. And there is that slip-up. Or is it even a slip-up anymore? I'm not so sure.
I don't know, Rich.
Mongols beating G2.
Losing 2-2v5s, 2v4s, I think is absolutely a slip-up from G2.
Yeah, well,
a great start to the day overall, the great banger game.
Yeah, well, let's just talk about that result just for a moment while I've got you here, because obviously, you know, that was the one we looked at when it was drawn live on air. We were like, oh, damn, because obviously Yanko's personally invested in G2 success. You're personally invested in Mongol's success. I don't know. I kind of feel like when I looked at that as a best of one, I was like, that's probably the most dangerous opponent G2 could have faced.
Yeah, I 100% agree. And obviously, you know, best of one can always go either way. I think Mongols, the good thing is if you look at the teams they beat in the previous stage, it wasn't that impressive. It's just the fashion in which they did it was super impressive right there. And already getting this win right now, they are tied with Tyloo with the highest possible standing an Asian team has ever had in any major. Face major, the Face London major comes to mind, for example. So a great start for the Asian team.
Yeah, and I think also we discussed about how will it be for these teams that went straight to the elimination stage. They didn't get to play for a week or a little bit over a week, right? These teams are coming in hot, already experienced this stage and this other setup. You know, the last time the top 8 teams played were in the hotel room, right? Yeah. So a bit of a different vibe, and it didn't seem like G2 immediately was ready to play. You know, 5v2s. Goes without saying, you can't be losing those, especially after winning pistols second round. And the Mongols, they have been really good in pistols in the opening stage. For G2 on their tournament win runs, really good at pistol rounds and converting them. So ultimately, that was a difference maker in this one.
And this is what happened on the B stream earlier today. Again, a couple of results here that we'll talk about. 3D Max MIBR, that one went down to the wire on Vertigo, but the Brazilians were able to emerge victorious. It took a powerhouse performance from Rain to get FaZe over the line against Wildcard. We'll talk about that, no doubt. The big shock of the day, probably so far, Furia, not just beating Spirit, but dominating them, 13-6, kind of crazy. And then Team Liquid, they looked good against Na'Vi, but not good enough to beat arguably the best team in the world.
Yeah,
so where do you want to start with that?
I want to actually start with, just get it out of the way, the Na'Vi game looked a little scary initially, but the fact that they're able to wake up later in the end and close it out. You know, we saw a tweet from JL saying it's really early in the day. It wasn't early in the day for Wonderful to grow up, right? But wonderful, great showing from Na'Vi, and whatever questions you might have about potential ring rust being a little bit cold to start, I think at least Na'Vi handling it is a good job for the #1 team in the world, if you ask me.
Fortunately for Liquid, lost both pistols yet again. You know, in best of ones, MR12 is going to be tough to overcome. Furia Spirit, man, I think Furia saw Donk do his pick'ems on the stream or doing some content on Media Day, and he put Furia at 0-3. And you know, Brazilians, they'll find that motivation in pretty much anything that they can. So came to play today with a purpose and absolutely dominated Spirit.
Yeah, obviously as well. I mean, we can talk a little bit about FaZe.
Yeah.
One of the favorites for the tournament, not the favorite, but up there. There's a puncher's chance, but they're going to have to get their act together because they're just relying on Rain kind of just dragging them through this tournament at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Unk still has it, right? Like,
Yeah,
in all
believe.
honesty, that first half wildcard, I think there's some really good calling coming out from Stanislaw, but heading over to the second half, I just felt like the gulf in class of the caliber of the individuals and FaZe put them through. So a bit of a scare initially, but they got the job done.
Yep.
Yeah, I think on that side of things, you know, for FaZe, like it's mostly off of name value that people still put them, you know, in that conversation.
It's been a rough 6 months.
But it hasn't been that FaZe for a while now. And for me, it was just barely sort of, you know, I can't not put FaZe to go through in a sense. But if I had to pick one team to falter out of the big names, it would be them. And Rain's performance was the best of the first round of games so far. 1.98 rating.
Oh yeah,
you know,
this is what I mean. Like
overshadowed Zaiwu as well, who had a blinder against Gamer Legion too.
Yeah, best will in the world. You can't keep relying on him to do that. You know what I mean? Right. Let's take a look at the fixtures we're going to have for you today. Here we go. You can see we're going to be closing out with 3D Max versus Pain, another Brazilian team for the French lineup. We'll see how that one goes. G2 versus Big looking to bounce back, obviously. Mouse versus Mongols.
Should
be an epic encounter. And suddenly, Vitality versus Furia takes on a very different complexion when you consider that Furia have just battered Spirit. Again, let's just quickly touch upon some of these. The Mouse Mongols one immediately jumps off the page. I know you're feeling kind of bad about it because you would have liked any other
team. I feel like for Mongols, they absolutely have a chance to take down any team here at the major. It's just that I feel, especially against Mouse and Na'Vi and the style they play, those are the two teams, including Vitality as well, where they have always historically struggled. So I feel like this could be where the bit of a streak the Mongols have been on comes to an end.
I don't know, man. They have the hot hand, right?
Sure.
I think it's definitely sure they'll probably need a little bit of help. Maybe both pistols, another 5v2, another 2v5.
Another 2v5. See, Mouse don't usually throw those 2v5s.
Might come in handy, but yeah, it doesn't get any easier for the Mongols.
Well, we've talked about it as
G2.
well. When a Mouse going to actually display championship potential, that was a big talking point, you know, for the first week of the Mouse games. And, you know, you have to ask yourself, with a big roster shuffle coming and lots of desirable young players who are playing very well, you know, if Mouse don't have a deep run in this playoffs, I think you could see one or two names be tempted away to another org, right?
Yeah, I mean, Jimmy's already rumored to be going to Falcons, so we'll see what happens there. But I think also for Mongols, not to be forgotten, you know, played G2, now plays Mouse. Down the line, book holds, all of that, you know, and you'd much rather, I think, face them in a best of one than in a best of three, right, where you could get away with
Halo Bang Patrick,
right,
Panestar. Selamat sore, selamat datang.
It's looking good for the Mongols so far.
Well, let's have a look at the fixtures that are going to be on the mainstream. These are the ones we'll be concerning ourselves with, but remember, it's a PGL event, so the games are running side by side. You can pick whichever stream you want to watch. There it is, FaZe versus Heroic. Battle of the similar looking logos, so it's kind of like one on its side. We've got Na'Vi versus MIBR, Spirit versus Wildcard. I mean, it can't happen, can it? Or can it? And obviously we'll be breaking down Team Liquid versus Gamer Legion in just a moment. Let's just talk about that Spirit versus Wildcard. I mean, they're going to course correct, surely, Spirit, right?
Yeah, I think for me, Spirit was one of the safer picks to go through. I think the one that looked really bad was the Passion game, where I think they just
Kita mabar dulu sekarang ya, Bang. Mabar opening stage-nya
just beat G2, you know, this is like 5-6 times
World
in a row.
2024.
It ended up in OT on Nuke. So other than that, it was pretty fine for Spirit, but the Furia one is surprising. Dust 2 as well, looking sketchy, so we'll have to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Just allowing Dust 2 through makes me question like what Chopper and Halley were really thinking when it comes to the veto, and especially in the best of one, man, the vetoes are actually sometimes can really matter a lot. Also, it feels like once, you know, Shiro and Donk are a little bit quiet, they don't seem to really have an answer. That CT side was, I wouldn't say atrocious, but it was rough to watch. And Fallen was just calling circles around them. So rough start, but they should course correct.
Yeah, they should against Wildcard. We'll find out. But first, we're going to break down this. It's going to be Team Liquid versus Gamer Legion. I'm going to break from type. I'm going to start by talking about Gamer Legion because we've followed their journey through the RMRs, and you know they've done so incredibly well to get here. Cannot stress this point enough. on the broadcast. They completely rebuilt. They had everything taken away from them. The IGL snacks going to G2 in a shock move. All of the players that they had sort of scouted, you know, they went onto the bench in some cases and were later sold. Some just got bought out directly. They had to do a complete rebuild. Now they're in the elimination stage of a major again. It's probably one of the best rebuild jobs I think I've seen in modern Counter-Strike.
Sorry, bukan opening, sorry, elimination stage. Nextnya Liquid lawan itu lawan
Yeah, absolutely. They've been on an amazing run, and you can't do.
People translates right to
Oh, ini Vitality lawan Furia ini, mending ini dong.
In the server here versus Father Fallen at the major. Clap, clap. It's because they have great beans at breakfast. Oh wait, no, they're in China.
Yeah,
they will still have a great breakfast there, I'm sure. Last time we were there, they had some of the best hotel breakfasts that I've ever had.
A well-fueled Mezzi, folks, out of the gate, and a poorly equipped Furia into round 2. Down to the underpass, you'll find nada. High hopes for a Vitality team coming into the major where there's still a question as to who the favorites are. There's a few talking points.
Nice.
Runners. And the form that Vitality
Midnya gak ada yang jaga.
gate would very much dictate that conversation and how much weight you can put behind them as we get ever
Oh
closer
my
to
God.
the playoffs. Down he goes. Flamesy gonna clear the board of it. 4 alive. Good. No hiccups for Vitality, but why would there be launders? The T's had Glocks.
Yeah. And Mezzi hit a P2K on the first round. So we get into this first rifle. We have one of the best comebacks ever from Furia with the Rio Major on Mirage, but that came on the CT side. Obviously, we watched the CSGO Memories Part 2 documentary, relived that major. And that was, even though they only made it to the semifinals in that major, that was one of the most special games ever. Them taking down Na'Vi on stage.
Oh,
it was unreal. We were up there in the rafters watching.
Mantap, akhirnya ada yang duel. Bang Chris.
Binks looks to hold on, and they've already managed to get boots on the ground. Mac 10 into the bench. Mezzi, right where you need him yet again. Doesn't look like the entry's going smooth. Mezzi is kind of frying out of the gate. 3 kills. K Serato, the only 2, and he's not able to get himself that multi-frag. Hello, Mezzi.
That's all you need from an anchor. That's a beautiful round out of Mezzi. Once you fall back to empty pillar and you've got
nggak ada Bang Chris
like this, it's peaks like this that'll get you killed, but not when you're in the form that Mezzi's in. So I would say it's a bit of a scrambled spot after he threw his first nade, and he got to a decent position, but Furia still had a chance to tip the scales there. If he dies empty and they have bench control, that's when the T's can win. So solid hold, 7-1, pure impact kills.
Into an early setup. Still tons of nades, good guns. Furia.
They've been really on point with their preemptive utility here, Vitality, but the pop comes.
Yeah, the tempo that Furia are trying to send out, it's another fast one. They're going to find a completely open bomb site, unlike last time with Mezzi getting triples. Apex almost rewarded as he finds a player with hands busy. Utility looks good over top, but still the defense crumbling on one half of the map. That flash sets up Mezzi, but the fire burns and it holds him back. Still, they're in on this. Dude, the pressure is real. The trade frag's likely. Zywoo coming up from Ticket now, looking for his chance to shine early in the BO1. Slides out into both T's perspectives, but there is a certain ferociousness to the tempo of play we are getting at the moment.
You definitely want to look back at the utility right there for Furia, because every flash they used blinded somebody, and they got the opening through the smoke. Oh, right before he jumped. Party gift from Yuri. And Z control went well. This is great utility in response from Vitality, but you gotta even give Furia the edge there. Every little bit of utility that landed had some impact. High efficacy round here from Furia on shooting and grenades. Oh, okay, high efficacy. Missed window smoke is really rough here.
You spoke too soon. Especially with an op on the other end of it.
That's saw someone say that missed window smoke should result in jail time.
Jail time?
So,
like a Finnish jail, or?
yeah, I guess wherever you're playing from.
Okay.
There's the top con coming down, and even though we lost window with the smoke early on, T's can still get in here. Oh, Apex.
Furia emang kadang aneh mainnya.
Apex still keeping his head down.
Caserado gets by.
Soon to fade. He does get found out. All right, Caserado keeps his head on a swivel and then posts an dangerous angle here. Going to be problematic for anybody who ends up moving. We do get that B player drawing themselves back, looking to join up with ZywOo, perhaps hunting down Caserado. We'll see. But there is an evacuation of the B site that could definitely offer what's left of this round over to Furia.
Sneaky picky like ini mainnya.
Completely foregoes it. They're going to hear the Molotovs popping on the other half of the map and realize we have been out-positioned. That one kill from Caserado and nobody can kind of move freely.
Yeah,
that just makes Vitality save all the easier.
They did something pretty brazen there in trying to take over window after leaving that gap, coming in late. And I think that really caught Vitality off guard. Of course, Apex was inside of the window, but behind the smoke. And Caserado made the right move, going through the left side instead of waiting with him over there on the right. Every round Furia
Telat banget Bang Chris, masih bisa nggak sih?
Normally when they lose to Vitality
3-18 kan 3-22 udah nggak bisa.
or 5 rounds.
But we're starting to get the rumblings of improvement from Furia. Arguably a very welcome sight to bring Skulls into this mixture, to kind of get more out of Skulls than he was able to offer.
Ya, cuma 2 menit batas duel.
Really Fallen's challenge, as is hanging onto his individual form, opping and in-game leading.
Should be a hype day for the crowd. You know, get to see Dong ZywOo, Monasi all playing at this stage finally. Obviously, their stardom is unlike anybody else.
They've been good at cheering for the Counter-Strike, but the superstars have arrived. Now we wait for those superstar performances. Who knew Mezzi could have been 1? 8 kills deep. Some big multi-frag moments.
Mezzi tagged Skulls inside of B apartments, but didn't know it. Oh, this might be a freebie, huh? We'll see if the crouch peek is good. No, nice. What a boost.
Nice.
And, this might pressure Furia into trying to go B now. But as you can see from Vitality, they're starting to worry about it themselves.
Apex throws himself
Bang
in.
Sandi kacau nih.
Spinks comes down from the ladder room. But it's still Apex on his own for a second. This could still very well fall to the B hit, but luckily ZywOo is going to find a kill in middle. That's Cello down for the count. Spinks' MP9 freed up to move closer to the bomb site, trying to use the cover to close that distance as all of a sudden their leader falls inside sight. But doing enough damage was Apex. Spinks on cleanup. Almost all 3 himself. Fallen, unable to clutch out. And that is Vitality back to winning ways. In a round where they had a couple limitations, they do a great job of minimizing that. I like that we see the boost pulled out in window.
Yeah, they minimize their weaknesses and maximize their advantages. The op taking a free shot. They have the lurk and underpass, which is the one small risk that Furia took. And they had that underpass walk going, which was interesting because they didn't go for full mid control. So
Furia jangan terlalu jangan terlalu hati-hati mainnya, ras aja dikit.
Cat rotation up, and then they made to weaken up the B site. But or he just goes there to resmoke window or jump through for cat. Either way, just to draw some kind of distraction. But it's tactics like that make the biggest change for your CT side, and Vitality found the right one. It's also a second great shot from Spinks. I mean, it's MP9 here, but
yes, sir. Snappy little headshot on the exit, and Fallen obviously 1v4, a little too much to ask of him.
Everybody's looking for a good first day.
Yes, sir.
I think no matter what happens to Furia in this game, they have had a good first day.
Ooh, Cello with An untimely peek into connector to catch ZywOo unexpectedly hanging onto a grenade. Flames, good instant headshot, but he doesn't anticipate the second ramp player. Worried about the one who was indeed coming in from Palace. So Furia trade out effectively into the A site. Take man advantage with it. Look to move bomb up eventually. Wow, they expose Spinks. Cello will take some damage in the meantime, but this is Furia doing a good job of putting themselves into a post plant with a comfortable amount of positioning.
They'll have to walk away from this. Now Apex all alone, spotted as well off Cat.
Couple of successful A hits here, Mohan. That is what Furia have managed to pull out of the hat to get the majority of these 3 rounds.
The plays like that, the missile smoke that they break, it's so timed so perfectly that it's those moments, those tactics where you go, you know, they're really playing the new game, to using it to its maximum advantage. And we all get caught playing CS:GO sometimes, some games, just running through, swinging things as normal, running through smokes. But right there, it's an absolutely perfect counter to the guy who was trying to scale the back ticket.
Terrorists win.
Oops. Cello committed to the cause. Still a majority alive. This is that opening from him, though. ZywOo,
What a find.
makes it a little easier. And Caserado with the clean trade frag, skulls the cover from up top.
Yeah.
That point on is just a nice leak forward from Furia.
Flames knew he was in a really tough spot when ZywOo died. That was this guy to help him with Palace.
Vitality may have a lead at the moment, but they have had a tough job with the buys as well. Furia keeping them on their toes and keeping them on edge economically.
Playing within smokes here is Flamesy.
Let's get it. M4 at the front goes down with nothing. Apex a lot to do here. Slides out, collects, and the trade frag's clean. Doesn't quite open the smoke fully, that nade. ZywOo sending a flash over top, but nobody's gonna push through just yet. Deep ticket Molotov doesn't stop Mezzy from finding an angle and from Spinks from finding timing. But the op's gonna collect him. Fallen with the headshot, and Furia the man advantage. Molotov gets extinguished. That's gonna make their job a little weirder.
Oh, I wonder if ZywOo actually could find an angle here. This one comes down to Mezzy. So if Mezzy finds a way to pry into the site, get a kill, then we might have Yuri actually have to move. And for the moment, ZywOo comes down to his patience, but... Oh!
Fallen looking for the connector side plant.
Let's see about it. If they are patient enough, then Vitality maybe walk away. Again, oh! You're not allowed to walk away, Mezzy. That's a great shot.
Yeah, the moment I saw him stand up, I thought to myself, that helmet's not thick enough to protect you from Fallen's opping.
Oh, what a start here from Furia.
And that is now money in question. That was by no means an understaffed A bomb site. Just the fact Flamesy trying to press into ramp gets gunned down by the full sprinting pack of Furia.
When you see Flamesy's position, like when he plays sandwich, that's a really good spot to catch walkouts, like we saw that Furia tried. The only problem for him is the only other player they had was ZywOo on connector, and he died. When he plays here on the ramp, it's once again great for stuffing execs, and especially we saw in that first rifle round, when Furia are throwing the full scaling flashes and running out, if you're going to play back on ticket and behind the jungle smoke and really uncommitted positions, that's when those pieces of utility are going to be the most effective. I think what obviously goes wrong is that Flamesy has the flash come out a second too late, but that's credit to Furia. They found a way to get it extremely fast. Another B-site hit queued up. Couple of CTs walking over, but they don't have much to stop this.
5-7, empty-handed, P2K, no chance. That one op on ZywOo, well, small chance. ZywOo's ops here, but it's met by a sea of smoke grenades, so Furia, it's a fast one yet again. There's been quite a few rounds so far this T-side that have a bit of a pace to them. We've seen Mezzy stuff a couple out of the gate, but now that he hasn't been able to multi-frag as successfully as the money has become an issue, Furia absolutely maximizing these early moments in rounds. And I don't know about you, man, but it doesn't feel like this half should be ending this quickly.
Yeah.
It is just, I blinked and nearly missed it.
I like to see Furia playing this quickly. I think the problem, for sure, like, The modern way that Fallen has been calling has been a lot slower, and I think that's changing right here, obviously.
Wih, nice.
Insane that they kill all these players. That's 2 P2000 kills, a USP frag, and another bomb death.
Fallen nearly dies. Making it expensive was the main priority.
Success.
But yeah, this is a much faster called T side than I'm used to seeing from Furia, and lately that's been a good thing. Brazilian teams as a whole, I mean, even the way that Vinny was calling for a while, it was just a snail's pace, and that just wasn't the way in CS2.
Furia really starting to pique our interest. A lead over Vitality is no small feat. You got a win over Spirit in your back pocket. Today is a good day. But it still has time to sour.
Yeah, we know these stages come down to the last day.
Zaiwu looking around, sees nothing in middle, decides to throw himself up connector, but is met by, again, a wall of utility. Furia's nades. Such a nuisance. Flash comes over. Spinks is actually exposed off catwalk. Seeing the trajectory of the util, you know there's 2 players back there, so he is ready for the fight, and he's ready for the next one. As Fallen finds 1 kill over towards A, it's Yuri to make sure Spinks can't double down. We go even 3v3.
Yeah, they've got an uncomfortable map. You can see the CTs are not surrounding the perimeters just yet. Apex immediately runs over to Ticket, gets dug into the site, starts clearing things out. We'll see if the next move here for Apex is to get really committed or to push, and for the moment under Balk, he's ready for a walkout. This puts a little extra pressure on Mezzi, who will be left alone now, because obviously if he had gone for something in Palace or wherever, then Zaiwu could have made his way over to B. Mezzi, great half so far, but I gotta say, this is probably the right idea for Furia.
See if he can post another multi-frag.
He's watching the second window, Flusha style.
Caserado up first. Saw the gun barrel. Ooh, a little tease of what was coming. Puts Mezzi on high alert, and he delivers the first. They don't expose him, and that barely damages him either, so Fallen's gonna remain locked in. Yuri's lucky there was nobody else nearby, nobody to pressure that bomb plant, so post-plant, here we go. Mezzi doing a good job of hanging on to the space. The smoke soon to fade. Yuri against it.
Nice
reveals
defend.
himself. And now as the other 2 try to get out through the window,
Fallen,
Fallen
let's
just
go.
misses the time on Apex, and that could catch them both off guard. It's going to be a nade for Fallen, but Yuri's the one who's really low. And so that Opper's still just trying to give cover to Yuri, who hides behind pillar, buying time.
Oh, yeah.
No chance to snap up. It's a Fallen 3K clutch.
So excellent. I mean, you can see the patience from Fallen, but the way they played that 2v3 was perfect, because Yuri was there sitting, holding the corner of the smoke after Caserado went down. Fallen was holding the left. They had guaranteed information on Mezzi in that spot. They knew he wasn't going to walk back to Cat. So when Mezzi started to get uncomfortable, he walked out. There was really no better answer. All they needed was Vitality's other players to get there sooner. But because they had committed Apex into the site, they had to have Zaiwu watching everything.
Gacok, udah 500 lagi poinnya.
Mezzi for too long. Great round out of Furia. Again, no glaring issues here for Vitality. That really just speaks to the quality of the performance right now for Furia.
It's just not missing, dude. Love to see it. Fallen coming through, impact all across the map. And when he closed game 1 versus Spirit with that clutch, he gave the crowd a little shh, the librarian's finger. I like to see Fallen kind of getting into his groove. Furia's own self-belief starting to exude a bit more confidence. It's a welcome sight. "19 Brazilians went to Shanghai. Still a whole bunch of them left over, but to playoffs, now that would be the surprise. Keep it clean, keep it convincing. Flamesy pressured both ends. Stuck inside this pocket, looking like he will be first contact. Ooh, didn't see him. Flamesy presses into the smoke, and Cello's not gonna get away with it. Fallen will return the favor. That's the Mezzi frag towards Catwalk. So Flamesy, no support until he jumps back into the A site, has to forego eyes on mid.
Yeah, and they have the window lurk held off as well. Tough spot for Furia. But 4v4 still. Flamesy low.
Smoke's about to come up at 30 seconds. T's ready to entry in, and Yuri zones Flamesy. It's a man advantage once more. It's a very clear limitation here for Apex.
20 seconds, so that actually, if we get really late here, Apex might be able to get away with walking out.
Oh, can he pull it off? You'd think Skulls could cover this, but no, it's actually from the top of the stairs. Quesarado gets his head popped. M4 can't connect. Zywoo losing the duel to Skulls.
That's the big one. Could have been a 2v2 and an actual chance to pull this back. Now it's just Spinks wading through the water into CT spawn at a leisurely pace.
Timing here, timing. Catch has fallen off. He's got two teammates, but they are both low. Problem is the time is even lower. Spinks doesn't have a kit. This one's gone. And that's going to be Furia taking a 7 on this T side.
Solid.
There is conviction in this play.
Yeah, I'd say that we've got a round now where we've got one good tactic, but then the movement starts to slow down. And if the communication gets a little low in moments like this, that's when things like mid-control will really yield good results. After Flamesy gets tagged down, there is no trying to guise his next move. Stays right there, on the stairs.
Almost feels like a lack of disruption being offered up by Vitality. Furia in that mid-round last, just
opening setups are one thing, got to keep the communication flowing.
Yep. Keep it on the knife's edge, and right now it's just Skulls cutting through sight again. Barring Mezzi's multi-frag, this A site has been a chance for Furia to feast on round wins, and they're not going to stop. The tempo, the pressure, the success. It's a deep peek out of Zywoo, but it's a response out of Cello. He's got him stuck in against the wall. Double kill beyond the ticket. And Furia, round after round into this A site, round after round, posting an 8-round.
Nice, Furia jadi begitu temu selahnya jadi bagus gini mainnya.
And they disappear into a puff of disappointing smoke.
Connor, I think they're playing CS. This is already better than they've had in any results versus Vitality. The RMR into the first stage, obviously. We're probably there are some teams that you want them to go straight to elimination. There are some teams that'll benefit from being able to play a full week of officials in the opening stage. Sometimes it matters, sometimes it don't. We didn't see Gamer Legion, you know, put the fire to Vitality like Furia are right now, but this was just an excellent half from beginning to end. This is 8 rounds without winning a pistol.
Talk about bewildering. I mean, there's nothing that would have told you so far in Shanghai that Furia was going to bring this kind of a level to opposition like Vitality.
There was no good map that they could go to. There's comfortable maps for Furia, but none that they have had any recent results versus Vitality on. So here we are breaking new ground. The only one that matters is the major. And Furia understood the assignment.
They scraped by Imperial, they scraped by Wildcard, changed maps in a best of 3 against Big, and then turned it up today to a 10. Spirit holds 6 rounds against Furia, and Vitality may finish with less. We'll see what the defense can have in store. Yuri cleared out from the corner. And so Vitality looking for the bomb plant. Fallen tries to charge it down. It's actually Skulls over his shoulder to pick up this kill. Tempo set by T's. Vitality go for the double peek, deep market. They're going to clear up what's left of Furia. It's at least a pistol, but a first pistol didn't mean too much for Vitality either, so we'll hold our breath.
Yeah, at least it gives them the rounds. You know, Furia need every little bit to pull the upset off. Even if they were the better team in that first half, and this doesn't mean that Vitality can't come back. And it's best of one day. You want to get those pistols if you can, so. Bombs outside A, full stack here from Fury on the same site.
Question is, how active do they get? And does the full stack just remain that?
Oke, salah pencet.
On site. You feeling frisky because Mezzi's down there and he's working on his own.
Gas.
That one single flash for Skulls now
More than
pulled out.
that, you don't want to have the bomb by itself coming up the ramp. If things go wrong, this is where it can get ugly.
Flash doesn't find anybody inside of it, so the
Gila, jadi jago PvP sekarang Bang Chris.
same time that the execute comes in from every single direction. Buttery smooth for Vitality. Should expect nothing less.
Making a 2-round game, they keep 4 alive, all their Galils and AKs. Obviously valuable. Half by coming out from Furia. See about that fall in Scout.
Is that a little odd?
What happened?
Lost pistol, saved fully last round, and still half buying now round 3.
Yeah, actually, you know what though? There's something about that where in this round they still have a great chance to do a lot of damage. So we'll see about the setup. They have a like, let's say they have a 40%.
Iya, pure skill kalau duel.
They have a 60% chance of doing 3 or more kills maybe, and then also the option to save their 1 or 2 good guns if they want to. Okay. And it doesn't screw up their money completely if they lose. I actually am curious about this because I've wanted to explore not bottoming out as soon as you have all your money in early on in the half. In some of these pro games you see it. Sometimes you see Virtus Pro can pull off buys like this and keep their money a lot more stable. And again, the key point is, can they get kills and still stay alive for the next round even if they don't win?
Oh, that helps.
There's a first frag.
That helps. That doesn't.
Yeah.
Not for Furious case, that is. ZywOo gets the instant kill right back. So 2 separated duels. That Scout, of course, mobile as ever. Fallen running all the way over towards Ticket. Cello gets cleaned out. ZywOo snaps over. You better not miss. And honestly, Fallen isn't until ZywOo gonna try to be the hero of this one. 3 kills in, and poor Quesarado completely opposite half of the map. Look at the damage done, considering again, a couple limitations with the buy. By choice. ZywOo bails him out, and now ZywOo's starting to turn up the tempo.
Top of the board.
Because there was a moment where I think in like round 10 of the first half, he's still like 4-4. He just wasn't dying, wasn't getting into the action, just wasn't really a talking point throughout it. Now, all of a sudden, ZywOo to the T side is making a difference.
You know, ZywOo leans more toward, you know, when you think about people like Simple and monasi, when you think about players like Device and ZywOo, you know, they're sort of like, they're 2 sides of the same coin in some sense, all superstar all-time players. But in terms of taking over the game, you know, when Device was at his peak, you get maps that are like 25 and 10, very clean score lines, very high percentage kills. When you watch monasi play like Dallas or the, you know, the Blast Fall final, that's when you see the amount of X factor someone like him can bring. And I think that in ZywOo's career so far as a player who has averaged, you know, 1.5 over 5 years, his X factor this year has been at its absolute maximum. I think, especially as the year has rolled on. And that's, in particular, what's left for him. There's nothing else left for him in this game to prove, except for how much can you take over in the big moments.
And they swing hard for the top of middle. First victim caught not even getting off of the rafter, so down you go. Skulls sidelined, and top middle conceded because of it. That's a risky move from Quesarado. But he goes unchecked, despite Apex being not far off. Oh, this could create for an interesting spot, whether more T's end up joining Apex, or if he leaves and the flank starts to happen. Quesarado through the apartments, and we now start to see it. Bomb in tow. Everybody just running over. Quesarado, does he pull them off guard?
Still a minute left, so if they make a big mistake here, it looks like they're not even
They're
Maybe
thinking
clear
about
this
it
right now.
Oh, they clear the right side. Trade's good.
That was a good swing from Flamesy. The wider he swings there, the more he displaces the aim. If he does a short peek and exposes his body, but doesn't go out wide enough, K-Serato's next shot is way easier. That's so important to understand as an entry, that even if you want to be able to run out and stop and hit a shot, if you're not setting up your team for the trade and you don't get the kill, then you've literally lost 2 players and the round is done. K-Serato's very good at getting that second frag, so nicely done from Flamesy. Everybody wants to, you know, jiggle like Cold Zera, but if you're going in first, it's really important to make space, even in micro moments like that.
It's going to be one of those what could have been moments for Furia. We get tied up. It was a great first half. When Furia were able to set tempo themselves, we saw those pushes spearhead through bomb sites. And the multi-fragging just wasn't brought to the table by anybody really barring Mezzi. Vitality, now their game to play.
See how much easier that is. And this is also, Flamesy has just blossomed as well this year, right? He's had some absolutely standout performances. This will be his best year stats-wise on Vitality. He has slotted himself in as a second star on this team. Tac pause coming out from Furia, and they were aiming to have their, actually, was that a follow-up round where their money wasn't right? Or did they have 2 buys?
No, it was another weird one. They had like the Galil.
Oh, okay. So half by half tie into the op with a little bit left over.
Yeah.
I will say, I think their first attempt at it, if not for ZywOo's round, that they could have definitely pulled it off with less to work with, but
sure,
all tied up.
They also didn't get away with any save in that one too, right? So
yeah,
feels like it's not necessarily the worst idea, but they weren't even able to get away with scraps. Set him back a bit, but now the full gun round for Furia, and oh no, it's man disadvantage for them again. Cello not able to escape bottom connector smoke. Great damage here versus Skulls, but he's not going to shy away. He's got the support from K-Serrato off the catwalk, and so counter-terrorists continue to keeping this pressure up in middle.
Yeah.
Do a great job of reclaiming what was a man disadvantage of the gate.
That's really solid. But you see when Spinks speeds up, even though they have to leave mid, he's got all the important positions cleared out. Another tactic coming out from Fury. I'd love to see this in this moment.
Going for the double ramp.
I think he saw a shadow, right?
You'd think so. You would with the angle. Trying to hope that one of these 2-player forward setups gets something for Furia back in, but he can't see in top Connie. Here's the util, cuts off Apex. Bomb is still able to get to the site. Mezzi dodging a flash, drops down to Fallen, sees
Whoa!
Doesn't finish the
Hey.
Surrounded at this point. A mechanical moment that fails Mezzi. And Fallen capitalizing on it to put Furia back in the lead, you'd assume, because Spinks doesn't have possession of bomb just yet. Fallen creeps away from ramp towards spawn, lets Spinks double back, half health, and he's trying to force them into the gunfights. Gets the smoke down, but the spam shots come through.
Yeah, well, we all know what that just happened, and we might relive it in a second. Mezzi had Fallen dead to rights and just stopped shooting because he thought he was dead. Ammo left over, already thinking about going for the Tetris frag. Wow! Literally just stopped shooting. This is also a moment where he could have, if he wasn't so deep into the corner, would have seen Fallen walking out onto the stairs. So, see if that moment comes back to haunt Vitality. But that was the stubbornness of Furia to win back a duel inside of mid that allowed this to happen. Again, look at the complexion of the A site. Everyone's outside of smoke, so Cello looks like he's going to
through
transpose
that?
into it. Yeah. Trade back is instant.
Cheeky, man. Just presses in, gets rewarded with the one.
And now we've got the slide in here. We've got Yuri walking up.
As he walks out through the palace, uninspiring as far as Yuri's concerned, but just the position gives Apex all he needs. Nice shot from the in-game leader of Vitality.
What's Zywoo do in this spot? You know, he wants to come up late connector. They know he got the trade last time. 2 players left. There's no secret where he is. And he's also getting flanked now. Let's see if he misses this timing.
Okay, Serato trying to find it to a T. He actually activates it. Skulls is going to rip his head off, going for the top stairs peak. It's a double out of Skulls. Spinks tries to chase him down. Oh, nice. Catching K Serato into the background. No Skulls is here, but he's not able to win it. And the newest edition of Furia gives them their 10.
Take a bow, Skulls. That's a great round. And finding the timing on the lurk is exactly right there from Zywoo. He absolutely needed to get that kill to maintain control of the map. Now the money's poor for Vitality. It's got one small error from Mezzi, another great round from Furia. And suddenly the game's up for grabs again. Don't know if they can in good conscience force down on a round like this. The loss bonus at 24 wouldn't make much sense. Oh,
I saw one.
Yeah.
You saw that too?
You know, maybe it's one gun.
It's a full buy. They're coming in with a full purchase.
Full buy,
They do it.
wow.
Yeah, they bought all the way down. Let's see what they've got in a second.
They're going to be low utility unless they have some of, yeah, they went AKs as well. So not the best buy in the world. Loss bonus is going to rack up after this round, but Vitality, for the moment, you've got probably Furia thinking this is an anti-eco, the way they're going to play it. Vitality will have one opportunity to really, you know, maybe catch them off guard. But they can't make this a long round. They're already down to a single smoke on Zywoo.
Wiggling at the top of the ramp. They fall, they hear it. Skulls instantly puts the smoke down. How much pressure is behind it from Vitality? They'll let it fizzle.
But the rotation comes over and they already know that this is now a rough idea. It's the really perfect setup here from Furia, but Skulls walks back and the op actually leaves too. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Yeah.
Furia actually,
Huge
they're
gap.
overthinking this a little bit. They're starting to leave the site.
If there was anybody looking to get up middle, my God, it would be an open highway.
And you know what? They saw some utility, but Skulls didn't actually get visual confirmation.
There it is. Chucks that frag grenade out. That one lands well. Spinks down to half. Still just looking for the next fight. Fire actually makes him uncomfortable. Tons of util damage, but it's Cello in the pocket. Not able to get the second. So incredibly close, yet Spinks hangs on for dear life as Zywoo plants bomb.
Oh, and they've got this.
A little mispositioning
Oh,
out of the
shot.
CTs, and then the pistol's able to capitalize. Furia. What were they nervous about?
I think it's because when we saw it with X-Ray, Skulls threw his smoke down, made it look like he knew what was coming, but he didn't know that there was anyone on the ramp. He didn't actually see anybody. So they might have just thought that this was a really sort of crummy fake. All players go down on Furia. So I think the read was that this was, they read that it was a fake, essentially. They read that it was a fake, that it was going to be a late B play, but they were in excellent positions to try to stop that. Now this will be a small regret that Furia have. And look at that stabilized Vitality economy after only losing a single player.
Worth the force in the end?
Worth the force in the end, that's right.
The reward's looking massive. Can they reap it? A lot of CTs on the other side of that wall of smokes, including a smoke of their own. Nobody actually throws their body through it. No blood on the line. Flames posted up. Sees a bunch of players as they do expose the bomb there for a second.
No one's planting.
That's fine for the time being. Bomb is actually over, still over on Tetris.
Why aren't they playing?
Apex is still not crossed with bomb. They're gonna look for kills. No way, Cello comes out with pistol frags. Bomb is finally on site.
Bomb would be halfway ticked already. Now they still have CT control. Let's see if we can get some great P250 shots. That'll make the difference here for Fury if they can.
Thing is, man, he's got 11 bullets total left on that pistol. No other reloads. Doesn't matter. Down now. Yuri able to trade frag out. This is an awkward 2v2 here for Apex. Concerned about the slowly encroaching CTs. He will peel Yuri off this one. And now Quesarado left to do the 1v2. It's a tough job when you're pinned against the wall, but he's still getting a little more damage in. It is a sketchy outcome for Vitality, but a 10th round nonetheless.
Yeah, took way too long to scale. I mean, this is a 3-smoke site. If you can't get that bomb planted before those come up, then you lose a player who's planting while a retake is coming in. So you got to make sure that even if you're on an eco and you get a 5v4, you have to go ahead and protect a bomb planter. That means exposing yourself to the choke points that you would hide from in the post plant. Get the bomb planted fast. You know, it's like in chess, they say castle and castle early. That's essentially what they were missing right there. But still, Furia didn't quite have the armory available to stop that.
Quesarado going for deep apartments control again. We've seen him throw himself on the kitchen counter. Frag's gonna set this up right in the middle of the pack. Oh God, oh God, oh God. Free
Oh,
he's got two and a third up close. Put him in the pocket. He puts him in the pocket.
GG tuh.
Quesarado wants it all. Apex is victim. He's got a killer. 11 for Furia. It is fireworks in the B apps.
Completely posterized here inside of the B halls.
Wow. And you can tell when that util's getting exchanged. When that frag's being thrown in for him and their flash comes back the other way, that one was going to come down to some nasty timing, and Quesarado thrives in the spotlight. Vitality going to try to change this back into the A-hit we go. Someone could be on the brink of 12. We've got an op over towards the ticket. We've got a good flash for Flames to try to get out. Fallen finds the first one. Skulls able to emerge with another couple. And the Brazilians showing resilience. Quesarado. Nothing else. It's Skulls to clean up, and it is Vitality to get absolutely mopped inside this A site. Not only with a win over Spirit behind them, not just a good first best of one, but looking like 2 match points against Vitality to boot.
The new Brazilian who's in top 20 every year. Quesarado once again proving his value.
Ooh, Flamesy though. Good for the headshot.
You know, he fought for a way out. 3 players alive. Bomb still there on the A ramp. Quesarado's impact may have just brought Furia to a 2-0 day. Wow, Vitality chose to go through that smoke.
And they almost got away with it. Timing to a T. Forfeiting this one, that's Furia on 12. A lot of the conversation after that opening game, oh, Dust 2, why let them play Dust 2? And the narrative kind of sinks into the idea that Spirit maybe misplayed it. But this, not the case. Solid form from all the Furia forces.
Well, that's the X factor. The same, you know, for the 3K Zaiwu had earlier on. I mean, Quesarado trumps that big time. Criticized for staying in this lineup. A lot of people doubted it, obviously. Seeing players that Furia could have gotten to support him. The question was, would they ever be able to stabilize? And even at this major in the opening stage, there was no proof that they could go potentially up 2-0 versus Spirit and Vitality in the same day.
Their run through the opening stage was painted with regional competition in Imperial and Wildcard, and barely getting wins over them just made you think, yeah, you're part of the Americas pack and you are nothing special. Today, they step forward in spectacular fashion. 5 kills out, and it's 4 Tech-9s on the field for Vitality. The only thing that might make you think they have X Factor is ZywOo's op.
Best thing about this round here for Vitality, they found good tactics on low buys. Furia, no. They're on the ropes. They hear a deagle.
Dapat N.
If they're meant to end it, it'll be this
Slot
round.
coba Bang Chris, slot udah diberesin tadi deh. Slot pakai S terus jumlah poin yang mau diaduin.
God forbid he gets caught with nades out, but
Furia.
There's no aggression this time out of Furia.
It's an important thing to point out. Not a single thing coming out for Furia. They're sitting and waiting. And now if you look at the B site, if this was a full exec, I think this is the best choice for Vitality. They just don't know about it. But right now, K-Serato's spotting solo. There's no one playing inside a B on Cat. They're ready more for an A hit than anything else. And I think that's got Fallen worried. So he'll go over, take over the window. This helps.
Chris kelamaan slot apa? Kelamaan itunya. Bentar.
So let's see how this plays out. No one in CT spawn. Op coming out.
Now you've got ZywOo on the first angle. You've given him his opening. You've given him a line. But the kills start to trickle in for Furia. It's the pistols going down and the op not able to respond. Bomb is able
Kok bisa diganti slotnya?
ZywOo missed. And in doing so opens
GG Furia.
But Skulls steps out and the second shot connects. They're gonna boost the player up. Apex looking for a moment to just burst out down the stairs, and as he does so silently, catches the reload. Yuri dies up close. ZywOo still waiting for that ticket contact, and the utility tells him it's coming. Oh, he hits that one, no! And as ZywOo gets back onto the site, 2 kills into this round, K-Serato waiting, buying time for his teammate to get closer. Vitality don't know. Is a flank inbound? Could it be? There's a kit that's now been killed.
GG. Choknya ampun. Hah? Overtime.
Of course it's him to find the impact back.
When he misses that first shot on the edge of smoke, you think he has let Furia here to close it.
Yeah, that was nasty. Oh, the ZywOo chants in the crowd. It's a lot of star player potential here on the map. And even though Furia's best chance is behind them, this round is still real. 2 MP9s here. Odds slightly in favor of Vitality, but not in an incredibly meaningful way. You know, I think the most suspect thing about that round for Furia is not a single aggressive opening move. They didn't.
Nice banget, anjir ZywOo. Oh yes.
Right? They knew it was an Antico. They didn't want to do anything too crazy. Are they going to keep that same energy here and now?
Yeah, give them a couple MP9s. Maybe they do get a little more antsy. Looking to make a play, Fallen into the apartments. Spinks has managed to miss this angle.
Any shoulder here, and you could be a dead man.
Fallen expecting more so somebody in the background.
He is still watching for the crouch peek.
A missed shot here could so very quickly cost him.
This round like this is about tying up resources because Fallen can't rotate easily with the op on this line, but he's in such a good spot, they have to rely on the other guns to clear the rest of the map. So it's going to be a stalemate for a while here, I can only assume, with Spinks, but hard to say what the call is at a spawn. We'll see if they are going to try to take this up Cat.
Spinks moving ever closer to that corner, but still not committing. How long does he wait?
K-Serato's got an MP9 holding Cat, it looks like right now. No, he's back in spawn.
It's Yuri.
It's Yuri.
It's going to be tested. Here's the Stampede inbound. Starts to jump the gun. Incendiary to slow it down. And you've got Fallen behind you. 30 seconds.
That's a great molly. I mean,
no panic just yet.
It depends what Fallen's going to do.
They're going to put a Molotov on Yuri's feet, and Fallen decides to fall out of the apartments. His trade frag's good, but ZywOo gets the opening and the second. His chance rang out in Shanghai for the first time, and with it comes the opening in the round after towards the B site. He'll miss the third chance. K-Serato doesn't dive into stopping the bomb. And so that frees up 4 sets of feet to just play inside this bomb site. Furia's hand will be forced. The retake is needed. ZywOo waits and waits, and as the util comes out, he's priming himself and his teammates doing a good job of just pushing this one into OT. Spinks from the back of sight with a double. Skulls down at the hands of Ops.
Oh, GG. Ah, yes.
The Z factor. Fallen gets 1, he gets 2, and the Fallen trade.
Whew. That is both pistols, that is full conversions.
Yeah.
That is a hell of a map played by Furia.
No, Vitality won both pistols.
Yeah, sorry, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah.
Like, hell of a map considering they don't win both pistols. They go down 3-0 to start, 4-0 in the first
They won
half.
more quality rounds.
Yes.
In this map so far. The question is, can they keep it up?
Ini overtime, mantap.
The 2 HP op swap.
It's nasty out of ZywOo, man. These past
Spinks.
couple of rounds.
Demand to close.
$3K and $2K, and it's on the op. That's what you want to see.
What a total turnaround of a map here by ZywOo as well. Just quietly collecting kill after kill. Look at his deaths in comparison to the rest of the team. The omnipresent. Cello, first contact, loses his head. Trades are looking good. 2 rounds back-to-back in the 23rd and 4th where we didn't get these early fights.
Ooh.
And overtime starts with a little more aggression. Unfortunately for Furia, it slips away to the 4v3 go Vitality.
That's not a fun way to go out.
But didn't it feel like for a second there, Furia got scared to win?
Yeah, there was one anti-eco round, I guess. No, not necessarily a reason to push, but no tactics as they just waited. Yeesh. Didn't even win on this duel. And that might not have made a difference with the B-split coming in as fast as it was, but this is Furia now. 3 rounds back-to-back, losing.
Not the kind of drop-off in mechanical prowess that you're looking for come overtime.
This is 10% unlucky for Fallen, who peaks slowly into connector, but he's also looking for a shot. Takes one through the smoke. No worse feeling. This is already the best that we've seen from Furia. You know, even beyond the Spirit game, this matchup should have been way harder for them. They've never been able to figure out Vitality. I think you brought it up. This is Fallen's and Furia's first time beating big in like 8 years in their organization history. So they're looking to do some new things.
Which I still don't believe, even though I know it's truth. You know? That fact gives me trust issues. Breaking ground as of late. That's kind of been Fallen's thing. Nobody facing in middle out of the gate this time around. Spink's gonna make sure nobody has managed to creep down underpass. The Molotov burns back any kind of cat pressure that was looking for eyes on Khan. We saw that Bricks boost pull off some impact. But again, they get disassembled. This utility pressure has just opened a door for Flamesy to look to pounce on it. Because with the CTs continuing to try and dance around that fire, they've just kind of left themselves out in the open for Flames to clean up. He simply won't miss now. You had your chance. Him and Flamesy at Apex tear a path.
ZywOo udah panas.
Absolute killer conviction. looking like a 14th to Vitality. By God, it could be a flawless OT if you let them have it.
Yes, that might be coming, man. They're just getting better and better. And that's always going to be the deal with the favorite. You know, the deeper the game goes, the more impressive that they can get. And a huge call from Apex in this game to buy and bottom out before their max loss bonus. That paid off. Then you have the ZywOo 3K on the half buy, and ZywOo opping every round is just a sight for sore eyes. Yeah, the interesting part about the sort of three-way tie for first is that Donk is a pure rifler, which is a wonderful thing. Monesi has had the most opping. ZywOo, when he's picked up the op, his performances have been extraordinary, but on so many maps and so many sides, he's ready to just rifle. And you could say that his individual stats have been good enough, but it's not been enough for Vitality in terms of map control, in terms of key impact and multis, for him to just be on a gun that's not as strong. Crazy that we're into overtime now. ZywOo still doesn't have 10 deaths.
At an event where the conversation is #1 of 2024, there are 2 teams that lost their opening matches with superstars on them. And then there's ZywOo. Looking to reclaim, but job's not done. Fallen able to open up, and Cello's going to win a fight in middle. So this time, Vitality not able to quite prance their way through the map as easily, and a back turn to Cello is going to be a lethal error by Flamesy.
Yeah, that's a...
Where's Keserado's gun?
I have no idea. Wait, someone died up here. He tried to get it. Oh, and at least he's got the MP9 to fall back to. I think he just went for the upgrade. Couldn't find it, though. Let's see if that matters. Oh!
No. That's not a thread to pull on. ZywOo chases him down because he made a ton of noise on the fallback. He started to panic not having a gun, and luckily...
Bawa bom tidak lihat dia.
That's pretty funny.
Oh, yeah.
But this will be Furia to at least...
It's funny as long as you don't lose the round.
I think win round in OT. We'll see. Spinks coming in. Nothing to lose. Yeah, you can see how carefully that Furia are playing this right now. But it's one of those unlosable situations. Spinks,
yeah,
you are a closer.
Unlosable, they say. Fallen's op gonna have the market pass, unless he gets flash in the process, but that would have to be with an untimely death, and it's not nicely anchored here for Furia. They're gonna pull off one, the final of overtime, added to the tally.
No, really not the best or worst case situation here for Furia. Getting one round in OT, looking back on the regulation, lots of quality rounds won.
Oh,
and
so
it
many.
was their T side that was the most impressive. Like losing the pistol, winning 8-4.
As far as gun rounds went, they only lost 1 on the entire T side. Once they had enough to buy proper, they didn't look in that rear view mirror, so let's hope they can just tap back into it, or if the momentum's kind of tapered off.
Yeah, this is
because the real struggle in the first half for Vitality was that Vitality was kind of a non-issue. Excuse me, ZywOo was just a non-issue.
There was that, and then the A-side hits were really explosive. Like, the reason that ZywOo just didn't have many deaths is just because he wasn't involved, but the attacks from Furia on the A-site, that was the key play, right? They were very, very hard to stop. And one thing we could have changed here in overtime is ZywOo starting ticket if they're worried about the A walkouts. Instead of them playing right side site, a double up connector like we saw in the first half. I think that was a definite issue. So now the question is, how does Furia's game plan evolve? Because if they do the same things and they don't expect an adaptation, that's when it can get sour for them. And yeah, it looks like this time they will play. They've got ZywOo missile side. He's got great vision on the A-ramp walkouts, and they're just posted up for this play. Furia, I think, know this, aren't going to go right into it. So this is definite conditioning from Furia, but the question is, can they take advantage of what they think Vitality are going to adapt with?
Ooh, Goes unspotted. They are charging up that catwalk.
There's no one ladder. Spinks, he might not know how close they are.
At least his teammate Van will spot it, and he gets the one in the background. Triple kill for Spinks. Not bad for a 20-bullet mag. It's an early warning offered by Mezzi, and Spinks delivers all he needs. Serato, unfortunately, unable to get into the action until it's a little too late, seemingly. He knows he's got Spinks back there. Quad kill from the rifler of Vitality.
Amazing. Amazing. Spinks also had a slow start in this game. He's on 23 now. And Vitality get to hear the map point music every round.
I think you were very right. Spinks didn't know how far up that wall they were, but it's because Mezzi ends up spotting it. We see Spinks adjust accordingly, and then he doesn't miss the shots.
Yeah, usually playing that far back, it's nice for the B Halls pop to stop it, but if you think they're going for a cat split, you'd love to have someone in ladder, but they still, off of that early warning system from Mezzi, put themselves in a great spot. Obviously had a great rifler behind it.
Serato in the midst of the chaos. Tons of util getting chucked around, and he'll peel away from where he was. Didn't fancy that pressure. Fallen hoping somebody oversteps, but can his teammates creep by him in the meantime? Oh, ZywOo catching the back of Cello. Rough map for Cello after that one. Gonna cross his fingers and hope there's more to this OT.
Ooh, not bad.
Almost finding Mezzi there in transition as well. But that's the bomb to start to peel away from the apartments. A lot of presence being shown at that B site, right? Threatening the apartments and the catwalk, but Furia don't want to commit.
This is a strong call, it looks like, from Vitality. They're reading that after this B pressure. Furia are going to group up for the A pop now. And the bomb is starting to walk back. But is it going to go mid or? Yeah, it looks like mid. Yeah, the next level play here is just to continue with the B play, but from this other direction. Now
it's Apex.
Yeah, Apex
versus Fallen.
Oh, he missed
the shot. He's not quite ZywOo.
He spotted them. He could try to get his teammate over, but right now it's just Mezzi in the sight. No one even watching the cross right yet.
Mezzi kicked this off with multi-frags. He was a beacon of hope early on in this map, and he's going to shut down Yuri first. He's got Spinks with him to tether. It's a double out of Mezzi. Third from Mezzi.
GG, yes.
16-13 overtime win for Vitality.
Wow.
Furia push him, but it's Vitality to shove back harder.
Well, that was a great map of CS. Straight up. So exciting, beginning to end. Unfortunately for Furia, they had such a great chance when it was 13-10, 13-11, and they could not close. You know, that's a combination of good calls from Apex, individual plays from ZywOo on multiple rounds, Spinks, Mezzi. They had to work hard for it. But all that matters for Vitality is going up 2-0.
Yes, exactly right. Get through these first days of best of ones. BO3 series where Vitality can look to thrive, to just lock in playoffs out the gate. That's what you get out of bed for in the morning when it comes to the elimination stage. And honestly, I'm just happy that we've got promise out of Furia, because now we're talking about a team who, out of nowhere, could be contending with other favorites.
Yeah, they look like they're in top 8 form right now. So I mean, they'll have to have the right draws. They'll have to be able to win the best of 3s. But they proved a lot today at the very least. And they won't be guaranteed anything, but I think they can hang their heads high.
Still another BO1 for them, of course, going to the 1-1 pool. It could always be worse, but I mean, a stinging defeat, that's for damn sure. I think you can't be too frustrated the fact that you lost both pistols as well. I think if you're Furia, all you're saying is, oh, we could have had this.
Yeah.
But you can find an easy out.
I mean, this round from Serato was like the main reason that this almost became real.
Phenomenal.
You almost never see a pop off like that from him. He's such a calm presence.
I think that's how you know he could definitely taste victory, but not able to close it. ZywOo makes the difference in that one. No. And when he missed his opening shot on the smoke towards top connector, it felt like that was them getting into the retake. But it's that sliver shot he lands over towards Ticket, just blasts the guy's ribs out.
Yeah, it was Fallen. It was such a safe looking spot as well.
What a recovery.
But it doesn't get much cleaner than that. And even this round right here, this is actually great staging to the round from Furia. Timing was solid, but once Mezzi told Spinks what was going on, you can't get much better peaks than that.
That quiet start that ZywOo has, forget about it. Spinks right up there by the end of it. The 2 stars of Vitality coming together to push a map where they have both pistol wins and full conversions over the line. Should it have been that difficult for them? You wouldn't have expected it after the way that they beat Gamer Legion. But I think if anything, we'll just give them props for the resilience. And again, appreciate the fact that we have a new contender in the conversation now. Furia, it's a loss, but it's one that leaves us with a good impression.
Yeah.
And I think that that alone is worth something.
It's worth something. It won't be worth anything if they don't make it through,
Sure.
but for their confidence going into their next games, at least, there is that. So, I mean, Vitality had to literally be full strength on all fronts. There was no like one player who was standing out like a sore thumb, you know, having tragic deaths over and over again. They really had to fight hard for this game. That's 4 straight at the beginning of each half, or 3 in the first half for Vitality, but that just speaks to how good this was for Fury. If they had won a pistol in this game, it was over.
Yeah, man. Ah, tough pill to swallow for the Brazilians, but luckily for you, there's plenty of Brazilian action to come. This is only the first map on the B stream for the second round, baby. We got plenty of more CS, including a Maus versus Mongols game up next. I mean, that is guaranteed to be a banger as far as I think. This is just going to be fireworks in the server. We're going to go grab a coffee. We'll see you guys there in a second.
Tadi gamenya mantap banget. Ke WC dulu sama ambil minum. 5 menit kita ngegacha dan ngeslot. Nice. Nice. Mulai gacor nih. Hebat banget. Kenapa? Bentar ya, abis ini mas.
Buckle up, folks. It is time for a little bit of youthful vigor, Launders. We have some very young rosters about to jump into the server. Two
Thank you, Bang
promising teams
Chris.
that have been having great years of Counter-Strike. The best years of Counter-Strike of their lives.
Best years of our lives.
Enjoy
Yang
the
pertama
time,
gagal.
kids. This one, I think, is going to be really explosive and definitely sets the tone for two teams that everybody sees. This is the crazy thing that I'm saying this. Two teams everyone sees going to playoffs. And I'm including Mongols.
Yeah.
6 months ago, 9 months ago, it was a stretch. Today, it feels like a likely and common opinion.
I would like to refer to my tweet from 8 months ago that said Mongols will win Shanghai.
But it's
then
Launders.
they won Yala.
But it's a Launders tweet, so like no one knows if it's serious.
I haven't tweeted any other winners, so they're if they make it to playoffs, I've got them going all the way through. But I don't think there's anybody that doesn't have them going through this stage. But I mean, I don't know. You could see that they're obviously the best Asian team of all time.
Sure.
I even said they shouldn't have celebrated Yala as hard as they did because I think a big result like an IEM is coming. They are now ramping up perfectly for the major, even though a couple of months ago it was starting to taper off a little bit more. But they recently took down Heroic in a grand final. They obviously won Yala back in like June or whatever it was. And I don't know. It's always been a big belief in Blitz for me.
Okay.
As, it sounds silly, but it's the chess background. I think there's just so many parallels between chess and Counter-Strike, and the fact that he can shoot as well. I think it's just very attractive features, and they've also been extremely quick to make roster moves, which I think has been interesting because at first I was like, oh, it's too many. Like, it's just the team is really young, but now they're so young that they're like, are they going to get nervous in important games?
Right.
But they've stuck together for some time now. They are starting to get good results together with this lineup, and I think the system's only getting stronger and stronger. And this one will come down to Mirage. I mean,
which I find a little curious, just because when I think of Mongols, sometimes I think about how well they play Inferno, and they decide to ban it last in order to push this to Mirage. Mao's Mirage Merchants.
Yeah, that's I think the last time they played was like Cologne play-in. That's correct. I don't think there's any other games. That one went to overtime. Torzy got 50 kills.
50 kills
in one map. That's what it took last time. So it wasn't easy. Mel still did it. I think this is sort of very fresh in the sense of what they know about each other. So a lot will be learned here as we play this match out. But it might be another interesting veto in the sense of, could this have been a better choice for Mongols if they had taken it to Inferno?
Coulda, shoulda, woulda. We'll find out when push comes to shove. But hey, after the map that we just cast here on the B stream, if you're telling me we get 24 more rounds of action-packed Mirage, I'm down. You know what? Side note. A lot of people want to talk about changing the map pool, and anybody who says Mirage is wrong. Okay? You might not want to play it, and it might not always be the most tactical map, but my God, when we watch the best players in the world headshot on Mirage, how are you not entertained?
Headshot machine. Okay, well, you know what? I mean, Mongols have, they crushed Gamer Legion on this map. They crushed Heroic in the grand finals of Thunderpick on this map. Maus have had spotty results. They got crushed by Na'Vi, Vitality, but they are playing way better teams on average. But that was what it was always going to be with these two teams going head-to-head. Right now, Maus, cream of the crop, looking for a big win, a big result.
And Mongols looking to carry forward that flawless Shanghai momentum. Must be nice showing up to a major and not losing a map.
Yeah, and they are an Asian team here. There will be some love for them just for that fact alone, but even versus G2, obviously G2, no one has more fans than them. And Mongols did not have the crowd on their side for that match, and they still ended up winning. I wonder, though, in this game, what it'll be like.
It's a lot of space being taken here by Xertion.
The A rotation's being listened to.
Oh, bomb is going underpass on its own right now.
Wow, what is this play? We've got the big flank coming in from Xertion. Who's coming to check this? 910. It doesn't have a utility to set up, but oh no, he actually catches it. It's actually perfect for him. I mean, he did come to look for this and he found it, but now at 30 seconds, they flash B once. I think they really want to delay this as long as possible. Oh, clean shot.
Jump out through the palace. That one gets shut down. Torzy and Jimpat hitting headshots. Dude, there were moving pieces. And when those pieces decide finally to get in, they get sent home. Blitz, bomb revealed at this point. 15 seconds, you get around that corner, you can run it at the site, but he just gonna try to hold his ground. He says, God damn, I'm gonna take somebody with him, but he won't. Maus. Look how quick those headshots come through once Mongols finally offer gunfight.
Yeah, I mean, Mongols saw this flank coming in, which means they know that the CTs are gonna be crowding the A site, but they don't delay long enough. You know, they just go for the exact, at the moment that Maus are hoping that they come out. And I say this because Techno is even listening to Shuhei run through the spawn towards A, committing. But the bomb up there by itself in B was obviously not enough to go that way. That's a crazy jump spot. He's doing the McDonald's jump spot.
It's Jimmy, baby. He's a madman. Oh, that nade. Oh, and like ants, they just come swarming out from their nest. Everybody's dead.
Oh.
That nade was a sign of things to come.
And Senzu got a TK there as well.
Yikes.
That's a couple dollars out of his pockets.
Tenderized. Mongols trail by 2. First gun round comes out. Xertion's statistical drop-off as they approach playoffs is the most notable shortcoming of the Maus formula and is arguably the reason that they have this, you know, bad omen about... People say the big stage. I don't think a stage like this is going to intimidate them as much. Maybe it's the playoff games specifically that can kind of tune them down slightly.
Shuhei, man, he's shooting.
But I personally have no qualms with Mouse and the level that they're going to bring in their opening best of ones.
Yeah.
We saw them absolutely sweep the best of ones and the elimination stage back in Copenhagen. The hype going into those playoffs was so incredibly high.
Yeah, I think the stage stuff is definitely a little overblown. It's not like Mongols are just going to be incredible on stage either. So it's both teams, I think, have to deal with a certain amount of pressure here. This will be a bigger audience than they saw at their 2 wins so far.
Ooh, good time flash. They're going to find 2 players bottom of middle. Senzu lucky to even get out of there because the 3rd player off the cat peak throws himself in. Mzinho, this is good timing, but again, with those deaths in bottom mid, it was also the bomb. A little bit separated here, Techno, from his teammate.
Interesting pathing. Let's see if that works.
Yes,
wow, it does.
timing comes through well. Brolin hits the dirt, 30 seconds, and that second CT is scrambling right now through market. Jimpat pulling away from the B site, but because of the pathing through A,
now the peak.
It's all about this cat challenge. This is everything.
They could go around triple, and I don't know if he gets a timing to spot this.
Oh, he does! That's the bomb dropped. A nade for Mzinho, who tries to switch over to default, goes back for the gunfight, and he's just gonna go for the plant. Xerxin decides not to take the high road, tries to close in, and he gets his kill. 3 kills from Xerxin, keeping that pressure up from Cat at a distance to deny Mongols their first gun round win.
That's a great clutch. Nice try from Mzinho. Really made a way to get the bomb back in that situation off the lurk from Palace without making too much noise. None at all, in fact. And again, Shuhei, clean opening kill. That's everything you want to see here for Mongols. But the aim is so good for Mouse.
Yep. I gotta give it credit where it's due. That was a nice attempt back into the round from Mzinho. Oh, but the smoke spam. Shuhei being a bit of a nuisance out of the gate today.
Yeah.
Off to the races, 6-1. Puts pressure on Blitz. Economy to be bottomed out, if not for Blitz to find a nice path up connector. Torji, though, going to continue to draw that line in the sand. Cat held again, and through smoke, doesn't even need to see ya.
Crushing right now. That's beautiful. Timing there was interesting from Blitz. As soon as they had a player die on Palace, he knew they were going to have their attention turned around. Found a great moment to push through the smoke, but again, they're ready for every lurk. And, you know, talked about how it's a different performance from Exertion. Torji, however, like his form this year, as I think brought Mouse to the best place possible.
Phenomenal.
His consistency on the op is something that I was wondering if we would ever see. I think when he was in the academy with Monasi, the question was, you know, who's better right now? Who's going to be better in the future? And everyone thought that Monasi would have better future potential, but the peaks from Torzi were always there.
It's his consistency that when Mouse had their harshest criticisms before things clicked, there was a long while where Torzi's head was called for by the public. That Mouse would never have a good enough offer as long as he was around, and awesome to watch his growth alongside everybody else. Oh, but Mzinho already up into the catwalk. Pressure dies out to Brolin. Good con presence, and you've still got defenders in sight. Oh, Jimpat, though, gets pitched from both ends. Torji denying any attention over to his left.
That scaling is great from Mongols, man. I can't believe how fast they went on this round. It's clearly the perfect call. And 910's lurk, how are they going to be ready for this? Let's see if they come and check.
He's got this locked in, if not for his teammates already.
What a round.
Pulling heads off. Mongols show us something different, and it's convincing.
That's a pretty sick call. That one's obviously out of spawn. And you can see that the spacing is immaculate. It's so hard for Exertion to just find an extra bullet for his first kill. That's a very cool play. And they did some damage, so Mouse will have Torzi on an op, and a mixed up eye beyond that.
gonna be harder for Shuhei to get these openings as he has been with just the MP9. And
well,
Jimmy, if we can sing the praise of some of the other MOUZ members, he has definitely not been allowed to get into his groove just yet. I promise y'all fireworks. And with the pace that Mongols are starting to bring to the table. Shuhei forgoes control of window.
So smoke's about to run out. Shuhei will walk away from the window here. They got their claws in at the moment. Mongols now take over ladder room control. So they won their fast round, but they want to prove they can do it sustainably on these defaults. Right now they're in a good position to sort of not only win, but also get the other kills. But this also means that they have less players coming in for the actual site hit. Shuhei moving over slowly. Torzy in the right spot. Blitz will get his. Torzy
can't miss that.
That's a big drop.
2 whiffs, not ideal. Even the FAMAS is a little labored. No recovery just yet. Torzy hits the cat shot, but at this point, it's too much lost already.
Yeah.
That one, the first sign of sloppiness from MOUZ's individual moments.
Got 2 big misses and a leg shot. But it's 4 players alive here for the Mongols. But to be honest, the Mongols, up until that moment, had excellent staging. They got ladder room, they had a lurk, and Blitz got the first kill to really scare everybody inside of B on the CT lurk.
%91 nggak tuh? 91% pro.
I always draw the comparison with our Armada and Melee, you know, practicing by himself in Sweden versus literal bots offline. And for the Mongols, they have players to play against. They have real teams to play against. But so did Armada. But ultimately, most of the theory crafting and everything is done inside of your head, right?
Right.
You're the whetstone for your region. It's not somebody else that made you good. The Mongols getting good is how Rare Adam finds a way into the major. They were their own Roger Bannister.
Tuh, 51 Bang Chris. Beda jauh.
One of the few insights we have into the Mongolian Counter-Strike scene is that there is this, you know, very active LAN culture that happens in terms of just local Mongolian LAN events. That's where all these players were scouted. It's the sacrifices that the Mongols are making in order to come to Europe on a lesser budget than so many others. Maui Snake had mentioned this. Just kind of watching their content, seeing the Mongols players share bunk beds for boot camps, and you know they are living, eating, breathing Counter-Strike at the cost of personal sacrifice.
Oh, Bang Fuse udah lebih jago dari saya.
In a world of rock stars, some of the hardest workers.
They lay the bedrock.
Right now they're going to find a completely vacant B bomb site. That solo FAMAS of Brolin is a non-issue here in round 7. So MOUZ came out swinging on a couple of individuals. And some key whiffs 1 round prior let Mongols tie this game up. It's getting real close real quick. Oh, you didn't see the barrel.
He missed it. Wow, he totally missed it.
Oh.
Gotta shine those glasses.
Yeah. Getting old, Brolin.
Yeah, what was that kid, like 22?
Down he goes.
He's like 2 times older than anyone in the Mongols.
It is fun as well that this head-to-head goes with 2 of our youngest rosters in the scene.
Yeah.
Including the youngest roster at the major in the Mongols.
Yeah.
The names you are reading on your screen at the moment may not have the trophies of some of the others at the major, but by God, they've got the potential, and they've got the time to come. So guns back up for MOUZ. They've had to take their beating. Now they hunt the rebound, but Zinio's been such a nuisance with his solo A play. We've already seen him nearly crack around open on his own. Techno seems like he saw that. Yeah, he's ready for Shuhei to drop off the lip of the ledge.
Yeah, that's an interesting spot to play later on. I mean, it really runs out of its novelty after a certain amount of time. Exertion, let's see if he can pop a dome right here.
Yep.
Clean kill.
Predicts the Techo jump up. Down to a single smoke grenade, though, is Mouse, and we're talking about the minute mark.
Yeah, no. The bomb still has to get picked up. It's still over in B halls. Zinio's just like, let me lurk. It's getting a little bit wiry. Like, the more that people are committed out, oh, this...
Well placed. Oh, and he just crouches underneath the shot as Blitz also comes off top stairs.
Oh, they pulled that one off.
Zinio again kind of reopening these moments. He equalizes things to the 3v3. We see 910 come sprinting over because he is possession of the bomb.
And talk about no smokes. They've got one molly left here, and they've got to try to pull off this cross. There's still time.
Yep.
Oh, that's a better molly.
Well placed.
That's a better molly.
But it doesn't spread. Zinio out in the open. Nobody covers. The ticket push. The bomb goes down. Jimpad able to trade back out. Now Blitz stuck between the final two.
Ngeplan gak ada yang
Shot miss from 910.
Gak ada yang cover itu.
They didn't watch for the walkout, and to be fair, you got to get pretty far out to get that plant. It looks like a safe place to do it. It's not inside.
Nggak ada yang nge-cover tapi plan open.
Mouse really took a risk by running out, but I don't think they fancied their odds and they didn't try something like this. This is a really good attempt once again from the Mongols, but that's the moment that cost them. I think that's a spot where you come out of Palace and you have someone that pushed up. What you need to have is a player in Apex holding for the CT push.
Roll and dodge and nades here.
Ya setengah, satu kena satu enggak lah. Enggak dong kan. Tepatnya kan kena, nggak harus headshot. Yang penting kena. Kalau targetnya juga bukan orang ya kena. Kalau emang mau nembak tembok, kena tembok kan sesuai target.
They're going to start charging at him. He's going to throw it down, but they're already ahead of it. Insertion, he's under pressure. It's just the one. Oh! Wow. Senzu comes out with the instant headshot, and the Op duel picked up by 910.
It's just amazing, man. That's an amazing pop. Their fast rounds, they show such good play in some of these late round moments. Their fast rounds have been absolutely indomitable. Obviously, everything's simple there. You get 910 in the window holding the market cross for the one rotator. Then you just need to get out of the second window before any of the Mouse players are unblinded, and that's where it's perfect. The execution.
Emangnya nggak main gitu Bang Chris? Bukannya main ya?
As Jimmy doing his jump spot and then eating the flash immediately within 3 seconds, you've got two Mongols players out of the window. That's what the B-side hit is all about. Oh, wow, it goes down too. They are fierce.
Across the board. First time out here for Mouse. Cyclone getting into the action. And it's Mouse who have
I see, tidak pernah main. Okay.
I'm trying to think.
Low buys, half buys, it's just their job is harder, straight up.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what their weakness is right now if I'm, Cyclone looking into this. And I think that they've gotten so much value, at least out of early mid trades, that they might want to try to do that again on CT. The late site hits are obviously a problem. Malzinho lurk is obviously a problem, but started off this game 4-0.
Insertion had a chance out there for the multi-frag. And, Jimmy put a smoke down at the same time. Really had to offer us more of a hold himself.
Yes, that's the thing. Like, you're going to drop back, Van Pillar smoke, stand behind it, but he ate that flash instantly.
Yeah. As opposed to getting a trade in on Zershin, you're trying to set yourself up for something even bigger, even better, and you end up finding less. Who threw that?
Kalau ngelihat dari forum sih belum sih ya Bang ya. Apa namanya? Si OBS-nya yang nggak secanggih itu gitu. Sama kan dia kan terbatas sama si chat YouTube-nya kan.
Torji needs to hold his presence dearly. It's the only thing that Mongols are scared of right now.
Oh, wow. Nice shot, Senzu. He is beaming.
And of course, these odds go down. The more pawns around him get picked off. The Mongols are still respecting him. Bomb's still up at B, though. Be fooled by all this utility over on the A site there. They find him dead center, and is that...
They will be fooled by the util. They do pull their anchors off of the B hit.
2 off cat, now the B
Window peek from Techno's way too easy. But he actually gets turned and dinked. Roland, that's a hell of a pistol shot. Oh, but Zinho again. It's such a nuisance when he comes out from this ramp. Easy cleanup. No weapon saved. There was an AK grabbed after that first op shot connects. The Mongols have tied this game up.
When you see a default like that, you see them all stepping towards the cliff edge in terms of how much map control you need. And it's moments like this from Senzu that speak to them, not getting too scared by the fact that they've gone far without seeing anybody, right? He knows when I need to, okay, I don't need to turn the corner on Cat and start to walk into ladder room and maybe get picked off. I can sit here for one more second while the smoke is up and really take advantage of every second. And I think that was key, because as soon as Mouse peeked out, it was too late for them. And now they're just getting punished for all their connector plays, even if they don't die.
Right.
It was Brolin last round taking 50 damage, now Shuhei. And I like the move from Mouse because that's how they've netted a lot of frags, but now Mongols are just not giving them the fight. They're just like, let's punish them with unconfirmed damage first. But still, that means that Mouse at least have mid control, at least slightly.
Oh, he saw you, but a missed shot. Shuhei lucky to still have his head on his shoulders.
Molly, and he can actually stay here.
Yeah. Oh, okay, 910's gonna hunt him down. Maybe he's sticking around a little too long. Window.
Wait.
The climb up was
I
spotted.
don't know if Xerxen can calm that. Did he?
He did, 100%.
Okay, Brolin's watching it. This pulls his attention in 2 directions. This is the hardest part about playing jungle.
He knows there's somebody in here, which means he can at no point really afford to turn away, but also the Palace players beckoning him over.
Wait, they're all walking over towards the site, running in fact.
Chimpat makes a ton of sound. They're so convinced that it's coming, and they're not wrong. What? Oh, they lose both
down
tools.
to get that.
Oof.
Both sides of the smoke get held. Both sides of the smoke punctured through, and 910's up off catwalk.
Tiba-tiba Mongol jadi galak.
The rotate.
Am I crazy, or did he look down on that stair smoke so that he couldn't be seen just to crawl up and then popped up like a gopher and got that kill?
I didn't keep a close enough eye. Oh, Chimpat. I'm sorry, bud, but this clutch feels impossible. Felt impossible until that second one happens. No kid on you. And a slow half.
No nades as well. He'll sit back.
Man, I hope we have a top down of that connector smoke.
Crazy. That's unreal, because obviously he could run through, just barrel through it, and try to go for the kill, but that's sometimes how you die.
They were so ready.
He was still watching in that direction, so I'd love to see how that goes down, but if it comes down to exactly how that smoke bloomed, that he popped up and saw it.
There's Shuhei sticking around a little too long.
Yeah, he
GG banget itu.
He was crouching and then popped up.
He was crouching and then popped up.
Nice smoke play itu.
Oh, and Mongols take a lead off of a round where Maus had just correctly figured out the 8 commitment is certainly coming in. They try to scramble up close against smokes to try and hold all of that back. And the Mongols just push their way through a force that shall not be stopped. On the run to Shanghai playoffs, blitz through the smoke, finds Brolin on the ladder. Shuhei desperate. Oh, he dives in. Hasn't been able to finish off Techno. Mazinho's able to come through and deal with it, keeping his teammate alive to go up 4v2 for the 7-5 half.
More than impressive.
They'll peel away.
I think they saw a double nade from CT.
Yes, sir. They know defenders here. It's a question of whether you feel like going for the rotate or just...
No, they don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, they
should have been able to figure that out.
Yeah. That's something you think about for a second. You're like, I heard 2 nades at the same time explode.
Well, he's got 2 hands. There's a couple more peaks coming through. Everybody fixating in on Ticket, and they're just going to force their way over the line. 7th round secured.
Crazy.
9-10 with a couple to finish that one off.
This is like the Furia. This is like Furia versus Vitality. Just pure quality coming out of Mongols to survive even the pistol round and conversions lost. But will it end like that match? That's the question.
Fortunately for the side of Maus, not everybody's able to bring it to the server. Bit of a bottomed out performance here. Brolin, didn't talk about him. Yimfat, same case, 3 and 4 kills a pop.
I'm going to keep bringing it up, man. Everyone just wants to have that good first day. That's the pressure of these games. But anyone who spends more time thinking about that than winning is the one who will lose.
It was an awesome first half from Zershin, but that's really just the one glimmer of hope out of Maus.
Yeah, Brolin really struggled here.
Yes. 4-0 start, Maus. 5-7 half, the end.
Shuhei was also 6-1 and 7-10. So a lot of that impact was in the first few rounds.
Senzu to be first contact in a critical pistol here for Maus. Shuhei gonna bring that Molotov and smoke grenade back soon enough. It could very well be clean kills from Senzu to slow it down. 910's gonna have to turn from catwalk to hold them back in window, but honestly, if Maus just pedal to the metal, it's a tough ask of Senzu. It's actually utility meant for mid. Senzu, nice clean first one. Torzi's the answer. 910 knowing that he's stuck between both.
Oh, he got one.
Meanwhile, Shuhei's over here on the smoke, but what's happening at the B site? 910's got 2 frags. Finally, he goes down. But what's important is the B defender did enough to try and get his teammates in it, and Techno is able to best Shuhei. Torzi has to clutch. He gets off site by pushing forward into the back line of the CTs. Techno keeps thinking about it, but they've both now climbed out through window.
These dualies, Techno's coming to clear the flank.
Just around the corner.
He won't see anything just yet, but it looks like he's coming up on it.
Yes, sir, he figures it out. He can smell a rat. And Maus aren't able to hang on in the pistol.
Oh, man. Another great round where they got the opening frag from Senzu on the hard angle into B. And I like that even over the jump spot because you're safe from flashes. Yes, you have to take a really raw duel right here, but you get info guaranteed earlier. And even though he dies going down, it allows 910 to get set up for his. And so clean with those peaks, man.
Awesome awareness.
Yeah, excellent awareness, 100%. You know, Torzi took a big risk pushing towards market after the default plant, and really had to go for a deep read.
2-player apps push, first gun round. There ain't anybody here to hold it back.
Yeah, actually love that. They don't see anything. Oh my god, even this just swings the odds back into the favor of Mongols. They don't necessarily have to commit heavily to the A site just yet. It's still so early that sometimes this information can expire in value, but I love like the play here from Blitz, even just sitting in underpass. It's just take a small advantage off of this information. Don't overcommit on any type of swirl. Okay. An MP9.
Double pick-nya mantap gitu, cuy.
Yes, sir. All the information, it's something, but it's the individual levels.
910 is frying.
Yeah, boy.
9th round of the board. An MP9 from downtown.
I was like, oh, this is really nice because he can close the distance.
Yeah.
Walk out of the connector, get a shot on the side of the head. Like, very chill round. This tactic won them the round, though, right? Like, the only reason Blitz can stand there face forward in underpass is because they went to the double push upper first. Insane.
Blitz is only in on that fight for half a second.
Yeah, that was...
5-bullet MP9 burst shreds Mouse's head.
That gun's getting nerfed. I'm telling you that gun's getting nerfed. I said it since the last major. I don't know when it's going to happen, but...
My God. Now Desert Eagles here for Mouse. Can't help but grin with the form that the Mongols are bringing to the table.
To Shanghai.
Oh, last event of the year. Anything can happen. That's what Mongols are starting to instill in us, this belief that they can keep the momentum running. Gonna hang on to the bottom of connector for the one frag, sends you up in the ladder, makes sure that that one death's not in vain. Yes, sir, indeed. Keeps the pressure on both ends of it. Torji hoping somebody gives him something to pull on, but looks unlikely. Though at the moment he is in the middle of it all, he has found the right route.
Yeah, no one spot. Oh, no one spotting. He's going CT side.
910's been checking his back intermittently, but starting to turn back the other way. Torji, this is a clutchable round now.
Yeah.
If only he had more than 15 health, because you'd think at this point, expecting the jump cross, Senzu cleans him up, ends it, and puts Mongols 3 away from being 2-0 on the opening day of the elimination stage.
Splitting a pistol will help a ton. A quality first half and all those rifle rounds. Like, again, you could say, you know, when you look at the Furia Vitality match, you could say, you know, better team. You could maybe argue better team. When we got to overtime, it was clearly Vitality were better. But in regulation, with losing both pistols, the amount of rifle rounds they won, you know, they had to go up against it all. And in this game, this is clearly the better team with a pistol on top of it. Look at that comeback. Mouse have to have a T side though. It's Mirage.
You'd be foolish to write them off now, but at the same time, I'm almost feeling like their reputation has kept my opinion of them afloat.
We're talking about Exertion, who was having a rough sort of recent performances, but him coming to connector on this map, that's the key play.
Yes.
So we got to watch for how he can sneak in. The same way Malzinho does it later in the round on the A side. Exertion is such a core member of this team when it comes to Mirage on T side at taking over mid control.
Well, right now it's the 2 weak links that are about to have a face full of off. Senzu actually just gets the wall bang. See ya, sucker. Gimfat's in there with the bomb as well, but that op scope's been trained on him from the get-go. You said Mouse have to have a T side. They don't even see an opponent, and they're down a man already.
Yeah.
But you're dead on. Let's highlight the Xerxin connector play. Let's see what he's able to pull out right now. Oh, Senzu gets blasted away from the cat split that looks to be coming 910's way.
Yeah, awkward for 910. Will he find his opener? No, he misses.
This is a recovery mission now for Mouse. Blitz is able to get out from the market.
That flash is great.
And if he thinks that flash hit them, he knows they're on the wall. He will bring one with him, but Torji's on a tear.
That's the Tornado right there. 3 frags. 910 going down in the halls on that angle was perfect. Techno now in a 1-on-3 situation, but Mouse have been bailed out by a massive play out of Torji. And that's it. AK upgraded. He's gone. What a move. Nice on the smoke break there off Cat as well. I think that was an unlikely moment for them to be able to split B, and they executed that perfectly.
Yeah, I think you kind of see that with Senzu being unprepared for it.
Terrorists win.
So Torji suddenly kicks it up a notch.
You wouldn't just love a kill like that.
Especially just with the context. 4-2-0, up 10-5. That bullet comes whizzing by Torzi, but hey, Torzi gets a chance. It's a glimmer of hope for Mouse. Off of the back of the Hungarian. Ooh, using Shuhei's position against them. Sershin doesn't see it, but he still recovers the headshot. Oh God, that could have been.
What a reaction. That was actually insane.
All of a sudden, Techno's trying to dance on top of your head. And you have to kill him, because Techno's the one player who is equipped for anything in this round, right? That's the remnants of the last round. Now Mao's just dealing with measly vanilla pistols. This ain't the prettiest util. That's...
They just volleyed him out of that push.
A teammate's flash and molly. Yes. He's like, guys, I'm gonna push window, says Shuhei. No, you're not.
Going B.
But no.
Yeah. That's what we got to watch for Exertion. You know, if they're going to make this comeback happen, it's going to be off of connector kills.
Itu apa itu? Apa yang terjadi?
Can feel that one.
Yeah, at least that's a gun to get back too. Go and secure that in a second, maybe. We'll see.
Yeah, he's gonna start running up for it. There we go. Bomb helps out. Oh no, he didn't see it.
Where did it go?
The bomb blew it out the door over towards the vent. It's right here to the left. Right there.
Oh, no AK. And hey, man, that's a lot of money. He could have dropped an op and kept that gun. So, wow.
That's all he sees.
That's ridiculous.
Tell me Counter-Strike's not a horror game.
Yeah.
In his grill is Techno. Oh, okay, that's the deke. Well, that cleanup felt like it was always going to be inevitable. Here we go.
They don't save that AK. We got Techno on just an MP9. So.
Yep, a real limitation and a real fast tempo sent. Maus throwing Torji through the smoke, and he's not going to let Blitz get out of that corner. The fact Torji disrespects that smoke, catches Blitz off guard, and that's twice now, whether it's opening the cat smoke or this time into Con. Maus are just playing with a tempo that the Mongols are kind of getting caught off by, but 9-10 on the back line, gets the recovery. Op duel picked up here by Torzi, able to capitalize while the op is on cycle. Mauzinho's life is low, but Roland's got him locked in, stuck on the CT cross. He is sent back to behind the barrels. Blink and you'll miss it. Maus have taken 8.
That was perfect clash inside of mid out of Maus. They dealt with that tactic so damn well. Blitz was quickly into an awkward position as soon as they tried to barrel up a cat. This was so similar to the way Mongols called when they lost 4 rounds straight off the cat play, except they ended B that round. It's a strong round for Maus. That'll make you believe they can make this comeback possible. Not letting Mongols take too much space.
This is really Torzi and Zershin kind of picking up the other Maus players by the scruff of their necks, dragging them back into this T side.
Mid lane-nya gelut.
18 and 14 kills for Torzi and Zershin accordingly, but
Insta back to mid. I think it makes perfect sense here for Maus.
Man, and nothing really added to what was saved, so they're going to be banking on somebody from Mongols, from the guns out of the previous round, doing something spectacular. Senzu looking for a moment. That M4 reveals itself early days, and Maus will not shy away from this pace. This tempo again into Con. Shuhei, you've got a low blitz to your side, but they hold on to the ramp control. That's 2 more bodies spotted, gun included.
Might want to get ready to go back the other way, but no, they're running up under this.
Yeah, the pressure and Zershin catching the kill up into jungle. This is dangerous. You know that the M4A4 was over towards window. You saw the A1S fighting down the ramp. That is 3 of 4 CTs with guns confirmed, and Shuhei still calls commit to A.
I'm also surprised at that, but you know what? They did it together and they didn't blink, and I think that's the key part about this. Maus said they have the utility in place to make sure to get these kills, and they were right. Everyone was blind, people were exposed, and that top stair spot really sealed the deal. Maus instantly get to 9 rounds. It's the huge play from Torji to save him. couple of Shuhei calls with conviction to make this lead disappear here for the Mongols.
Couple weird economic rounds for Mongols. That comes to an end right here. That's the A1S setup. And Shuhei just constant on that pressure. I thought maybe when he goes top stairs, jungle ends up costing him, but he was adamant about what he wanted and when he wanted it. Mao's giving runway for their lesser fragging players to get online. That gap now down to just a single round. And while the op reveals itself to be set up towards window, Torzy puts his eyes on A.
Yeah, that shot will have him walk up, actually. Oh, and there might have been a chance.
Oh,
wow.
He hits that.
Wow.
Azinho lucky to be alive.
That's impressive.
Blitz looking to get active off of sight. Meanwhile, Shuhei yet again slipping up into connector. Look, he's going for the stairs. Shuhei's going up top stairs again.
Yeah, and Blitz ends up dying on the A push. That's the A site cracked open.
So much pressure on Khan. We said we had to highlight Xerxin and his openings on it, but it's been the in-game leader of Mao's instead, forcing his way up and into the A site. Now the bomb could still be cut off by 910 because he kills Jimpat. That's the support. But Torzy gets the tree frag, gives himself the cover, and it looks like Mao's tie the game up at double digits. This T side will not be stopped.
Torzy's just climbing the board. Yeah, that's actually fantastic. This time, I think Mongols make it a little bit risky. Blitz peeking into the A ramp as they're still holding it. We also have Torzy crawling up the A ramp in the first place because, and I don't know if 910 realizes this, but he takes a shot inside a middle at nothing, just a preemptive one, and Torzy knows that no one's sitting in CT waiting for him. So that small exchange of information is going to cause a butterfly effect of decisions from Mao's, and they were looking for anything to go because they were ready at A ramp and inside a middle.
Nah, tadi A-nya kalah terus.
Keeping that ticket player back with the op shot, that's maybe why Shuhei is just bolstered to come up top stairs. You know nobody's going for the deep ticket peek to hold smoke.
That's something that, like, Monasi did too much. Like, you know, early days was taking too many shots when the flash would hit or on the pre-fire and not understanding sometimes how much information that really is on the setup.
Yeah, don't give it away for free.
I mean, that's such a big thing, right? If someone starts ticket and you see, like, people run out A ramp at them, they look foolish, but you don't start ticket every round. So the whole idea is just try to make sure that when you shoot, it's at a target, especially if it's in the opening part of the round.
Haven't really had to talk about Brolin too much this map, but I think a very critical ramp pickup that opened the door for Shuhei to continue his pressure up middle. And now Mongols are hemorrhaging rounds. All tied up. The momentum has completely shifted, and Mao's continue to just have a better economy.
Yeah, the buys are interesting to say the least. Like, we see the amount of money left over.
Yeah.
It's like you look at this and you go, well, 910's got an op at the very least.
And this time he keeps his position secret.
Yeah, that's the key one. That's how you get people to walk into
Spotted. Saw the barrel on the jump up.
They're not scaling Cat off of this. 910's worried about it, you know, just in case. But they
don't really have any util to get him out.
Spot and bought a connector as well.
It's just a waiting game here. You don't have the Molotov to force Xerxin's play, but you know he is there. You know it. Can't do anything about it but hope and wait. And you get delivered what you want. No chance at the response there. Jimmy's starting to make his own moves over towards B. Techno very much isolated at the moment.
Yeah, but
you know,
now,
much like Xerxin, he's locked in.
910 has the window across now. He doesn't have to move.
All's good then. Opper freed up to move over.
Now this setup comes down to hit shots, right? The window
Simple
cross.
as that. But that smoke has 910's name on it. And now your MP9 pinned against the wall. Techno gets cleared. 910 tries to throw his SOP up into the action, but he doesn't have a target. Nobody's spacing. Finally, the third player in walks into the scope. No trade. Where are they? He's hunting. Scalp after scalp. Hanging on to the line. Torzy gets his back. 910 blasted. Both players off the window dead. Wow. And what do you know? It's a big one from Jimmy.
It's Jimmy the Ripper. That's amazing. 3 frags out of Jimmy, peeking right into the op. That's actually so well played out of 9-10 on his positioning. And he doesn't get scared here when he has 3 angles to decide to try to dissect. And this one for Brolin looked a little bit sketchy because they knew he was back here and he took a long time to scale to try to deal with this position. In fact, Jimmy on 11 HP if he just goes for that swing. At the wrong moment, it's over. So now it's a lead for Mouse.
Nah itu Mongol tadi nge-wipisan, ngapain keluar dari jendela yang udah di smoke, udah ada orang coba.
One op, 4 MP9s. That's what they bring into it. Man, 9-10. Given just enough respect to almost pull that over.
Yeah, that was still great. But in the back, Torzy was still picking off pieces on top of it.
Yes, sir.
Making it harder and harder.
As he has been all map long, up to 20 kills. These two teams only meeting once back at the Cologne play-in. And like you said, a 50-kill game from Torzy in a 22-19 win for Mouse.
Oh,
missed window smoke. Jail time.
Jail time.
Zinho pulls down into the fire, puts it out, doesn't want to hang around up top. Repositions once it burns out over towards jungle. We get more molly pressure.
He's worried about if they come out of a ramp, if they just spin and try to take him out. So he has to respect that.
Connector really has been the floodgate for Mouse into the A-site hits. And this constant threat of losing mid-control early has the Mongols separated somewhat. They're going to put Xerxin into Connector, but for the time being, he is not supported. He has nobody to trade off of.
Yeah, this is what he does.
Blitz is coming to clear him. Thinking about it at the 45-second mark as we get an entire pack of Mouse players ready to barrel into the B site. That's going to be Senzu back on bench to try to hold this. This lurk could be key, but what makes first contact? The commitment onto site? Can Xerxin just cut off a bunch of rotates? Do the entry frags come through? Brolin dead with nothing. Shui gets the trade, but they don't know where Techno's at. Jimbat tries to cover from above, but there's a bit of disjointedness, and Jimmy can't get him out. Wow. It's Techno to hold. We've got the op of Torzy, meanwhile, looking over towards the market. 15 on that clock.
Got missed.
Mao's looking to recover now. The pinch is in. Torzy got him out of the arch side. Last CT in the middle. Blitz, unable to stop the offer.
Satu lawan 3 mas sulit.
And that's a perfectly executed lurk out of Xerxin. That's what he does out of top connector. Trades go down on the site. It rests on a hair trigger every step of the way. And Mouse get the key kill over and over again. Never giving the advantage to Mongols. A flawless comeback here on T side.
Phenomenal. At the very least, a small sigh of relief. This game has been back-to-back T-side domination. 4 rounds to kick off the CT side of Mouse. 1 thereafter, 3 out of the gate for the Mongols, and nothing since. Look at the top of your screens.
That's what it's been even earlier. 8 rounds T side for everybody.
And Senzu gets that Brolin frag to kick it all off. Techno had his moment in the corner, but he was so locked in that eventually this happens. After a missed shot, oh, he jumps out.
Oh, because I think he saw the time. He's like, I'm in a position to almost try to delay. They're going to be coming out, and you can see because of the time, they actually needed the kill.
We get rifles for the Mongols at least, but the utility is so lackluster. 1 chance to hang on for dear life here, Mongols.
Banget itu mas, gila.
They go for the deep house control, something different. Mongols, they've been kind of leaning back. One of the most forward positions we've seen is
dari tadi seru-seru terus ininya apa roundnya.
Connector, which looks likely yet again. That is going to be the bomb's route in.
If they want to walk it up towards the A site this early on, Blitz, he's going to hear Brolin running in.
Brolin's coming for it. It's a rough game for Brolin.
Really rough.
How does this change things? Torzy kills 9-10. That's the window player down. Yes, Palace is gone, but Blitz doubles back. And as he comes out, he just takes the fight. What? Blitz is doing it on his own. How do you do that? Just throws himself back into the A site. Steps up when he needs to. Deep ticket players. Torzy and Jimpat on a recovery. No, not twice. Not back-to-back rounds like this.
And is this the moment that they run it to the other
13-10. 13-10.
Techno wins the duel at the background. Tries to take a duel after hands being busy, and we go 24.
He's switching guns. Literally thinks that Techno's gonna
Ngapain coba? Nge-pick nggak jelas tadi.
Standard instead wants the raw duel with Techno. He's happy for that fight. Too many shots got missed from the Mongols towards the end of that round after Blitz got his 2K running out of the halls. You know what, though? I think he does this because he doesn't believe that now Maus are even going to try the A site. Another call from Shuhei where the A site is not easy to take. There's Palace control, CT, ticket.
Udah bagus banget padahal ini tag-nya.
Close to getting it.
And that clutch keeps the game alive for Mongols, ends the streak, has to be a 1v2.
Oh, cut your losses next time, kids.
Iya, habis ngeplan ngapain ngintip coba. Itu teh kebiasaan jelek. Dan kayaknya kalau tadi ngelihat langsung si senjatanya juga belum bisa nembak. Harusnya kan nunggu kayak sedetik 2 detik. Lagian dia udah dapet bom, harusnya kan udahlah. Harusnya waktu ada di yang di Palace yang nggak keluar.
They'll keep him alive. He chucks a flash out, but it doesn't find its mark, and he loses his head. No fallback allowed, but still it's man advantage. Shuhei died top middle in the meantime. Mongols on the brink of pushing OT.
Now we've seen how good the trades are late round situations here for Maus, even when they have low players. They usually find a way. Can't help but feel like Mongols are really feeling the pressure now with some of those shots coming in late. Techno saved them last time.
There goes that last smoke out for Maus deep onto connector. You got flashbangs to try to support Jimpat to exit. Torzy's got that bomb, and Brolin's got himself an entry.
Oh, itu headshotnya.
That makes it the 3v3.
9-10 though, priming the off to peek off ticket.
Ngapain sih dari tadi tuh orang? Astaga.
No overreaction on the flick, and Jimpat looks for new pressure.
He's gonna go deep into the jungle. They've picked up a smoke and they put it on the flank, but oh my god, he's just planting out the open.
Plan open tanpa ya udah ini mah easy.
Blitz touching 20 off of that 2K. And the open plant, no one covering it.
That is all Blitz. All day. The 23rd and 4th are his.
And that's why he's the best player on this team, man. It's not just the IGLing, but fragging in moments like this. In that last round, he bailed out the young guns who are clearly feeling the pressure. And now we get to overtime. 2 straight for the Mongols. And now who's feeling the pressure?
Seven unanswered rounds by Maus, and suddenly a kickoff from Blitz. That is Brolin's one contribution to the round when he's able to get the kill out from Palace, but it all felt like too little, too late.
That was cold from 9-10, man. He was getting swung on, and he didn't go for the extra wide flick. He decided to track, and that relies on someone missing a shot. But if he had taken it and missed, that round is over. This game ends 13-11 in favor of Maus, and look at this, 6 direct duels, one from Torzy over 9-10. Now, 9-10's still having his impact big time, but obviously when they go head-to-head, it's not even close. Now, sometimes that matters, sometimes it doesn't. It really comes down to how many pieces are getting picked off on rifles. Now, if we saw some kind of inflated score line from 9-10 of eco frags, that'd be one thing, but he's hit some critical shots.
Despite Torzy having his number. Insertion. What are you gonna do? What?
Yeah, this
tries to creep out. It's held on both ends.
It's another read on the play. I mean, sometimes people walk out on both sides. They have both sides covered, obviously. Shuhei gets spotted. Brolin finds his.
Tucks back into the Palace.
And it's the late round moments that are actually quite nice sometimes for Mouse. Roland, oh, he's getting hurt.
Wow, I thought he'd be dead for sure, but still he finds a route to safety. Blitz putting a flash up.
They're holding everything. Ah, that's
never gonna work.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
There's a kick up.
Big time.
In some of the individual level now. I feel like that is just shedding a layer of pressure as Blitz posts those 2 rounds back to back. You put it well. The seriousness of the situation sinks in. Young Guns drop off, Blitz delivers, and in overtime, everybody hits the shots they have to completely muzzle Mouse in the first of OT.
Gak jelas. Mau
Two teams
tikus.
will meet at the biggest events of the year. So it's an oddity of a head-to-head. And it's one that loves to go the distance. But what's the response, Mouse? As Blitz is figuring this out.
Yeah, perfect tactics. On exactly what Mouse
Tapi
wanted to get
smoke
another
play
round.
Mongol tadi
There's
bagus
no
banget sih.
secret that exertion's going to make plays like that to try to get a connector. You feel like a genius though when you figure out when. And it's Mouse who look a little silly as they now drop another round, lose the lead for a second time this game. Oh no, oh the op is going up into Palace. This could just be a walkout kill. It is, yeah. That's another perfect tactic called here for Mongols.
Just a cool time to pull out a double off.
Yeah.
I mean, we're 26 rounds into this game.
Very true, and it takes the edge off of figuring out what's new to do.
Thrusts it in for an opening kill. The Saber sticks. And 9-10 turns around for the third one in. Shuhei lucky to be standing. Now Zinho's just gonna swoop in clean.
GG, Maus.
It's Mongols Nai clearing this OT.
Berarti teman-temannya itu semua pasti.
Revenge tour here for 9-10 as he swings this off. Again, opening setup perfect for exactly what Maus want to do. This is mind reading happening here. And with those 2 chances gone, there's only one more chance on this T side for Mouse to make sure they don't hear match point music.
Iya, gila. Dari tadi Mouse mainnya tengah-tengah bagus pisan. Mereka hampir comeback. Terus 3 ronde terakhir nge-whiff. Nggak jelas pisan. Aneh pisan sumpah.
Unfortunately.
Not ready for that one whatsoever. He finishes off his kill to Shuhei as well, who was already tagged up by Setop. The winds of change have blown the momentum into the Mongols' sails at this point. No op for Torzi, who is sporting such an incredible head-to-head to his counterpart of 9-10. Oh, and not to mention all the riflers he's picked off too.
And it looks like another good use of this double op setup. They've got deep B control. Again, it frees up the map. Now, there is still a huge hole inside of middle, and sometimes Mouse, in these late round moments, if you get too light over towards A, that's when connector gets weaker, right?
Player to climb up into the window. Or hang on to the spot for now.
They're looking for him, man. They're looking for Xerxin to make this move. They know he's going to try to do it. Can he still get away with it?
Thing is, we already saw him get stuck on that top connector smoke in one of these overtime rounds. And with everybody else struggling, barring Torzi, you can't suddenly have a muted Xerxin in OT. So
if a team isn't going for execs, that's the best time to have a double op setup. When you see defaults and walking around like this is where the opportunities come. But right now, Mouse have got stuck in. They have Cat, they have Window, and they're ready to walk up and create a situation like they have in the past. Lots of chaos. Oh my God, is this gonna work?
No, almost. But it does get cleared. Mauzinho, though, he could cut off the 2. Torzi.
Oh, GG, Maus.
Oh my God, Mauzinho.
It's not one of the ops, but it's still just a patient positioning of the rifle and a perfect lineup.
That was a work of art, honestly.
2 melons smashed. Xerxin up inside of the connector has been looking and hunting for anything this whole entire round. They'll find nothing on this T side. Nothing.
That's just beautiful. There's even a world where Mzinho gets a kill, gets traded if he doesn't go for the full swing. Believes in the timing, takes the bomb down. 2 with one spray and suddenly 3-0 up in overtime. It was a comeback to get here after a 10-6 lead. And now it's Mongols' game to lose. How have they done this?
It's a question we continue to ask ourselves all year long as their accolades continue to be collected, as their individual levels show no ceiling. How have they done this?
4v5.
Clinical.
Yellow.
On the ramp
Up
push.
sekali.
Pulling out the double op setup, 2 rounds into overtime, having not played it at all throughout all of their economic struggles of regulation. And they had some weird buys, constantly limited economically, and yet, when given the cash,
Kita lihat ya Honda sekarang kalau sekalinya udah.
Three chances to close this.
I wonder if they burst cat. It's a round where they've got a lot of momentum with them, and that burst cat round they did in the 4th round was so powerful. Oh, they're looking to put the same connector pressure on Shuhei, Brolin, whoever swings. They want them to get damaged. Looks like they're going in for late mid.
Maus failed to convert their 2 match points in regulation. And now the Mongols have been presented with a buffet. 3 to close. A chance to feast in the elimination stage of Shanghai, to go up 2-0 and give yourself not only 3 chances to close this map, 3 best of 3 opportunities to qualify for playoffs. Senzu,
what a find.
Will not be a part of the winning formula if this is the round to do it. Shuhei's window pressure keeps the Mongols crawling forward. Zershin good off of the catwalk, and he goes for second servings. Dishes death to Blitz. 9-10 caught out. It is an empty-handed Mongols.
Okay.
Not a single kill.
Yeah.
Maus, that's 1 of 3.
Great pick off the corner of the window smoke. Maus win that versus the late mid control, and you can see with the bomb crowding up inside of middle that they were going to maybe try to walk up connector this round, but it doesn't even get close to as far. Shuhei, once again, fell off towards the end of the first half, but when he was getting his kills, it was a lot of mid pressure that he was winning with. Now they have themselves an extremely clean round. Economy won't be much of a factor, but confidence will definitely be high after a round like that.
It's an exchange of grenades in mid. It's actually Jimmy playing cat. No dedicated B anchor, makes them a little nervous. They start to peel away from their opening gambit. 9-10 this entire time has just stayed scope top ramp, hoping somebody is going to step into this crosshair.
We talked about that kill matrix between him and Torji.
Yes.
Torji and CT spawn waiting for the walkout.
This could be the round. This could be the round. He gets it back, but it's set to instead with a
Nice.
of a headshot. As the flashes pop, the smokes plume, and the T's are able to exit. That deep bowl of smokes is going to keep Brolin out of this as if he was ever delayed reaction. Nothing out of Zershin. Inside of that smoke remains Brolin. He's getting tagged up the entire time.
Hello.
A 12-match win streak for the Mongols. Leave it to them to make a trophy out of Maus.
The 2-0 on the day for the Mongols, with a Maus victory at that. That's just unreal. That's uncanny. I mean, we've seen how good the Mongols can be, obviously, even earlier today. And I gotta say, I think Blitz carried them through it at the end before we got into overtime. When they got back to overtime, everyone was shooting again. But Blitz on the Palace push that 1 round, his 3K prior. It's not that Maus got nervous. I think that it looked like Mongols were for a moment, and Blitz helped them shed the fog.
Dude, he absolutely restarted
Sini,
their war.
Navi lawan MIBR.
The 23rd and 24th aren't won without Blitz, and those are the 2 match points that Maus get to touch. Incredible scenes. Everything is coming together at the right time.
Yeah.
That's what this really feels like.
I mean, that's the North Star for anybody, right? When you talk about a team like Vitality going into Paris. We just saw the CSGO Memories thing where Apex was saying he had Dupree and Magix asking him if quarters was cool, you know? And he's saying, only thing I care about is winning this major. Like, you see Mongols coming into Shanghai. They're getting soybean milk for breakfast. You know what I mean? Knife cut noodles.
Thriving in their element at this point. What an opening day. People had discussed, obviously, the G2 upset. That was one where in the opening games, there's game tape to go off of, right? Mongols, big upset over G2 back at Cologne. This is now 2 teams that they took, or excuse me, not that they took down. Obviously, locking horns, going into double, triple overtime when they last faced Mouse.
Yeah. And Torji, you know, he didn't have 50 kills, but he had the impact that was just as impressive as last time. But you know what, man, like, again, for Oppers going head-to-head, it's an important stat just because it's a kill on a rifle round, but not necessarily because you're winning versus an Opper. You can have just as much value taking out rifles, 2 rifles every single round, and then eventually getting traded. And that's what 9-10 did.
It sucks to highlight. I think if Brolin has an even remotely better game, there's a chance that Mouse pushed this over.
Techno had even less ADR than him, but when you look at the rounds that Brolin died on,
yes,
he was extremely slow to start, and he ends up, obviously, with 9 kills there at the bottom of the board. Numbers aren't everything, but in this case, you could see it as well, so...
Yeah, I think it's the 21 deaths that comes along with it, unlike Techno, you know, who is at least just kind of operating and
He's
floating
just
out
being
there.
a B player.
Yeah, just going 2-0, guys. Don't mind me.
Yeah.
Just going to the playoffs.
No, that's a good point.
Maybe.
I mean, you couldn't see it, but dude, 9-10, man.
And you know what's
Let's
amazing? 28 and 18, phenomenal map, has to be highlighted. Absolute impact from 9-10 while getting owned by Torji.
Yes. Imagine how many kills he would have gotten. It would have been just at least 6 more. Then it's rifle rounds that he's dying on.
At least 6 head-to-head duels lost versus Torji, and you still can't hold him back from getting 100 plus ADR. Just awesome.
Yeah.
It is an awesome time. The tale of this major was that the level of competition across the entire community at the moment is so high that everything feels like it's coming together with just this open question of who can do it.
Yeah.
And I think that after today, there is a name that is slowly rising with no sign of stopping in sight. The Mongols will have 3 opportunities to lock in playoffs in Shanghai. Wow. But now, on to the 0-1 games.
Nah, lagi istirahat, gas.
Welcome back, everybody, to the B stream, day 1 of the elimination stage.
Is
the Perfect World Shanghai Major. This is Scrawny, that is Launders, and we are talking G2 up next, Launders. They lost their opening game versus Mongols, which after just watching Mongols play Mouse, you can kind of understand.
Well, yeah, think about that draw, and they still made it through. And that was almost Furia also making through one of the most ridiculous draws that you can get as well, doing it in front of this crowd. And I gotta say, I think, like, you know what? I don't even know if Rare Adam would have more fans than G2 with this crowd here in Shanghai. There's just...
Yang ini low bracket salah. Wah, udah 05 salah euy. Sorry. Wis mantap.
And this is just Brazilian Counter-Strike building up into that momentum, not caring about the
Kenapa ini Navi dibantai?
sensing weakness and attacking into it. And Sonny just saying, we're handling Banana each and every round. Who the hell cares if we decide to rush it? We'll tank the nade damage.
And this is the play that got us so excited when we started to see him break out at events.
14-1.
Waiting for him to make the next step at the biggest tournaments. And now against one of the biggest teams we've got, 14-1.
Averaging over 2 kills a round to start this map. And once again, MIBR on a hunt.
Oh my god.
Dude.
He wants the ace this time. And no bit will prevent any chance of that. And decent mechanics from Bit as well, being able to get a 3K, keep his life for that M4. That is the difference, though. In the first gun round, Insani hunted every single player down, right? They didn't save any of their weapons. At least Na'Vi are able to save the AWP this time in the M4. It gives them a shot at picking this up with a loss bonus at maximum.
Gives them ability to drop 2 M4s over to teammates. Alexi would be stuck on an MP9, but you still have a strong buy for Na'Vi. The problem is you still haven't found any solutions to Banana. And now MIBR gets to open up that playbook a little bit. You know, look at Na'Vi.
Yeah.
They have to send more bodies. 4 players going to be in Banana on this round. And MIBR, after a B rush, are like, we'll play this one passive. We'll see what's happening. But you force the best team in the world to make a massive adjustment to try and recover. 6-0.
JL flashed, unleashed. I'm sure it's just happy to not be dead a couple of seconds into the round. This time more pressure will be applied towards A. So we looked at the AWP of Wonderful. Sonny still having a little look around top Banana.
And it looked like they wanted to challenge towards Rap side to apply a little bit of pressure to it, but just gets smoked off now by Ima, who's going to use this moment in time while this smoke is deployed to shift back into the bomb site because he senses an A hit coming. 30 seconds left on the clock.
Wonderful awaits the arrival of MIBR. As Na'Vi still sit on 0 rounds, someone has to step up for them. Wonderful misses his shot.
Wonderful, why?
Waits inside of Pit. He's got Ima's
Up
distraction from the side,
what?
it's no longer there. So Bit moves through and Hero rises.
Panik.
And that is not enough. MIBR not taking their foot off the throat of Na'Vi.
And that, I mean, there's really nothing crazy tactical about that from MIBR. That's just a missed shot from Wonderful that opens the gates. Missed shot and what should be a textbook shot from the AWPer. And Drop also gets the follow-up kill inside the bomb site. When he sees Ima slide in, Na'Vi been knocked off their game, missing timings due to the aggressiveness of MIBR. And if you're Alexi and JL, you know a hunt is coming. The round is not done for you yet.
Alexi's gone, just JL. And can he hold on to it? Yes, He will against Insani, and the last second tick nearly comes through there from Safe.
He even get the dink on Safe as well. A little bit more bullet in the mag, and he would at least have that kill also, but not that it matters. The economy for MIBR is so strong. This is crazy. Second timeout from Blade.
Nggak tahu ini Navi padahal
Dude, I'm just looking back.
Itu loh, bagus loh harusnya.
And the teams that they've played, and you have to go so far to find anything.
Tuh ya, di sini mereka. Tapi lawan Liquid aja 13-10 sih, memang Liquid lagi jelek pisan. Ya di opening aja. Di opening aja teh. Oh, Liquid menang 3-0 nih nggak jadi. Tapi nggak tahu, Navi-nya lagi jelek pisan.
Series play obviously going to be much harder. The other side of the coin is MIBR was playing in the opening stage. Navi got that direct berth. They haven't been playing in this match environment. Obviously well experienced in it, but sometimes coming right back after a long extended break to these high pressure matches, there's a little bit of lag time before you catch up. There's a little bit of rust to shake off.
And yeah, when MIBR bring in this style of play, it can be hard to get into the game as well.
And when Insani has 16 kills.
Yeah, exactly.
Sometimes it's, what are you supposed to do about this?
Sometimes your opponents have a really good day.
And on a map like Inferno, as we saw with Yakinder and Liquid earlier today, you get someone being this effective over in Banana to start out the map, like there's no point, the retake is such a far-fetched idea. And Insani just delivering knockout punch after knockout punch.
Dari tadi hampir terus Bang PG. Iya, miss satu terus.
Becomes a boiler play. Wonderful goes in with Bit. He managed only one. And the trade it'll be for Na'Vi.
And Na'Vi desperately just trying to read the situation with low weaponry, with weaker weaponry, trying to find exactly where the finishing move is going to be. I think the A defenders just called him off and said, after that kill, there ain't nothing here. Move on back. So Alexi will slide back with a smoke. And if they let this one just wait, if they wait out this smoke, Na'Vi will have the time to reconvene and move over. Ima's coming with an MP9. Wonderful, just upgraded to the AK-47. He's going to start coming over, and Alexi wants to activate himself and Ima with the flashbang over coffins.
Goes Ima, Alexi B getting something done at least. A wonderful just one back, but it's not going to be enough.
Well, his one back is against Jay.
Hey, menang.
Through the smoke, so yeah, he's kind of helping out MIBR there. But obviously with that kind of slow progression after the smoke clears, not really a good indication of when that smoke gets deployed. And Sani with the closing kill. Unbelievable showing from MIBR in this map. Na'Vi is stumped.
Yeah, they are. They absolutely are. This is looking so unbelievably strong for MIBR right now. They just can't figure out how to deal with this banana problem. And Insani is going to try and just continue that pressure.
Hampir lagi itu dapat 13 apa? Putaran 13.
Insani, here he comes. JL. He's got some help with him, but JL decides to drop back. And just as he does, Insani peeks and inflicts damage upon him.
JL's got to feel like every decision he makes, no matter how he plays around, it's the wrong decision. Yeah, even as he slides in wider for an angle, the flashbang comes in. When he's tried to pull out utility playing top banana, that's when he gets peaked. When he plays it and doesn't get challenged early, he gets attacked on the fallback.
Nah, bener tuh. Dia udah beres, balik lagi, gacha lagi.
For the timings that MIBR are somehow finding against him every single round. And as a team now, Na'Vi shifting over to the B bomb site, which has been a problem in the finishing moments of rounds. And it's the wrong side of the map. So a save is going to be in order, because Bit, as amazing and incredible as he is, cannot stop all 5 players of MIBR. And Na'Vi's just parked at this B site because there's no point. This is such a comprehensive victory thus far for MIBR.
Pitt gets one back, but not gonna happen.
And you're also sat there as Na'Vi and you're like, we really don't have any more rounds to give up, but what are we supposed to do? We have no utility. There's one kit. And they have the entire bomb site with 5 players surviving.
It is about to be a shocking result, and you brought up a point earlier. The fact that MIBR have been in this environment for a little bit longer than Na'Vi. They've had to leave and come back, and they didn't play in the stage environment yet. The same could be said for Mongols earlier, who defeated the side of Mao's. A lot more warmed up coming into this, and MIBR are destroying Na'Vi. They've called their timeouts. They've had their change-ups, but none of it has worked. None of it has clicked. So they start with 4 at B.
Yeah, like what else are you supposed to do? They tried it earlier. MIBR opened up with such an aggressive stance and philosophy towards Banana, and after all the success, they've closed things down. They've kind of slowed it down, knowing that Na'Vi was going to have to react to the really aggressive pressure. Best chance for JL, and he still can't deliver.
No.
He still can do nothing about Insani.
There is no stopping Insani. He's looking for his 20th kill in round 10.
And I like that he senses how good of a game he's having, and and he's like, I got the hot hand. I'm going for everything.
Alexi B under pressure at first. Orange is just not want to give up the site. Imma's arrived to try and help him. But there's a sense in the minds of Na'Vi that every call they've made, every rotation, every stack is being outcalled by MIBR.
It's Insani's very first major, and he's taking complete advantage of it. Incredible individual effort during the opening stage. And now here against Na'Vi, burying them beneath his 19 frags.
Itu mah jauh banget. Nggak ada dekat-dekatnya itu.
Timing, but still got back to the pick. 20 seconds left though. That's all that's left on the clock here for the Brazilians.
Oh, and Na'Vi think they're waiting out the Molotov, but they're not. They're coming right back. Again, it's wonderful. He had that devastating miss earlier on, but this time there's only 10 seconds on the clock. Oh, wonderful. He nails that one, drills it, but buries himself in the bomb site.
Well, the plant is coming in, exit's gone down, and there's no more time to win it. There's no more time.
Oh, Lukowski lost track. He had to plant that bomb.
Akhirnya menang juga.
That's very unfortunate. He comes off of the plant with 4 seconds left. It looked like, well, he just secured it in time. He would have had the plant down. He had his teammate coming in. Wonderful wasn't pushing, and there was no pressure being applied. But Lukowski comes off the plant, and that is how Na'Vi win their first round.
Yeah, and maybe we haven't had to see any of the nerves affect MIBR because of how Insani's been playing. But here, I think Lukowski just losing track of the amount of time on the clock. You just plant that bomb. You know you have to assume the Alper is not going to make some crazy aggressive play to push around you like that. You have to trust your teammate to be able to prevent it if it does happen.
Ya, kalau 2-10 sih biasanya Na'Vi menang sih. The curse of Na'Vi. Mereka harus 2-10 dulu. Tuh lihat, sekalinya Na'Vi menang tuh MIBR yang time out. Harusnya kan Na'Vi yang time out kan, tapi ini MIBR-nya yang time out. Takut comeback kayaknya.
Couple of rounds left in this half. JL's just open. Can I get one round? Just one. Who is able to stay alive. Going aggressive, peeking around the corner, but here come MIBR and JL caught by the flash. Tries to get away, more damage done by Insani.
He has not had a fun time. He's not had a single round that he's been able to be happy about. He's constantly, even when he's safe and alive in the bomb site, he's sitting at 40 HP.
Yeah, he's gonna go to bed tonight, have nightmares of Insani. Just running at him in Banana. Even when he tries to get away, he's always taking damage. Force Na'Vi to turtle up in the B bomb site if you're MIBR.
And you force out a counter smoke right now. CT spawn smoke coming in. You're going to smoke off left side mid, and you can at least force back this mid defense. Depending on the results, they might just waltz into the bomb site after the fact.
Flash, wonderful forced away. Bit burning, has to drop back, and so it disrupts the setup that Na'Vi had put in place. And so MIPR, with the final 30 seconds left, are about to apply excruciating pressure onto Wonderful. And the AWP must step up. It must connect. It is one and done because there was no fallback plan. He was committed to the open, and now it's the rifles inside of the site. 19 seconds for MIPR. Once again, that clock running low for an A site finish, and they line up for big.
Nice, nice, nice.
Imma defending against safe. And Miss Shaw,
The curse of Na'Vi is real. Yes. 2-10.
Finally, Na'Vi able to get something positive going. The AWP has recovered as well that he can pass over to Wonderful. I feel like Na'Vi don't really know what's coming from MIBR at any point. Wonderful's taking that wide angle, which is like, yeah, I'll get one kill, but there's nowhere I can go afterwards. He missed the shot earlier at the bomb site that would have given him safety and a second option. Thrown off their game. It's so hard to see Na'Vi being able to recover in the second half. But Insani might have finally cooled down. Couple killless rounds for him, and finally JL comes out on top of that engagement. Staying in the fight despite all the struggles, brought down to 4 health. Alexi steps up to the plate and delivers 2 big frags. Dropping Lukowski coming through the smoke.
It's been a fantastic half for MIBR.
It just took Na'Vi 10 rounds.
Yeah, it took them way too long. Way too long to get into this. And the work that they must do now in the second half is so difficult. But at least some strength showing in the final 3 rounds of play.
But you know, with Na'Vi, the confidence that they've built up throughout this incredibly successful year, winning the Copenhagen Major, all the trophies that have come along the path as well, all the finals that they've been in.
We also
going to be a tough team to put away, even with the big lead.
And we also know from the most recent title, which was in Rio, they won that in a sort of fashion where they had to come back, right? So we know they've got the mental strength.
See?
Record to trust that they
See?
can come back into games. But if they lose this pistol round and fail to convert it, the work that needs to be done may prove too much.
Blade still very vocal during halftime, making sure everyone's on the same page and ready for what's to come, for the comeback they have to embark upon. And Sani just gathering himself as instructions pass down the line. Visualizing the second half after a blistering first half with 19 kills, he finishes. .146 ADR, 5 opening kills, and 19 frags.
Goes killless in the final 2. But just an unbelievable first half performance from Insani. Hoping he can continue that into the defensive efforts. Look how he's gathering info as he jumps to the apartments. Na'Vi keeping it controlled, slow, no fights going down yet, but eventually those fights are set up to go towards A, at least towards top mid. Wonderful will be a player involved in that duel while we have the apartments being occupied by Imma and Bit. Still got some smoke utility left here for MIPR. Drops using it towards B, but we're about to get the fight we've been waiting for, and that's towards top mid here. Wonderful to be the first man in. Also the flash goes into the peak, safe to swing and try and protect his teammates. Some damage being done on both sides, but no kills.
Yeah, Safe kind of almost half-assed that peek in a way. If he'd gone a little bit deeper and actually committed to it, he'd probably have a freebie right there, but that little half peek he gave punishes him with 48 health. But MIBR maintain the aggressive stance on defense up in brackets. And Navi's going to come right back into this.
Still strong here for MIBR. Safe to eventually get that kill on Wonderful. And this crossfire is now broken apart by Imma, who gets 3 kills in this pistol. He keeps Na'Vi in this fight. And we know how important this pistol round is in terms of being the first step of a long road back into this game for Na'Vi. And the plant is in, dropping Insani to come back again.
Yeah, and Drop on the flank, they're completely split. Really hard to get back into this bomb site with USPs. Drop has to do some kind of work. And Ima's put himself way, way deep up in halls in the window room. So even though this flank comes in and could be punishing, he's now become the flanker.
Yeah, well, Imma looking for another frag in this pistol. Not so clean on it. Eventually gets his headshot. It's 4 for Imma in this round. And JL even has a molly if required. Imma to get all 5. A pistol round ace for Imma.
And that's the first step. A really tough, hard-fought pistol round. They trade out in middle. Credit Imma to get this comeback started. If they can convert the second round, they start closing the gap. They'll be within striking distance.
JL eating shrapnel. The second half kicks off. Them taking damage in Banana. The stack for MRBR over towards A. They'll leave Drop as the solo B player.
Face Clan. Face Clan udah, sekarang lagi game kedua. Abis ini lawan abis Navi sama G2. Apa namanya? Dia hari ini game terakhir round 2-nya.
And now they are starting to take that info as they go up Banana. It's going to be JL. And behind him is Alexi B. That resmoke, that might just have the effect that MIBR need, which is sending Na'Vi back over towards A.
Over towards Rap side. Get the advantage of some of those rifles in there. Pin down those pit players. Exit and Safe inside the bomb site aren't going to be able to do a whole lot. Now it's been spotted. Now the stack has to break up itself to get into some kind of safety. And at that range, the weaponry is not there. Na'Vi going to be up to 5.
And that gap starting to shrink.
Bang Alek mau gacha nggak di sini?
Still plenty of work to do, and we're yet to see MIBR with a buy in the CT half. But they've cooled them down. It does feel like they've cooled them down, Jason.
Certainly. And I mean, you've now gotten some things going in your direction. And as we said, it took Na'Vi 10 rounds to kind of wake up into this game and figure out the solution in the first half.
Tanda seru.
Once they got there, they rattled off rounds 10, 11, and 12. Right in a row. Now you add the pistol in the second round. You're going to have an easier one of the next time with unarmored USPs. That should send you up to 6 to 9. And then
Datang dapat air dong, gila.
Na'Vi, no slouches on the T side, and always a tough team to put away. This is where coming into Shanghai as well.
Makanya apa namanya?
Look over at Alexi, who has done just such an incredible job as a leader of this team, in game and out of game.
Ketik coba tanda seru gacha hell.
He's been one of the shining stars as a leader for this Na'Vi team throughout the year, and he's going to have the responsibility of leading this comeback now.
Well, if you had a checklist, they're starting to tick off those boxes of those steps, those win conditions to get back into the game, right? You've won the pistol, you've converted against the force buy, you've left MIBR with not enough money to get a strong buy here. It works out well for Na'Vi in terms of, we're looking at a scoreline that should be 9-6.
Okay, 3 HE grenades at the B bomb site, all information. And Alexi's like, you know what? Let's just back away. We don't need to pressure it. We don't like what we see in here with all the HEs coming out. Although coming right back to this. Hoping that
Males bikin table winningnya, pokoknya mah minimal 1 maksimal 10.000.
And maybe they go to the other side of the map to defend or reposition from Na'Vi, but the stack is still here. It's just weak.
Cal's under pressure. Alexi B flying through the sky with a MAC-10. Shreds to the boosted player. Sees one of the back of Nubox, and somehow, some way Exit gets another out of that, and JL and Imma combined to close it.
Man, if they win this first gun round, then you really feel like Na'Vi have built into the game, and then the pressure kind of turns. Even with a 2-round deficit, I think MIBR would be the ones feeling like, okay, we've awoken the beast. We've awoken the best team in the world, and we've got to figure it out on this CT side to slow them down and put things in their path. Despite an incredible opening half on
Tuh udah ada tuh slot health tuh. Checkpoint lah.
And MIBR might find out the hard way how hard it is to close against one of the world's best.
Nah, maksudnya poin doang, nggak pakai cek.
Na'Vi with a different approach to the T side than MIBR. It was a lot of quick rounds up banana, some speed thrown into the mix from MIBR. Na'Vi stayed controlled. Into the peak. Oh, through the smoke, and Sani going down. And now it's his turn to feel the brunt of damage on the CT side. Bit comes out of Boiler, gets another headshot for Na'Vi. Safe was boosted up, and they still haven't seen him. They still haven't detected him. And so that will cost them another member. Bit to fall, and a numbers game evened out at 3v3.
Yeah, but they spotted 2 defenders up at brackets, so now they want to hustle over to the B bomb site. They're going to have to go through this smoke if they want it. They break in, step through, boost is here.
Yeah, this could be huge for Lacalzi. Flashes up, but he still gets away with a kill just before that flash really affects his vision. And so JL going down, leaving Na'Vi with 2 players here. MIBR in pursuit of a 10th round win.
They've got to wait for this 3rd player safe. I think they wanted to get through that smoke, but he's got all the utility in the world. There's no kits. This is going to have to be relatively quick once this smoke fades away.
Alexi being wonderful, looking to close this out. Alexi B plays a pull, they come towards him. Lacalzi charging in first. And sent to the grave by Alexi B's AK-47, and 1v2 for Alexi as he holds on. He stays alive, and he's got a molly that can really heat things up, but drops on the defuse. He's gonna hold it, but forced away by the utility of Alexi B. And when he can't rely on bullets, he relies upon utility. And MIBR will have to wait longer before that 10th round is here, because Na'Vi have woken up. They are completely back into this game now.
That's a god-tier clutch from Alexi, sliding into the
GG, emang Na'Vi bener kan? Bener kan? Gitu mereka 29 langsung tiba-tiba klik. Jadi jago pisan.
Keeping his mind focused on the objective and using every resource in his toolkit to get it done.
GG pisan memang.
Just within 2.
MIBR will have a hero AK in the hands of Safe. Everybody else on a weakened weapon, whether it be pistol or SMG. And Safe to go for a piece down banana. Looking to make the most out of the best weapon. But Na'Vi don't come towards him.
Yeah, they're like, okay, the AK-47's in banana. Let's go to the A-bomb site. Let's at least see what we're working with here. Utility coming up to give them some safety over at brackets. Exit. Oh, good find. Now an AK-47 in his hand. Bit might have gone a little bit too early. The mid portion wasn't even set up to build off of that.
Look at the rotation as well. MIBR brought everybody over towards A. But this is where the experience of Na'Vi will kick in. They'll take a moment, they'll take a pause.
The experience of Na'Vi and perhaps the nerves of MIBR as the silence descends upon the map, and you can see they want to get investigative. They want to figure out if there's anyone still in brackets. So clearing things out now, peeking down middle. Alexi's watching for this.
Rima stopping the mid push. It's going to work out well for Rima. Second kill comes in, and Exit makes quick work of the response. 45 seconds, still a 3v3, and still a shot at this round by PR, but they're sprinting down mid. They're trying to get in behind. Na'Vi going to spend some time clearing the bomb side, making sure it's clear, but all that time is allowing MIBR to get closer and closer to B via Banana.
There's one more smoke on Wonderful as well, and if he puts it in Banana, it's just like game over. He's replenished the CT smoke, so still a chance. Again, no kits. They do have armor. Actually, excuse me, they have one kit on exit.
Yeah, and some util here as well from Insani.
It's got to be now.
He's looking to create chaos at the back of Nubox, forcing JL to take a wider stance into the fight against Exit. And JL will stand strong behind the pillar, looking to deal with Insani. And with that time ticking on, MIBR have to fall away. There's no winning this round, and there is no holding on to any of these weapons. After a blistering start from the Brazilians, it is Na'Vi who have brought it back all the way to a one-round deficit. And this is why Na'Vi are considered the greatest at the moment. This is a team that is so difficult to put away. This is a team that don't allow you to capitalize on these slow starts.
Yeah, especially considering the fashion in which they got decimated in the first half. We mentioned MIBR cooling off, and Insani cooled off. He got one kill in the pistol round in this half so far. He had 19 when they switched sides. One frag in these first 5 rounds. M4's in and up in the hands of MIBR, and they take a timeout because this massive, dominant lead, all the good feelings they had from running over Na'Vi on their own T side are swept away, long forgotten. And even around back, Na'Vi feel like they're in control.
Na'Vi continue to play with 5 rifles, but MIBR have got the AWP to play with, and they've got to start turning this around. Good utility, preventing Wonderful from being able to stick around at the back of the half wall. JL is looking to inflict the same kind of pain that Insani inflicted upon him in the first half. Looking to return the favor. Insani left them 43 HP. Will stand and fight and challenge down Banana, but Alexi V, while blinded, unleashes the Sprite. And Insani walks right into it.
Yeah, now he knows the feeling of what it's like to be on the other side, feeling like you're making the wrong decisions.
Hey.
Drop as well.
Ya, di Ras Lawan 3 mah memang GG sih.
Marching forward into the bomb site, one single defender remaining, and he's got no nades, no utility, and no one from MIBR is even considering the rotation.
Ya, posisi main si Lukauzi edan gini. Bengkok-bengkok nggak jelas gitu, gimana mau nembak dia?
Is he going to check? The answer to that is no. And so Locality gets away with
nice.
Nearly a third as he comes back to Alexi B, but the trade is in and Na'Vi stay ahead.
He's done a good enough job to give them a chance at this all smoke.
Ninja 2 orang lumayan banget tuh. Nice.
Does find it. Now we got a 2-on-2. Ooh, MIBR have brought themselves right back into this 3v5 to 2-on-2.
Well, Bit moves forward. Instead of playing passive back at Banana, he wants to stay in an advanced position to fight.
Oh!
But Bit is gone, and so it falls onto Alexi again. He had a clutch early
nice.
on the map, but this time
Defuse dapat GG sekali. Kok dilepas? Oh, dia nggak pakai diffuser. Hah? Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Alexi immediately pushing himself away from the PC. I think in a little bit of perhaps disgust. Maybe wants to have that one back to play it differently. Trying to find the timing of where the Opera is susceptible to his swing, but Safe is prepared. Taking his moment to be a little angry that he didn't win another clutch for his team. And then recognizing the fact that they still got 4 kills. They still have this CT side economy in a precarious position. And a victory here in this round 19 for Na'Vi could potentially break MIBR's back.
Scope up. Safe holding the apartments.
Yeah. Apakah soalnya MIBR-nya udah 10, angkanya dekat pisan buat menang. Wis.
Trade came in from Wonderful this time on the drop, but he knows the second player is still committed down banana. So he'll have eyes on
Awalnya 0-9, ini udah malas banget lihat yang ini match ini. Navinya 0, MIBR-nya 9. Terus comeback 2 biasa. Terus biasa kutukan Navi kan, begitu menang 2 mereka tiba-tiba ganti tim.
Safe goes back to watch the ball. Okay, the collateral comes in. Safe gets
Apa-apaan tuh WP? GG langsung kan?
Safe in back-to-back rounds has had huge
GG itu.
Perhaps enough life back to get this heart beating for
WP-nya itu GG banget. Dapat 2.
Safe delivering these huge wins. They line up over in halls. God, that defense was scrambling. It looked like they were all going to rotate back to the B bomb site. But even never felt like they got comfortable set at the A site for that hit. The collateral from Safe is massive. The comeback has been looking so good. But it's hit a wall and been stalled out by Safe. So Blade burns his third time out. One more chance for him to position Na'Vi to keep the comeback going. 8-11.
It was so important that MIBR put an end to that run, because it was starting to feel like Na'Vi were just in that marching mode where they were coming all the way back into it. But now MIBR can play with some confidence, with some aggression again. But drop, he's gone. Imma. Oh my God, Imma! That's one way to do it. Jumps up, gets a glimpse into the window, and lands a headshot on his descent.
He knew how important that kill was, so he took the risk and goes for the only way he can find it before the retreat comes in, and this round is a knockout punch. MIBR, try and get aggressive and say, you've just taken a timeout. You've just gotten a plan downloaded from Blade. You're going to want to execute it, and if we can cause chaos, if we can cause problems before you get to that point, we burn your timeout and you waste it. But Na'Vi prepared in all the follow-up engagements. Yeah, the push from drop catches off bit, but Imma's there to recover and pick up the pieces.
No option but to save the sniper and M4 for Insani, and Save will a little bit disappointed he didn't get involved in this round considering the amount of impact he's had over the previous few. But at least having it for the next round leaves that to be a possibility.
And this is the last buy Na'Vi had. If they lose that round and MIBR's at 12, it's I mean, essentially all the advantages to MIBR to just close it out immediately against a low buy of pistols. So that round win, not only spectacular for the recovery after losing the opening kills, or the opening kill, but also sustaining the money that you have on the T side to continue fighting back into this map. MIBR having a really tough time figuring out if it's not for Safe, this is over. He's been the bright spot. I should say Lukowski as well with his double kill in a 3v5. And they use their third as well. The op head-to-head in the favor of Safe, without a doubt, but you gotta give the context of Insani running over the B bomb site round after round after round in the first half. Wonderful really never had a chance on the CT side of having impact.
Apart from that one round where he misses the shot short.
The negative impact.
Yeah, that was impactful.
That was the beauty of the first half, though, is A defenders for Na'Vi had to start feeling cold at a certain point. With how much success going on at the B-bomb site. But the tide is shifting. Money an issue for MIBR. They take the AWP, they take the M4, 5.7s and an MP9 around it. in an investment that allows them to buy moving forward into the next round.
Oh, safe. You don't want to re-peek into that now, but sending Insani forward, Alexi B to deal with that aggression.
They just know exactly what's coming next. JL fell all the way back, and now Utility comes in. Good shot from Safe, getting aggressive. Yet again, the AWP has impact and chimes out.
Realized he had to stick around, especially with the other Safe weapon going down in the fashion that it did. Safe needed to take a risk and stay fighting in CT spawn. But Na'Vi have sensed the AK and the AWP over towards B. And so now they're going to think about this A finish instead. Lakowski and Exit will be the two defenders tested. Drop is starting to rotate over. He's got an M4. He's got himself towards Library. That grenade's going to land right below him. Takes a bit of his health away, but actually blasts open the Library smoke to fight for Rima, and Drop wins that fight. And so now they move in. There's a better shot at winning this for MIPRs. They've got the player advantage, looking to push themselves to 12. And inside of the site, Lakowski gets one. Exit, unfortunately for MIPR, goes down with nothing. But a 2v2, and Safe is only arriving now from CT spawn.
Ooh, this is going to be a really weird one from MIBR. They're going to go for this retake. Safe does have a kit, but you don't want to lose that AWP. Cover Drop as he tries to get a foothold into the retake.
Safe has the kit, but Drop going down, and Safe realizes getting back into this one alone with no help from his teammate is not going to happen. Get that AWP into the next round, but Na'Vi up to 10. For MIPR, it would have felt like a dream. That first half, they were just running through Na'Vi, and Sani was having one of the best games we've seen from him. But that slows down very quickly. And Sani not finding the kind of impact he would hope now in this second half. And they're going to have to fight tooth and nail these final few rounds if they are to defeat Na'Vi today.
Such a good smoke break as well. The nade from inside the bomb site. MIBR doing a good job of giving themselves some opportunities to win these rounds, but Na'Vi just too damn strong in every facet of the game. This is a massive run that Na'Vi is on. 10-2 run. But MIBR got all the bells and whistles. AWP on Safe, full utility. M4 surrounding it, full utility.
But it feels like for the last time, if they lose this round, that all gets drained. And Na'Vi will put themselves in the best position possible to close this out. It's a double setup in the apartments for the CT side. Exit and Safe occupy the apartments. So as they're more aggressive A, currently more passive on B. Na'Vi's forces fill out Banana. Here comes the attack into the B bomb site. Drop the swing from behind the coffin. Wonderful opens it up and fires Drop in. And now Lakazi sent up on the boost, constructs himself a beautiful kill, and then dismounts. The plant will come in. Na'Vi will have a 4v4 post plant to try and tie this scoreline up as MIPR battle forward for 12.
There are resources. There's utility for MIBR as well. They've got Molotov, smoke, plenty of flashbangs, an HE grenade. Problem is, Exit's the
wonderful camping
utility to open up positions, and he's gonna have to challenge against Wonderful.
Wonderful just keeps him pinned, and in the meantime,
nice. Ay, di bom. Oh.
Enough to bring down Insani, but MIPR still stand a chance.
GG.
And MIPR pull off the retake, and they now reach map point versus Na'Vi.
One more obstacle for Na'Vi to overcome. A very strong take.
Padahal udah rapih itu.
From MIPR.
And MIPR can still make the most of a beautiful beginning to this game. Such a strong T side with the overrun Na'Vi, and you think it's falling away from them with how strong Na'Vi start the second half. There is still an opportunity, but Na'Vi have to play for overtime now.
I don't think Na'Vi thought that retake was going to come in until the battle of the flank kind of came to fruition. You could see one player kind of
overtime.
Help out. Look at this. Wonderful, aggressive up middle. They'll have heard the footsteps and the scope. And tag from Safe, no kill. But Wonderful's nice. To be passive, but that opens up the possibility for Ima.
So close to an opening kill from MIBR, but somehow, some way,
no, it's in the site.
Way, and the site has fallen. The smoke goes down at Moto, and Na'Vi move in.
You gotta save on this if you're MIBR. There's no chance. There ain't no chance you're getting this retake to happen. Back away, save the weapons for the final round. Na'Vi to yet another challenge.
And so it is down to the final round of regulation.
MIBR-nya sudah menyerah pada ini.
And this is just everyone on the same page of what kind of pressure, what kind of round they want to play.
Ya, soalnya kalau sekarang mereka kalah, kalau sampai duel kalah juga 12-12-nya jelek pisan ekonomi MIBR, harus ditahan gitu. Memang ya udah aja.
Had to protect himself from Boiler and gets punished from Halls. And that's the sole deciding kill of the round.
Strong save from
sunyi gini itunya.
And another last go of things to close.
Arenanya sunyi senyap gini.
They'll get more timeouts if they do get to overtime. Blade will be able to come back in on the mic. And Na'Vi more comfortable than most in these kind of environments with one round left to play. A strong bite for both teams. It gets underway. A frustrating first half for JL and Banana. In round 24, he's here again, starting against Insani. There's nothing you can do about that. Insani blinded, and the fadeaway dinks and kill onto JL.
That little head-to-head has been brutal for JL throughout this game. Gotta be feeling frustrated. Safe up next. He's been the star for MIBR, holding on to mid. Molotov gonna come into this position and force him a little bit wider.
Yeah, so support network, Exit has to drop back as well, so Safe applying some pressure with utility of his own at short.
You can see they're playing two on lane side now towards the bomb site and towards pit. Last time they got locked out playing doubled up on Rap. They don't want to have that again. They want to be able to fight and contend for this round regardless of what happens. Lukowski has just shifted away, but I think the B defenders just told him, nope, we don't need you. No noise, we're playing passive. No gambles necessary.
He is still backtracking down the speedway, but he's got eyes on the arches. And as the smokes come in, it's one towards Arch and Library, and the clearance from Alexi is huge.
Okay.
And now we look at the pit, as Exit has to be the hero to keep MIBR in this fight. 10 seconds left.
GG pitnya. Tapi timingnya pas. Go.
Retake 100 HP versus 100, 32 versus 33. There's kits, there's only flashbangs.
Nyawanya sama.
And drop it Insani, take a step forward.
No, Alexi. By one. Awas aja, santai. No.
Wonderful game, and MIBR, they absolutely stunned Na'Vi on the opening day of the elimination stage here in Shanghai.
How fitting that it's Insani as well. The clutch, and fitting for Alexi B, the clutch that got the comeback started, but two devastating 1v1 losses.
Devastating for everyone's pick'ems, mate. That's what's happening.
Endingnya nice banget sih.
What an incredible start.
Cuman saya nggak dapat nge-pick. Coba padahal kalau dia main santai, nggak tahu juga sih. Mungkin harusnya masih lebih bisa. Utility kayaknya dia menang tadi.
They were 9-0 up and able to just give themselves enough runway to land the plane.
Jail's probably thinking he's still asleep, considering what a nightmare that first half was. And if he does have a sleep demon, Insani, he is him.
You can just see the disbelief in Alexi. I think it's mostly by what the hell did Dima do in that last round? Why did he peek from graveyard?
Yeah.
Why did he swim?
Yeah.
Just chill. Like they didn't know about it. I don't think. Like Alexi made himself know, got the kill. You just wait and play off of him. But after he swings and dies, obviously they know where Insani knows where Alexi is. He feels a little bit pressure, tries to sort of get on the box, surprise him, win the duel. But Insani who had a
Ya kan tuh kata komentatornya juga kalau bisa lebih santai tadi chance menangnya lebih gede sih Alexi.
and gets MIBR in that 2-0 bracket, Richard.
Yeah, I mean, like you said as well, I mean, look, it was a very uncharacteristic Na'Vi performance. They started cold, and then, you know, after that, you know, they kind of fell off in the second half. The comeback looked
Wih, GG sih dari 09.
gonna get it done, and then, as you said, Yanko, even up to the last round, I mean, I was stunned, let alone Na'Vi. I honestly thought we were going to overtime.
No, I feel like, in all honesty, how many times have we seen this Na'Vi team in recent memory pull off these crazy comebacks, right? I think they have the strongest mental resilience of any team right now in the top tiers of Counter-Strike, or all of Counter-Strike for that matter. But it feels like for MIBR, the fact they're able to really close it out in the end is something I didn't expect to happen, in all honesty. It felt like things were kind of spiraling out of control, one round at a time. You could see them starting to, you know, struggle a little bit, but a couple of hero moments, safe with a 3K and the A bomb site comes to mind with the AWP. And sure, mistakes were made at the very end over there, but MIBR, one of the very few teams who have actually managed to stop Na'Vi from pulling off another comeback.
Yeah, I mean, look, you said it in backstage, Yanko. When they were 9-0 up, I was like, this is done. And you were like, no. Na'Vi are a T-side team. This is like kind of par for the course right now. But look, not to single anyone out, it was a very uncharacteristic performance from JL as well. I mean, you know, kind of absent in this one.
Iya, GG Navi. Dan dari 09 begitu dapat 2 langsung. Dari yang tadinya ngantuk nontonnya sampai deg-degan, sekarang keringetan tangan.
I think obviously today wasn't a great day. I think Insani's gonna haunt him for a while with how things were going for him in that first half. But yeah, Na'Vi had this comeback, man. Like, the thing is that the round that they lost, 3 out of the 4 are post plants, and some of them were where they even had the man advantage up. So sure, in the first half you were getting stomped and everything, but you let it slip in the second.
And so many of those rounds, there's actually Alexi, you know, bailing them out. The 1v2 and the B bombs that comes to mind, but also a couple of clutches being lost by him. So sometimes you win some, you lose some. And I feel like, for me, what impressed me the most, obviously...
Wih, mantap Bang Riz.
Just look at the amount of open
Gacor.
in that first half. That is ridiculous. Sure, forget about the second half, that's fine. But bro, he was abusing the B bombs, and especially JL in particular. And this is what I really loved about what we saw from him. And of course, from MIBR, Drop was like, the moment Insani had a good spawn for the B bomb side, the util was there ready for him to just go on in. If Drop has a better spawn, he's going to be the one trying to, you know, just go on in first and allow Insani to trade as well. I feel Drop did such a good job utilizing the sheer raw aim that Insani possessed. And just, if you take a look at the highlights, by the way, these kills are insane.
I think also I just love that.
Menang kok malah kaget.
Because there's just an empty space in the second half up until the final round of regulation, where he does find another multi-kill, 3 more kills, right, to close it out. But yeah, I mean, this is why, you know, everyone was so excited about him. He had his breakout tournament in Katowice last year, and sure, MIBR has struggled really to, you know, find results and really leave a stamp on the tier 1 teams. It seems like they finally got the pieces together, and Insani is definitely the tip of that spear.
And what a day for MIBR, right? The first game was 3D Max, where they barely scraped to win 13-11 when it looked like 3D Max was going to bring it back. And then here again, stopping that Na'Vi comeback, coming down to a clutch at the very end of 1v2. It's been an intense day for MIBR.
Yeah, there's that swing there, the fated one.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It is crazy.
I mean, we were watching it live. I'm not sure if he made himself known before that, so they knew he was there. If that's the case, maybe he's just trying to time it, but you know, maybe you can double swing, play a little bit. It just looked a little bit weird.
It did also feel like maybe the call, because I could see Alexi B on X-ray over there swinging out as well. Maybe he swung a little too earlier. If they picked him together, he was done for, but that's the way it is sometimes.
Yeah, well, we've got some rounds to like kind of highlight. It was a very good, you know, entertaining game of Counter-Strike. So let's just get into those.
I think this is just, Richard, look how the rounds were ending at the start, right? Like, this is the first gun round. JL pulls out an aid, gets timed. Alexi's alone in the bomb site. Insani just, again, double kill, just swarms him, right? They're gonna, you know, find even the rest of the guys. He's just hunting them. So a couple of rounds later, another gun round, you're going to see what's going to happen. It's like the time is running low. Wonderful here. Misses one shot, which is an easy shot really to hit. He's hit it, you know, 100,000 times before. Misses that one. That gives them all the
Kita coba ya di stream 1 atau 2 dia.
Best place to grow, in my opinion, would be right here with Pain, and I think that's why we've seen it. I want to talk about Kawes though.
Oh yeah.
Oh, ini udah mulai 3D lawan Pain, berarti si Face pasti dia yang tadi.
So far in Shanghai,
We've had this comeback happen in the second half, right? They won 5 rounds in a row. Alexi on the entry frag. In Banana going to find a double kill, right? Putting Navi in that 5v3 situation here. Maybe a little bit sloppy going into bombsite. JL not checking the side, going straight for ruins. Look how he finds 2. And then here, you know, Ima not aware that the smoke has passed. It's a 2v3 retake. Bit swings, Dayz, and Alexi once more in a 1v1. Goes for the aggressive play. Doesn't pay off here. Doesn't pay off in round 24. And this was sort of the first round that MIBR wins. In the second half is a 2v3 retake.
And if had Navi been able to pull this comeback off and get the win, I personally feel the player for me, alongside Alexi, would have been Ima. The amount of impact rounds was getting the second half, especially the pistol round comes to mind, getting a 3K right there, and so many rounds where he's getting his kills towards apartments, towards mid, able to kind of turn around, man disadvantageous positions. But yeah, in the end, a couple of those clutches, it's going to be heartbreaking for Alexi, because he did get a lot of clutches as well. The Molotov win comes to mind, a 1v2 as well, so unlucky. You could see in the second half, and also near the end of that CD side, he did come alive and really netted them a lot of crucial rounds, did Ima.
Any final thoughts then? I mean, you know, we still don't think it's time to panic yet.
Final thoughts, Richard? Navi, G2, Spirit, Mouse, Furia, all in the 1-1 bracket.
Not Mongols, though.
Yeah, not Mongols.
Oh iya, tim-tim gede semua. GG.
We're gonna have the last match of the day. Make sure you tune in.
Bang Chris meninggal. Rest in peace Bang Chris. Iya. Nanti ke apa? Sunny apa? Point Hope nanti. Jadi hantu salah satu di Point Hope. Ada namanya Christian Guiben.
Welcome back to the Perfect World Shanghai Major. It is the last best of one of the day. And it's going to be between FaZe and Heroic. Now we're going to rattle through this relatively quick. I think they're already out there on the stage. So let's just talk about FaZe. Obviously, we did see them go 1-0 earlier today with a powerhouse performance by Rain pretty much being the reason why. Where do we think they're at right now as a contender for this major?
I think they're a stumbling giant, right? Like the names are there, but the level of play just hasn't been there. And to be honest, for me, they're not a contender team. I don't consider them one of the favorites to win this tournament. I consider them a team that at best will get to the playoffs, but probably one of the big names that you would be the least surprised if they weren't in the playoffs even to begin with. I mean, just the individuals, you look at it, I think for someone like Rops, right, who's been very vocal about his distaste for the game, right, and doesn't seem to be enjoying it. I think that translates on the server, right? Brokey has really not been there that much, pretty inconsistent in his play. So yeah, those guys definitely need to step up for FaZe if they're going to have a shot at this.
And I mean, if they're the stumbling giant, I think Heroic absolutely are on. They're hitting the stride at the right time. I feel. I really feel that. And even though, sure, we still haven't seen a Dexter.
You maintain this consistently going back to the RMRs. I mean, I'm still not sold.
That's fair enough, right? But I feel like they will struggle. I mean, they lost in Berlin to the Mongols, for example, the best of 5. All of that comes to mind. But I feel like when it comes to a best one, when it comes up against teams like a FaZe, who you don't know what you're going to get, I think they've been consistently looking solid. I think Tessus and Nerds have finally kind of hit the stride together at the same time. Dexter is doing the bare minimum, and it seemingly seems to be enough so far. Shush as well. I'm looking at Heroic and I'm like, yeah, they can really take this best one. This is the best one which is very much winnable, which I wouldn't have said once upon a time, but this is the phase they're finding right now in the server. And unfortunately, if I'm a betting man, I'm putting money on Heroic for this.
I mean, in theory, Heroic is built in a similar way like Na'Vi. I mean, you have a really good coach. You have a lot of players where there's no clear superstar. Like, sure, Nerd sort of stands out also by his personality, maybe Dexter a little bit, but you're sort of trusting the system and everybody doing their job. Unfortunately, unlike Na'Vi, that hasn't really been the case. We saw some flashes recently. Rio is the one that comes to mind, where they did lose to Na'Vi in the semifinal in a game where they probably should have been able to close out and win. So not enough for this Heroic project to really have confidence in them making a deep run or doing something of real significance. But hey, a best of one against a FaZe that has been shaky, they definitely have a chance.
And the last time these two teams played, I actually couldn't believe it. They haven't played each other since the major, since Copenhagen. They've only played it once. It was an opening stage game in which it was Heroic getting the win over FaZe as well. They've done it in the past. And look, FaZe, again, it's so hard to, it's easy, it's hard not to count them out. Like, you always feel like they're going to wake up and perform at some level. But for me, if they make the playoffs, that's when I can start to believe, perhaps. But at this stage, man, I'm so nervous for them.
Actually, great to see Robin there, Richard.
Yes.
You know, the most unjustly robbed of the Coach of the Year award one year, but we'll not get into that right now. I think he's always a net positive to have around. He was our manager when I was the coach, just a great guy to be around, really helps the team atmosphere. Obviously, he's known Carrigan and Rain way back. He was their coach in the initial iteration of FaZe, right? So maybe that will give them a little bit of a boost that they need.
Ancient, no surprise, I guess. I mean, FaZe had to ban Mirage, Anubis, and Vertigo. These are the two ones they're definitely going to allow win. And of course, Ancient coming. We just saw them earlier today. It was Rain putting up as a god-tier performance for them to get the win and just getting a scrapey win right there. Heroic like this map, man. They're very, very comfortable on this map, despite the fact that they've lost their Mongols and a couple of these teams. But again, you got to remember,
everyone's lost to Mongols this major, bro.
And especially on this map as well. So if there was ever an upset to happen, quote unquote, this could be it. I honestly believe it.
Yeah, I mean, I've got to say, there is something off about FaZe, and I kind of do feel that some of the blame you would have to ascribe. I do put it mostly at Rops's doorstep, because, you know, the drop-off that he's had from being one of the best players in the world, widely regarded as like the best player at the start of CS2, seemed to have some mastery over the game, compared to where he is now. And also, I mean, he just cuts a very different figure. He was always like a happy-go-lucky, upbeat kind of guy. And I just think a bunch of stuff has happened in and around his career that's made him seem a little bit despondent and downbeat, not his usual self. And it's definitely impacted on his game. FaZe can't really afford that, especially when you consider, you know, there's rumors flying around that Carrigan and Rain are gone after this event, and this could be legacy defining.
Look, for me, it's very simple. You're FaZe Clan. They've said it themselves. You're not here to make a playoffs run. You're not here to make deep runs and be happy with it. You're here to win the bloody thing. You're here to win championships. That's what this team was made for. That's what they've done in the past. So for them, no matter what issues you might have behind the server or in the server, whatever, fix it. Figure it out.
Yeah, well, thank you, Glenn. Now I'm sure they'll fix it now and go on and win the tournament. Like, it's one thing to say it. It's another thing to feel it, right? Like, FaZe will say it in any interview, of course, and that's how it is. But when you're not really having results, when you sometimes struggle to even make the playoffs, when you do, you never get to the final anymore, or not in a real position to lift the trophy, how can you feel confident to go on and to win the tournament or play like that? Like, that's the problem. So for FaZe, if anything like that is even remotely going to happen, they need to catch
Halo Bang Fuse, welcome back. Oh deh, pagi-pagi langsung dapat air.
Probably, you know, just ride this out, win this game. MIBR and the Mongols are in the 2-0 bracket alongside Vitality. Like, maybe you can just go into a quick 3-0, right? To get into players, and all of a sudden you get that momentum shift, and maybe, just maybe, you can get a good thing going there.
Yeah, well, we've got about a minute, so let's just talk about Heroic and Heroic on this map. As you said, I mean, you think this is a potentially dangerous pick from FaZe's perspective?
I don't think they had any option. I think this is the obvious map coming in all honesty. And the fact that they're allowing it through, I'm just hoping they know what they're doing here. And it's not just a rain show again.
All right, well, we can get into the action now. So it's going to be FaZe versus Heroic on Ancient. Last match of the day. Let's end strong.
Yes, India, I think we have a great chance here to end strong between FaZe and Heroic. It feels like a game that is destined to go down to the wire, Jason. Heroic, comfortable on Ancient. We see
tapi Bang PG tadi slotnya udah menang.
Through Wildcard, we had Rain with a huge performance. He's no problem lifting them all up. That's no problem for Rain.
Death, taxes, and Rain at majors.
Yeah,
you can rely on all of them.
It's true. They'll always be there. Now let's get into it. Heroic on the T side, FaZe on the CT side.
Nih, Bang PG belum main slot nih.
But the punch isn't quite there from the Heroic squad. A little decoy.
Yeah, just taking it slow, taking it chill, taking control of B lane, moving over into Jaguar.
50 loh GG sekarang.
Dexter, Brokey's lined up with dualies. Rain can be a distraction at the entrance to Cave, but this is a very popular setup. Doesn't mean it's any more easy to get past.
Couple of steps going back.
Ooh, they almost block each other.
Yeah, they nearly fumble the whole thing, but Brokey gets his gun out in time, and he gets one. Now pressure on Rain. They're going to check him, but he's
Hey, sayang sekali.
Dexter to respond, and a 3v3 established with the bomb now going down for Heroic.
Okay, well, bomb planted. Dexter going to try and find his way out. Back towards Cave we go. This Nert's flank is, good spot from Rops. Just shifts. And Nertz knows he has to go past it, but this is going to chew time off the bomb. This is going to chew time away from this retake. Nertz now tries to get aggressive. Rops shuts him down and throws one. And there is a Molotov, no smoke, no kit.
He's got the lineup here for it. They're going to get onto that defuse, but the molly goes out and Kicksan. He just bought his team so many extra seconds.
GG atuh line up.
Kicksan, Frozen's going to go back to it. He's going to try and stick it, but there's no time to win it.
Nice shot.
GG itu line up-nya.
Is able to pull it off for the molly right at the end.
Yeah, brilliant. I just get that enough kills to make that tough to hop on the bomb early, and that Molotov seals it at the end of the day. Nicely struck from Heroic, trading their way into the B bomb site, and that Molotov just being the cherry on top.
Yeah, that was real nice. Not for FaZe though. Be pretty disappointed about it.
Yeah, for sure.
Good shot from Rain. Fantastic trading from the initial attack from Heroic.
I wonder why they gave up that stack though over in Cave. Like it almost seemed like Brokey wanted to do it and Rain thought he was going to stick with it, which is why they kind of ran into each other. Because usually when you see that setup, it's kind of like, we're going to either win or lose this Cave fight, but if we win it, we just chill here for the retake. It's a really strong position to hold for the retake. I'm surprised to see them voluntarily hand it over.
No force buy from FaZe to be spotted here. Deagle for Rain. Nert's going to the MP7. We know he's one of the only players in the pro scene that actually uses that weapon, Jason. He's kind of made it his own little brand.
I appreciate it. I'm a big fan of the MP7.
Yeah, so is Nertz.
Pokoknya full eco ya dengan nggak beli apapun kecuali.
Yeah.
That made me very
Dari
happy
si Rain
as an
beli
MP5 fan.
Well, not exactly the greatest weapon, that's for sure. JL not with the best performance today. But Dayz, he's gotten rid of Carrigan, and this should be quite easy. It wasn't the MP5s.
I don't think he uses it currently, but for a moment there, I was glad someone was trying to make it work.
True.
And if it wasn't for the MP9 just being so damn cost-effective.
Well, this is our final game of the day here on the A stream. The other game going on over on the secondary stream is 3D Max versus Pain. So that game's quite hard to call. That'll be with Scrawny and Launders. Good couple of kills with the MP7 for Nertz. Frozen left alone, and an expected result of Heroic taking 2-0 after winning the pistol round.
You know, I'll be honest, I've struggled to build up a lot of confidence in this Heroic team.
Okay. Why?
I don't know, something feels off about it, but I mean, I like some of the pieces. I'm not sure it's my favorite, like, I don't know. I still think Dexter, if this team is going to get to the next level, needs to find some comfort in CS2, and I think he needs to find some comfort as an AWPer, making smarter positioning and decisions in
Ini
certain
saatnya main.
situations.
Izin
I
serius.
think Kixon obviously still has some things to prove as
Full
an
buy, full
IGL.
buy.
It is coming together and improving this project.
Yeah, I think in Rio they
Halo Bang Fabian. Belum bisa, poinnya masih 0 ya.
BG2, they were so close to being Na'Vi.
Yeah, I'm just not sold yet, I think is the big thing. I'm waiting for I'm still waiting for a little bit more before I hop on. But I mean, as an isolated best of one, and especially on a map like Ancient, I think we've seen a number of times, whether it's in the heroic jersey
Langsung
or
dipakai
even
slot lah,
Dexter's in the past,
GG.
where Nerds on an individual level can take over.
There's a peek out from Frozen.
Nice defense.
It's all about the second swing from Robs that should have been a guaranteed follow-up kill, so Brokey holds on to A instead. It's only one kill up from the tall box and not enough done in these initial skirmishes from FaZe.
Really nice spacing and trading from Heroic on their way in that attack through Donut. Kerrigan's gonna slide through the smoke, make a play, gonna have to swing wide. When does he come out of the smoke? Dexter can't react in time. One inside the bomb site, kicks and takes down his counterpart, and now Rain's stuck in the smoke. Can never find the end of the smoke, and kicks in with a double. Gets Heroic round number 3.
Yeah, FaZe is going to have to deal with a slow start here.
Gila, udah full buy masih kalah FaZe. Ini bagaimana ini?
Not enough money to get the full buy out. Most likely outcome now is a 4-0 lead for Heroic. And blessed out on the desk. You know, this is a map that it felt like FaZe maybe had to go towards, but for Heroic, they'll be happy to take the fight to Ancient. If you've got a best of one against FaZe, you want to get them here. Play with your own strengths.
Rough buy for FaZe. Can they make anything difficult for Heroic in this round? Good tag onto Dexter will motivate him to be a little bit more passive. Kerrigan backs away from the Molotov for the time being. Only Frozen with smoke and HE grenade. That's over towards Donut. So no chance to block off B ramp. No chance to block off anything really. Rifles will have their opportunities.
Oh, Frozen.
Dapat 2 ketahuan.
Spotted. Looked like it was Chow.
GG dong. Oh, belakang.
Frozen, but he stays in the fight. He actually comes out with a kill and somehow away with his life.
GG,
And
cuy.
he's on M4 to play with.
I think he's going to try and pass that over to Rops with low HP, but Rops is in a weird position where really you can't take your focus away from anything, so the rifle will have to remain in the hands of the really busted up, damaged player. He's got information for Rops that someone's coming. Good dink, good kill. But again, the trade game is strong from both sides here. No! No!
GG.
What is that? It's Rain. That's Rain, baby. That's Rain at a major.
A flood of Deagle headshots out of nowhere for Rain. And FaZe is forced by. That is so sick. We'll get to see this again.
Ini GG banget sih.
Oh my god.
Double one tap Edan.
Rain is at the major, and so FaZe Clan always have a chance in these rounds. Heroic, they're gonna buy right back. But an opportunity given for FaZe, and that's gonna fire them full of energy. Frozen tapping into his elbow. Tessus and Robs go 1 for 1. And Tessus is gonna swing. Oh, he goes aggressive, and it works out well for Tessus.
Kerrigan.
Nah, ganti jadi Chalk
Even though
Berus.
they're a man down, he's got tons of information and going to have a really nice timing on this flank. Shush, aware of the potential of an A push, but this one is going to be deceiving because Kixon is sitting there at the base of ramp and they don't realize he's moved past. That's a shock to the entire Heroic offense.
Kerrigan just trying to get back.
Yeah, I mean, even with that huge infestation of T-spawn, I don't think Kerrigan's been able to get any, like, round-winning information going. Certainly helped in the moment, certainly slowed things down, but not able to get anything that allows Brokey to get a jump over towards this A bomb site. He's just staying deep with the op, gonna break the smoke. No one's coming from A main, no big deal. Bomb planted.
He scope, stays in position, but look at Tessius up on top of the boost. He's going to take himself a double off of the signpost. And that removes any chances of FaZe being able to fight forward in this round. And so Carrigan, he's been on a journey in this one, but he's got to go and save that AK-47 and a 4-1 lead for Heroic. And Tessius is the man that gets them there.
Yeah, that magical deagle now kind of gets shuffled to the side. It was a nice, cool little highlight for Rain, but no lasting impact on how the rounds are going to play out with an immediate response from Heroic. Starting to look really good on this T side. Degster 8-3 leading the charge. And Heroic seem calm and comfortable. For FaZe, Brokey will get dropped. I would imagine an AWP from Rain, and Kerrigan passes him the AK-47, picks up an M4 himself. And then you've got a solid buy for FaZe's defense and a timeout called.
And he was likely to let his team just try and figure it out after the big round from Rain, but once they lose the follow-up gun round, moment to take a break.
Yeah,
as a conversation.
As a coach, you don't want to interrupt that kind of a moment, right? Like you want that emotion and that excitement and that positivity to just kind of keep fueling you forward. So yeah, let him play after that round win, but now has to have a word. Saw as well, this has been a difficult project for him to get under his control. Obviously, well-deserved praise for what he turned the old Ents lineup into with Nertz and Snappy and some Pius coming over here and putting this roster together from scratch.
Yep, and historically, he had great games against FaZe in that Ents team with Nertz at the helm. So here comes the quick play. Heroic going to be speeding up into the A bomb site. Love this call from Kickset, but can Brokey break it? He goes into the peak. Shoots to go down first, and Brokey drops back to the safety of Donut. And that grenade goes a little too far to disperse the smoke fully, but Carrigan straight through CT. Oh, so close to a double. 1 HP left on Kickset, somehow protected. And the plant will go down. Heroic still stand a chance, but FaZe heavily favored in this.
Yeah, and a lot of heavy forces for
FaZe
on the flank. From Kickset. Had to take a risk somewhere, and he finds it during Kerrigan's reload. Now just going to hold the angle. Tough battle with only low HP, red HP, but he shifts away, and the finds another one.
Satu ras dong, masuk dong. Yes.
Headshot in him before he's gone. Rain stopped to the cross, but Dexter traded from Rob today, man, who waited for his time to pounce, and so FaZe will come through with a second. Carrigan's always willing to put himself in harm's way to be able to get a pick for his side, and he nearly gets a transfer onto the double kill through the smoke. Kickset makes the most out of a bad situation for himself individually, but FaZe needed that round win.
I mean, the early advantage provided by Brokey and Kerrigan allows Rain to play that flank slow as well. He's just able to be patient. You know, if that's an even scenario, he might have to speed things up and someone's watching for that position, but Dexter with the AWP had to put his attention towards the bomb site, and Rain picks a perfect moment. 2-round lead. The uppercut at the A bomb site doesn't pan out for Heroic, but money is still a little sketchy for FaZe. Missed Molotov means Kixen's all on his own. And he's fine with that.
Yeah, he's fine. Kickset looks locked in right now. He's very aggressive, very confident. And a 6-3 start individually from him is massive in a game like this. And so the jump across from Rain runs a risk because he goes in towards Dexter, but the shot will not connect. Frozen's caught in Cubby, having a fight against Nertz.
That'll keep Frozen occupied in the middle, though, for some time. It even pulls Brokey's off back. Bomb being planted now. And Nertz has completely disappeared. So he's given his team a little bit of a moment to breathe. And backing all the way around, but no one's really gotten any advanced position on Cube, so the retake has some ground to work with.
Gonna move in long. The Deagle of Tessa taking the first fights. Gets dinked. Finally taken out by Robs, but Shush staying in the side with the distraction set up from his teammates. Shush is still in a powerful position, and so FaZe not finding the foothold that they need to climb their way out into that retake. And so they're trying to fall away.
Yeah, bingung dia.
Frozen does as well as he can to hold on to the M4. Kicksen goes down to the bomb, so at least Frozen able to hold on to the M4, but Heroic stopping any momentum from FaZe building.
Yeah, this is twice now. They've immediately responded when FaZe went around, so very, very well done from Heroic, and Kicksen calling a nice game here so far. 5-2.
Seru, seru, seru. Close round terus dari tadi.
Oh, big shot from
Oh,
Robs.
nice.
Knows his lineups, knows his spam. And so Kixan to lose his life instantly and nearly through the smoke. There was a second kill picked up, but just damage.
Yeah, this is a really harsh start to the round for Heroic. Losing 1 kill through smoke, losing half of Nertz's HP through smoke as well. FaZe hasn't even really seen anyone yet.
Have they got another round with Deagles in them?
Problem is that M4 on Frozen that he managed to save is over at the A bomb site as the sole defender. So as soon as Heroic decide to just kind of work up the B bomb site, and with losing a player, you're not going to spread out and play a default. You are just going to attack into a bomb site, and here it comes. USP and Rops, or excuse me, Rain's Deagle.
Smoked out for the time being. The USP of Carrigan got caught by the flash of Dexter. Now Carrigan gone. That opening kill now traded. Bomb plant coming in. And it feels like Heroic have stabilized.
Ini Heroic bom hotnya berat banget.
Like any phase antics will be had here in this round.
Padahal FaZe juga rotate-nya nggak salah, tapi teh susah pisan mau nembusin balik.
They could go try and recover, but they want to go for this win. They want to hope Frozen can bait his teammates.
Test this where it's a default. He's got Shush out to his right side. It's going to be tough to pull this one off just with the post-plant setup that Heroic have, and FaZe not getting closer. Time's gone. And Frozen right at the end. So a 6th round on the T side for Heroic as they continue to build a beautiful campaign. And for FaZe, they return to a bye.
And this one converting a 4v5, yeah, against a low bye, as you mentioned. But still nicely done to work yourself out of a dangerous situation after losing a player and Nerds dropping down on HP. How many more can they get on this T side, Ancient? Alp is back out in the hands of Brokey. Frozen's repurchased at M4. They're missing kits and missing some critical utility.
Oh, Dayz 4 HP and now gone.
Oh. Sebenarnya teh selalu kalah kalau fight tech, cuman pas masuk ke side si Heroicnya menang terus.
So here comes the reaction for Heroic. A 4v5 to convert this time against a buy round.
Stronger defense here though with Rops over and Temple behind the bid box. Off angle kill, Frozen and Donut.
Occupies the back to the big box with a swing. Rops blinded and still got a kill, but he's burning now with Frozen. He's got a double as he ices them out. He keeps them pinned back, and Kixan can't leap forward into a clutch here. It's not going to happen. Too many FaZe players, and I'm shocked that Rops was able to stay alive there, man. I felt like the molly was burning him for such a long time, but everyone stays alive for FaZe.
He found some safety, and credit to him as well. He knew with the setup they had that he had to commit to that fight to keep attention off Frozen, and then also give a little bit of love to Brokey. Throws a perfect flashbang. Everyone's blinded. Frozen is able to line up those kills, and you can see all of the flash assists coming out for Brokey. Just chucks out into the open at the perfect moment, and nobody from Heroic turned or able to continue the fight.
FaZe have been unable to win consecutive rounds. It's been one round, then a loss.
Yeah, this has to be the one, though. All 5 players survived, so you've got money behind you as well. You have a double up setup that you've switched into. Rops is going to have that. Same with Brokey. And this is your avenue to close the gap and even things up going into the second half. Because Heroic is out of money.
Well, Kixan has shown that he's not shy about calling for quick, direct hits. We've seen a few of them already towards the A bomb site. You'd expect in a round like this where you don't have all the weapons you want, that speed may be a solution for Kixan. And when you have a double up setup for FaZe, maybe that could be a problem.
Yeah, if they do go for something fast and you get into the bomb site, the retakes can be very, very difficult. And obviously, another thing that lends credence to it is the history of Son Ents, a very similar style he liked to bring out there. Tons of those chaotic Mac 10 rushes. And here we go in middle.
Now they're forcing their way out of elbow. Rob's yet to ring the shot out from the sniper. A double push through Donut. Nerds to at least get one trade back, but Rain's still standing, but he's got to worry about the A play. He's got to worry about this because he leaves Robs alone. And Robs' position over to
Woi. Sekali dapat tapi dua langsung GG sekali.
One bullet, 2 kills. And Nerds to fight forward through red. Carrigan gone. And Heroic in a 2v3 to try and flip this back.
Oh, Rops has got to be feeling so lucky at the moment. Now he's got Nerds pinned down. He knows there was attention over towards middle. And all that utility used by Heroic in mid and at the A bomb site means they got nothing left to work with. So Kixon can really be the only one to play next. But he's got to find a rifle, which he does. The dead body of Shush provides him a Galil. B bomb site open for business. No way for Kixon to know that. And I think Nerds is telling him, I can't move. I have to play Red Room. I've got no HP to challenge back towards Donut. You need to cause somebody to move for me. And a plant is exactly what he wants.
And a plant he shall have.
And now we get in that conversation, the double op, the 2 ops that have to retake.
And Nerds, still a problem at red. He's been so patient. Eventually, they've just got to leave him and start getting in towards B. And that timing as Robs begins to climb up, he gets around the corner before Nerds can punish. Kicks out, spotted, great reaction from Robs. Able to flick on down. Now Nerds, they know exactly where he is. They get on that deep fuse. Rain's going to hold it all the way. FaZe have won this round. Heroic fight their way into a competitive position, but not enough done.
It's a nice attempt. A couple timings missed, obviously, on Robs moving down with that op towards the jump up. Nerds even turned his back to check for it, but missed by maybe a second. Kixon had come all the way
Tukar
down from the
AWP
bomb
buat
site to look for someone
Heroic
in the
tetap miskin GG juga.
just missed the timing as well. And unfortunately, with the plant that had to be safe because you cannot clear the B bomb site, there's no chance at the end of the day. So AK-47 on Nerds, he gets money due to the bomb plant. And FaZe cut the deficit to 2. Much like Na'Vi stepping into this match a little bit late, but bringing it back.
Nerds low in health, and that grenade just soars over his head. It looked like it was going to be the final blow, but instead that is frozen. As Rain applies pressure on the Donut, it's frozen on the second peek out, and Heroic are making no headway through elbow. Stalled out. And that was a great start for Heroic. Looked like they were going to prevent FaZe from really showing us something on the defense, but FaZe withstood. And now Robs waits behind the boxes. Shush and Tesses have a Glock and a P250. It's going to be no problem for Mr. Cool. Peeks out, sees Shush, knows that Tesses is on that boost. Now Robs eventually is overrun by the P250.
Unfortunately, damage at this stage in the game, there's only 1 round remaining, isn't going to matter a whole lot. So Tess is not even a silver lining you can take out of the round. 6-5, going into round 12, final of the first half. But FaZe have got their legs beneath them, closing the gap in this scoreboard and outlasting Heroic's hot start. Three rounds straight for FaZe's defense, where previously they couldn't string them together.
Similar setup from the previous round, but the difference is Robs is playing more aggressive through A main, but that gets caught. Rain and Frozen once again holding on to elbow, but those fights eventually overwhelm them. Tessus comes in from heaven and gets the most important trade. It is now the play for Heroic to get into the site, and Shush at that kind of range blasts Carrigan away. Brokey will give this his best go. The last round of this first half. And we know Brokey, he's got a spot in this site named after him, but he ain't going to be able to do much about this. Shush stops him as he goes through that CT smoke, and Heroic with a 7th round to close the first half.
That shot on Carrigan is a thing of beauty. That shot on Carrigan was very nice. Kind of taking that bomb site solo, so instead of rushing the plant, taking the angle for the rotation, and he drills it. Nicely done from Heroic to grab one final round before switching sides. A 7-5 lead. And now Kerrigan takes over on offense.
Yeah, it wasn't the prettiest first half from FaZe, but like you said, towards the end of the half, they did find their feet.
They get enough done to make this doable, obviously.
Exactly.
Yeah, within striking distance, and a Pisteron's going to go a long way if they can nab it.
One of the things we always talk about FaZe is the fact that when they play in front of a crowd, there's another level that comes out from them. Obviously, every stage of this major will be played in front of that live audience. FaZe currently down and out with 2 rounds at least, but Heroic, let's see what their pistol round forces are like. They were saved in the first half by Kixon's utility. And this time confident without any utility. They've got 5 sets of Kevlar instead. Here comes Kerrigan. Peeked out towards Tessus. Tessus takes a few steps back behind the wall.
Oh. Dexter's going to back away. Tessus handles one player at ramp. Knows the second follow-up is going to be a little bit late. Sets up a crossfire.
And this smoke comes in towards long. Nurse has got a headshot on Frozen. Robs to fight back. Tessus is out of there. 4v3. Heroic have the advantage on the CT side. FaZe realize they need to go into fight mode. And they try and get Nerds, but not going to happen. Kixan inside of the smoke. Touching Brokey. So close, but yet so far. And Brokey slips away. It's awkward with 1 minute left. Rain unleashes it long, but is taken away by Kixan and Brokey. Running out of bullets, but on the last one, hits it between the eyes on Kixan. He's all alone in this clutch for Brokey. Heroic sit back. They're not giving him opportunities. He's got to go to them to get that bomb back below HP. Dexter peeks. He gives him another kill. And remember how low Nertz is as well.
Shouldn't lose this crossfire, though. This is a pretty tough one to break up if you're Brokey, but this is where he does some of his best work.
Yeah, when you count him out, when you think it is the most unlikely clutch, Brokey can find a way. But Pete comes in, Nertz decides to check it, and Brokey will fall in the corner. Both pistols go the way of Heroic.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty tough thing for FaZe to overcome, especially without a bomb plant. Got dropped in cave and was never able to be recovered through all that chaos, which kind of prompts Rob to be hyper-aggressive. What a kill from Nertz. What a timing for it. At FaZe are like, we have the bomb site, but the bomb's dropped way, way back. And Nertz seals the round with that final kill. 3-round lead. Unarmored pistols picked up for FaZe.
Heroic giving themselves the best case scenario. Just got to keep this one clean. Should really be no issues in doing that. Smoked out FaZe behind the B doors. Brokey's got one on the Deagle. Robs to fall. And they're letting Brokey move. As Nerds goes to address that problem, he'll start immediately, confidently fighting against Brokey. Has got an M4 in his hands. He'll lose the fight regardless, and now comes the final push through the B doors into the MP9.
Ooh, that's the bomb once again dropped. It would have been great if they can get a plant, and actually still capable. Rain just snags it. Just
lumayan duit planting.
Tucks himself in. Spam ain't gonna touch him. So primary goal accomplished for FaZe of the bomb plant. The extra money gonna be very helpful moving forward into the gun rounds. At this 4-round deficit, it's 9-5. And Tess is just allowing his teammates to go recover some weapons, some utility on the ground.
And he just looked around, casually defusing, having a conversation down the line. And those weapons are recovered. And we get into FaZe's first gun round of this T side. Tech issue with Frozen.
We'll get that issue fixed up very, very quickly. Perfect World's been great at that throughout the event.
What's been the craziest result for you today, Jason?
The craziest result of the day thus far, Furia stomping Spirit the way they did to start the day was a little bit wild.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
I think that was less likely to happen in that fashion than the Mongols win. But do you think so? Across both games today? Maybe Mongols versus G2, but do we expect Mongols to beat G2 and Mavs on the same day? That's crazy.
I mean, I don't know, man. Mongols has been playing so good. I don't think I was like too far off in terms of thinking that Mongols would have a chance to go 2-0 on the day, even when I saw the draw, although Mavs was always going to be tough competition. The win over G2 was the primary reason why I didn't put G2 as a 3-0 pick. So not necessarily surprising. Yeah, I think Furia just dominating Spirit like that. And I mean, even in a way, like the level they played against Vitality as well was surprising, considering what they've looked like through various stages of this event.
Tick issue resolved and straight into the first gun round here for FaZe. Rain taking damage on board. Not pretty.
Yeah, he'll have to be passive.
Especially because of what we talked about earlier, was that Rain was the player to carry them through that game in the opening against Wildcard. He's not having that same performance here. Frozen pushing up into red. Good peek out from Kicksand, traded by Brokey.
Yeah, big time frag from Brokey to make sure they go 1-for-1. Defensive smoke over and Donut, and Kerrigan walks the route into Red Room, doesn't want to turn the corner just yet, so Heroic going to start looking for information. It's Tess's job, and this is the position of the map where Rain is watching for this flank, and remember, he's been brought down to 10 HP. The MP9 can just destroy him, even at range. So Kerrigan in the kind of lurking pivot point, and FaZe can start moving around the map.
Good turn back from Nerds. The first is impressive, but the snap back is amazing from Nerds. And now here comes the play from FaZe, out of A main. It's a great shot from Brokey, one that keeps them in this.
Yeah, but they're calling out. It's not him. It's kind of a bummer that Nerds gets those kills. Well, I mean, you needed them, but it also brings the attention of the attacking FaZe force towards Donut, exactly where Shush is playing.
Belum tentu masih bisa 2 lawan 3 dengan udah planting.
Nerds dispatches of him, and it's just Rops as Nerds goes towards the boost. He doesn't check it, and Rops now
GG.
unable to get a second kill. Tessas comes in and swipes him away, and the first buy round for FaZe in the second half goes the way of Heroic.
What a mid-round from Nerds. No clue what's happening on the map, no information because he's been defensively smoking off Donut time and time again. Able to win the extended engagement with Kerrigan, and Rain had to hit an instant headshot. It was his only chance with the low health. But Nerds is just a wrecking ball, triple kill. And now Heroic's up by 5. Bomb plant helps, losing bonus helps. But the scoreboard starts to look very sketchy for FaZe.
Yeah, things are looking bleak, and so another timeout taken here for FaZe. They want to get Neo on the mic. Not a lot of opportunities lie in front of FaZe. They can upgrade into some Deagles, but where do they want to go on the rest? So Rops is going to get a Galil. Galil for Brokey as well. They're going to take the fight to them in this round instead of waiting to buy fully. But they at least have some residual cash left over. So it's not everything they've got, but it's enough to give Heroic a fight. Dexter's got the AWP out. Triple mid setup to start. Nerds very quick. Managed to land the jump and head his way down B lane. They've got full control of it because it's FaZe walking in towards A.
Molotov's going to delay this push a little bit. Yeah, Dexter is coming back. Nade going to be broken open. Wants to get the clear line of sight to see when the evacuation is coming. It's not there yet. So FaZe still have some access. Follow-up nade does wonders, though.
Brokey through the smoke, gets one back for FaZe. A ball needs to come in soon, and so Rain is the man to do that very thing.
Asyoknya selalu.
Blasts him away with a Deagle. There's still a shot to convert this into a total round victory for FaZe. It wasn't the most invested. It was not the prettiest buy.
Lo donat.
Regardless, as FaZe are looking good on the final two players, it is Texas on the double as they swing right into it. But the Dane is now alone. And so they all picked up and the retreat is made. FaZe with Galils and pistols get into the A bomb site and find enough success to push a 6th round.
Yeah, and there's a second layer of utility thrown by FaZe. There's the initial ones to block things off in Donut and CT spawn, and then there's that deep Donut smoke thrown a little bit late. Nerds played behind it, Shush played in front of it, and on the initial smoke fade, Rain just drills him, and there's no chance for a trade. It gives complete control over to FaZe. And Heroic's unable to recover. And even with like the really nice start in the second half that they've had, money's not pretty. Scrambling to drop weapons to make sure everyone's got something to fight with. Utility's going to be on the edge.
Dayz with a deep angle all the way down A main. And he wants to go further. Getting so much information. Having this position, not seeing anything. FaZe have 3 players in the B lane, 2 at elbow. And Robs is ready to punish anything if Dexter continues to push forward, which he shouldn't.
Masih bisa ini FaZe. Heroicnya mulai kena itunya, mulai kena temponya.
Frozen to be set up with a flash into the donut peak. And this aggressive play from Dexter.
Emang susah pisan masuknya. Donat masuknya aneh, Along juga satu sudut, midnya juga satu sudut, B-nya juga satu sudut, emang jelek pisan ini.
He's going to be hearing the footsteps from Kerrigan, kind of charging into the A bomb site to see what's going on over there because FaZe is lined up for a B hit. Oh, they could get stopped. That's the problem. He's not getting away. No way.
Atau udahan atuh.
Time running low.
Nah, kan jadi menang ini mah. Nggak di ini.
Heroic stalled them out entirely.
Tessus has some great moments, man, for this Heroic team. It feels like he's not going to be the star of the show, but he finds impact.
That's exactly the way it was back in the old Heroic lineup with Katie and with Stown, with Yabi. Like those guys who were sort of like the supportive elements that provided huge moments. And look at Brokey, frustration, running down the clock, and Kerrigan, what a tough position to be in as a team when you're lined up for a hit towards the B bomb site. But then you realize the A bomb site is wide open, so it's a stack. And I think they got disorganized in a way that we don't frequently see FaZe do. Or I guess more frequently recently.
Yes, certainly recently. Taking that timeout again, the 3rd and final timeout of FaZe Clan here in regulation. Maui gave them the title of the Great Procrastinators, and they earned it. Because FaZe show up at the last second. But as you said, Jason, they haven't had that same potency to them as of late. Let's see if they can do it now against Heroic. Down 11-6, battling with 2 MAC-10s as they charge into middle.
Udah rusuh.
Down and Dexter to win at the big bar.
Langsung udah rusuh.
A missed shot from the sniper. He's forced back by utility now, so it's Shush instead to step up as he goes through CT.
Balik ke Silver. Okay.
And a second kill on that MAC-10 makes sure the Heroic go nowhere with this one. And FaZe will overwhelm the A bomb site.
Yeah, Dexter needed one, and they're really keen to get to that smoke through CT spawn on the bomb site. Easy double kill with the MAC-10 from Frozen. Nice convincing hit, throwing a little bit of assertive chaos into things. Tons of flashbangs thrown over. Nerds eats all of them in middle. And it brings up the point of the next thing that we've historically talked about with FaZe that we haven't seen so much in recent times is how difficult they've been in the past to put away. Similar with Na'Vi in the last series, this is a team that always had a comeback in them, that always had fight in them. You get to this position, and any mistake is going to cost you. And that's a quality they need to find if they want to make a deep run here in Shanghai.
Well, they've relied upon one of the FaZe cliches at majors already, which is rain to get them a win and show up at the major. Now, another FaZe
Bagus
classic
mukanya.
is required against Heroic to try and come back into things. Now, that round victory has bought FaZe more time, because you look at what Heroic have left over in the tank, and it's not a whole lot to talk about. Not a whole lot of money. Maybe get some upgraded weapons around this 5.7's armor, maybe even an SMG in there for Heroic, but realistically,
I think you just full-blown save here, to be honest with you. I know 2 players are in the double save territory, but if you can keep that op alive one more round, if you can buy like enough to keep that op safe, and then he can drop a rifle over. I know there's a lot of ifs there.
Yeah, well, they're debating that now, because Shush did buy an MP9 and Kevlar. Tessa's now getting Kevlar 5.7. But a lot of cells going on at the moment, trying to figure out what they can get.
A lot of indecision at a high pressure point in the game. The economic implications if you go all in here.
All right, so they are going all in.
Okay. Let's roll the dice, baby. MP9's picked up, 4 of them around the op. You need Dexter. You need to rely on him.
Ya, tambah sendiri lah Bang Fusema.
He had that A main push that got destroyed by Rops. And the previous round, he couldn't get comfortable during the execute to find any frags for his team, but none of that here. The AWP has to have impact.
Here comes Frozen. He's got out of elbow. He's got Rain to peek with him. And Heroic realized they don't really have the utility nor weapons to challenge early from mid control. So FaZe have got that to work with.
It's also why they put the AWP in this position, right? Because you're not going to smoke this AWP if you have this deep angle, especially with the boost. And now you might just choose to get aggressive right after the fact. Dexter holds the angles, which allows the MP9s to start shifting. But a really tough defense is going to need to be mounted at this A bomb site. And with the loss of mid control for the majority of this round, Heroic don't have any comfort in terms of rotating over from the B bomb site. All pressure on Shush and Nerds.
Utility begins to fly in, and Shush on the boost. MP9 taken away by Carrigan. Nerds next up with Donut, his teammate charging forward through CT spawn. Rain to fight on from Donut, a double kill for FaZe. And if you have that up, you want to get it into the next round if you're Dayz, so he's running away from the action as far away as possible.
I almost feel like if you're FaZe, you go for a little bit of a hunt here. Maybe if Dexter gets a kill there, you feel like you can't do it, but go try and take some of these weapons away. Oh, Heroic's going to get the raw end of the force buy. But the AWP and Tess's should be in a good position to outlast any kind of hunt from FaZe.
And another round victory sets in motion the requirements for FaZe to come back into this game.
Wah. Ya, Heroicnya jaga duit, miskin mereka juga.
Heroic will understand who they're up against. As mentioned earlier, Saw, Nerds famously had
bagus tadi entry-nya.
games versus FaZe back in the day when they were part of that N squad. Realize this on this very map, it is hard to put FaZe away. They will often find a way back into the game, and currently it looks like they're doing that. And just the economy is falling in their favor at the moment as well.
Yeah, very much closing the gap. So Dexter yet again with that saved op that he's brought forward for 2 rounds. An MP9 paired up over in Cave. A big stack at this B bomb site.
Sunyi gini sebelum.
Great shot. He will have felt blunted in the last few rounds, hoping that his AWP could get involved more. And the fact he's got an opener here is a big step for Heroic, but they need a lot more than that.
That's got to feel like information that they were lining up for a B execute, especially considering there's no more noise anywhere on the map. Red's not smoked off, Donut's not smoked off. You hear nothing in A main at all whatsoever. You got to feel like most of the forces are outside this B bomb site, and Dexter's going to deliver.
He's got another one. He's going back again. This time a missed shot. They made it out of him. Rain goes forward. Oh, Dexter still up blinded and under unbelievable pressure. Gets another shot out and gives his team a chance at winning this one. And a round loss here might just remove any chance of Vince continuing this comeback. So it's on Rain again.
GG tadi dia lihat teman dulu padahal di belakangnya.
And so it is Dexter's op. He brings it in,
Dia
he
nggak ngeliat
saves it
tepat belakangnya
round
teman.
after round, and finally it pays off.
Yeah, God tier showing from Dexter with that triple across the round, the opening and the follow-up too. Give a shout out over to Nerds though. He had the P250 close up to the ramp, so when Dexter misses the shot and gets blind, he swings. Let him take 2 seconds to take Nerds out. Hopefully Dexter's vision can clear and he can have the follow-up right here. Nerds steps forward. This missed shot buys him the time to recover just enough to hit a flick. It looked so casual as well.
It really did look so casual, and surely that is the moment that now gets Heroic this victory versus FaZe. Straight into the action, straight into the kill. Kickstand's already taken bot and B ramp control and removed the life of Rain. Kickstand fights against Karrigan, who comes out on top of that fight quite easily. Pushing from Texas to recover the mess.
Yeah, good flashbang to let him fall back, take a little peek, see that nobody's home, looking for an AK-47. He's got
Tampak
that.
suram ini
As the
FaZe
sole defender, they're
tidak
going to choose to back off and play
kecuali
retake. He wants to preserve his life. If they do enter the bomb site.
ayo Robs, kecuali Robs tiba-tiba GG. Hah? What? Oh.
Push out. Oh, Tessus just bangs his head off.
Now just 2 remaining members of
Itu dari
FaZe.
Steamnya ya.
Falls to
Saya tidak
Robs.
ada apapun tadi.
Now 1v4. And there is no
Nggak bisa
classic
1 lawan
FaZe
4.
comeback today. Heroic weather the
Nice.
storm. And Rob's doing what he
GG
does
sih
best,
harusnya.
trying to draw
Ya
the
kecuali ini
comeback, but he's been
Robs
dinged.
ultimate.
Damage on board.
Dia
No
lagi
smoke,
limit
blood
break.
in the
Yep.
water, and he goes into the attack. Heroic withstand and stop a FaZe clan comeback. They will go 2-0 on day 1 at the elimination stage here in Shanghai.
Yes, indeed they will. And that was the worry when we saw Ancient come out, that we knew Heroic, they can play this map. FaZe.
I think again it
Oh,
was
ya,
like
udah
the back
beres.
of pistol peek.
Sudah beres hari ini, guys. Jadi ya ini standing hari ini. Mongols ke 1 standar biasa. Study phase lawan apa? Lawan Heroic kalah, berarti phase turun jadi ke tukar doang kayaknya 45. Heroic naik turun. Tadi 3D Max 3D Max tadi yang menang siapa sih? GG tadi GG banget sih. Ya pokoknya standingnya sementara begini. Besok berarti Mongol lawan MIBR, Vitality lawan Heroic harusnya ya. FaZe lawan Navi. Kecuali si nah ini juga naik akan segitunya. Yes. Ayo sudah ditemukan nih top 4-nya siapa aja. Wih, Bang Usnya menang lagi, GG banget. Mongols atau MIBR atau Vitality 3-0, let's go. Bang Ale mau main nggak? menunggu yang lain yang mau maba. Oke, thank you Bang Patrick, thank you pisan sudah menemani nonton barengnya. Selamat ngider. Nah, rame gini isinya bot semua, nggak ada orang. Jelek banget. Nah, jelas. Rehat dulu deh. Habis itu lanjut lagi. Daripada Valorant ini. Udah penuh belum? Ya siapa tahu yang mau join. Jadi kalau gua masuk pun berarti kurang seorang. Apa bukannya lu nonton? Itu udah kalah tuh kan. 7-12 itu tadi tuh. Enggak sejauh itu deh. Pokoknya akhir-akhir mah mereka udah gak niat main ya. Oh itu ronde terakhir itu. Ya mendekati lah, belakang-belakang digaje lagi. follow ya. Bentar. Belum. Udah. Pada. Ya. Gua matiin. Iya, soalnya sama. Matiinnya gimana sih? Oh, di studio. Ya, matiin apa? Subscriber only yang bisa ngecen. Tapi masalahnya teh kalau dimatiin teh, ya nggak tahu ya chance-nya segede apa, cuman ada yang masuk cuman ngebacot nggak jelas. Terus pergi. Masuk akal. Ya. Gua matiin aja deh. Siapa tahu lebih membantu. Masuk akal. Yuk, halus dikasih gacha si Bakuse ketagihan. Oh, bener. Bang Farid. Matiin subscriber only chatnya di mana sih? Udah, ini udah studio. Terus konten. Edit. Itu teh jadi defaultnya kayak gitu ya nanti. Nggak tahu kayak Remidial tar ya. Ya udah. Udah. Customization-nya anyone can send a message kok. Ya. Ya udah gas lah yuk.
Mari. Katri.
Anda kenapa tadi?
Tadi ada yang ngeluh, gue kelamaan main di silver sama gold. kita main di plat.
Ah, ini ada silver gold.
Kan ada platnya kita. Jadi
Lah,
kebawahnya
ini
ke
silver
plat.
gold.
Tenang, MMR dalamnya plat. Tenang, tenang.
Masalah silvernya 2 biji.
Tenang.
Silver kita bukan silver kaleng-kalengan, guys.
Main apa tuh? Main Valorant.
Silvernya angin-anginan.
Angin-anginan. Betul banget.
Bukan kaleng-kalengan, angin-anginan.
Kadang nembak kena, kadang nembak nggak kena.
Lawan kan stabil tuh biasanya kayak VAR tuh stabil. Ini mah angin-anginan semua nih sisanya.
Di sana hujan kah? Hujan. Dari pagi. Duelis deh, Danur. Nah, gitulah.
Oh, candaan.
Lah ini Bang Fuseji betah banget gacha sama slotnya. Udah gacor belum?
Gratis soalnya.
Enggak,
Terus
pakai
makanya
poin
dia
kan?
nggak mau main game gacha. Bokeh katanya kalau main game gacha. Sini Bang, masuk Discord lah kita ngobrol-ngobrol Bang.
Apa? Mas Fuseji main slot? Aduh, kayaknya dilaporin ke...
Oh, dia nggak jadi haji kah?
Gak boleh gitu.
Wah, nggak boleh gitu, Rick. Aduh.
Nggak boleh main slot. Masa duit? Wah, parah sih.
Lucu lagi.
Jangan-jangan itu duit naik hajinya.
Main slotnya pakai channel point, Cok.
Makanya gue bilang gratis itu.
Oh.
Aman. Tenang.
Nggak berkah loh.
Channel point kalau penonton di redeem yang menarik apa ya?
Apa?
Free member. Udah kan lock belum membernya?
Sebentar lagi mungkin. Atau 500 subscriber nggak ada.
Oh nih game Genshin GTA ya? Atau WoW GTA?
Anata ya?
Iya.
Nggak tahu. Nggak, katanya sih meme GTA, cuman kan paling jadinya kayak Genshin lagi.
Genshin GTA kan kayak yang dibilang tuh.
Apaan itu? Game apa?
Ananta.
Oh yang baru ini ya, baru rilis ya? Kemarin itu? Hari ini?
Ah, udah rilis.
itu rilis?
Aku malah baru lihat announcement trailer doang.
Iya.
Belum. Gua soalnya lihat di Twitter sih. Lihat iklan Instagram. Gua kira rilis.
Maaf Bang.
B, siap-siap B-nya.
Mid tuh.
B.
Plan.
Spike planted. Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out. Placing swarm grenade.
Anjing dia nunduk.
Apa coba?
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Allahu Akbar.
Go get him, buddy.
Nggak tahu di mana, nggak kelihatan kalau yang itu.
Cek kanan.
Oh,
Itu dia.
Gitu ya. Gua register kepalanya telat, Re.
Aman aja.
Kepalanya sudah hijau kecil lagi.
Kayak bola baseball anjing.
Save kah?
Kepalanya bola kasti.
Oh iya bola kasti tuh. Warna hijau ya.
Iya.
Bola tenis anjing.
Kok kasti sih ya?
Karena kalau di sini bilangnya bola kasti, habis nggak ada yang tahu tenis.
Aduh, mid.
That's done.
100, Cok. Cyber ini 100 ya.
Last player standing.
Alah,
Nggak mati.
Spike planted.
Sniper lo gitu.
Belakang ada, hati-hati.
Beron. Sikat. Kita sudahi di sini perlawanan. Nggak pernah ada tadi musuhnya.
Biasanya doa begitu jadi ke Ani.
Bagus.
Placing sentry. Placing alarm bot.
Terus 3 Ani B.
Placing swarm grenade.
Aku nggak tahu deh, udah aku main yang lain.
Kosong aja. Satu tiles.
Satu B mati.
Di mid satu ya.
Yuk. Masih di tiles atau udah di ujung mid?
Masih di tengah.
Anjing 80 snipernya. Ada funnel tuh.
Masuk.
Kak. Banget kepalanya.
Spike planted.
Aduh, di belakang gua, Re. Si mainnya najis juga.
Last player standing.
Astaga.
Guardiaran semua anjing.
Gak bisa ditinggal ya side-nya.
Jangan ditinggal.
Placing sentry.
Sini B.
Alarm bot out. Placing swarm grenade. Grenade.
Oh yeah, monster on the loose.
Di sini tadi ada tanda tanya di situ depan.
Ada itu si Omen tele.
I know exactly where.
Ya Allah.
Placing swarm grenade. Spike planted. Last
Kiri
player
semua.
standing.
Langsung kepala, Re. Nice.
Drop in a smoke.
Nanti pas ngangkat masa dah. Di mid saya pikir dari situ atau dari tiles biasanya?
Random. Kadang dari lobby, kadang dari tiles.
B lagi.
Placing swarm grenade.
Astaga. 130 si sniper.
Aduh, snipernya cowok. Astaga, jago bet jago.
Hier kita kayak nggak bisa ngelawan.
One tap-nya anjir.
Tukar, coba tukar yang jago ke B.
One tap-nya najis anjing. Baru nongol.
Si Jetnya juga tadi barusan balik itu palanya langsung kena headshot.
Nice.
Mundur mereka?
Datang lagi,
enggak. Datang lagi. Nyangkut babi.
Oh iya. Gue nungguin selama. Oh, lu nggak lihat itu ya? Ada orang tadi sini.
Ih,
2 tiles, 1 mid, 1 B.
Anjing, anjing di atas, di atas. Di atas satu.
Last
enggak
player
di
standing.
bawah itu.
Bot
Jatuh.
coming back.
65.
Guna ke sini bunyi nggak sih?
Spike
Bunyi, bunyi.
planted.
Situ.
Di atas.
Dia.
One enemy remaining.
Oh.
Turret out.
Itu tele kanan.
Itu tele kan.
Gua lupa. Kontrolnya diganti, kontrolnya diganti.
Ganti.
Sorry.
Kalau nggak usah dilihat bomnya.
Makanya tadi gue bingung kenapa. Cuman apa sih? Defuse.
Ini harus di-push salah satu side-nya kalau nggak ada orang.
Nge-push ini. Lagi pakai jets.
Jangan lu dimajuin, jangan. Main smoke.
Dia ada smoke, ada merah.
Tai lah.
Apa sih?
Belum. Aduh, 3
Grenade. Here comes the party. Satchel out. Satchel out. Get out of my way. Last player standing.
Belakang gua anjing.
Banteng gini gitu.
Nggak bisa ya.
I know exactly where you are.
Triple pick cuy di mid-nya ini.
Enemy spotted B. Enemy spotted B.
Oh yeah! On the loose!
Last player standing. Last player standing. That was cool. Down B.
Pisau anjir.
Cuma bisa beli bulldog udah tadi.
Mid.
Mid-nya triple pick day-nya. Gelo anjing.
Anjing jago sumpah.
Ikut sama saper lo ya. Pala dulu ya.
Ah, anjing.
Calling my bot.
Snipernya jago cow sumpah.
Spike planted. Got one. Up and away. Last player standing.
Nah, tadi dicek nggak ada di luar.
Market.
Iya.
Aduh, dari belakang.
Bokong mulu omennya anjir.
Saya ada bokong. Di mid nggak bisa dijaga sendiri, mending di smoke aja kalau bisanya. Ya. Mereka selalu triple pick di midnya.
Triple pick terus headshot anjing malas.
3 orang rata, orang headshot. Tapi kagak ada yang mati 2 ya. Yang mati jet doang.
Gian aing kesini.
Nice.
Udah
masuk ya.
kesini.
Last player
Anjing
standing.
langsung palare.
Spike planted.
Wah, anjing.
Ya Allah, dapat musuhnya kita.
Apa sih mereka nih anjing sumpah. Ya Allah, ping mana coba ini?
Ramen.
Ping mana ini anjing 50, Cok. Ino ya?
Yang lebih apa sih?
Dia.
Kok anjing Allah. Oh. Jangan gua dah RM-nya dah. Pinoy S up, cek. Udah ke B.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
Tembusin.
Gak jelas anjing.
Last round in the half.
Jackpot kita.
11-0-11 anjing.
Ini sih emang musuhnya walhu alam ya.
Pinoy. Gua smoke. Kak.
Get out of my way.
Wah,
Anjing dari belakang lo.
anjing.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
Gitar nggak sih, Cok?
Ulti, takut. Ulti, oke.
Wah, enggak, cepanya cheater.
Ya gitu.
Iya.
Lu
Lari
tadi
dia.
dari belakang.
Match point.
Lari. Itu sambil lari itu. Lihat ya stream gua dah. Lari itu. Tadi siapa yang lihat? Si itu ya, Danur ya?
Iya, betul.
Lari itu.
Nice. Cukup tahu.
Allah Tuhan.
Tabrak aja. Gua bakal blind ke kiri. Kalau mau kanannya smoke tetap full push aja dari kiri.
Kanan mana yang smoke itu? Amen.
Yoanya smoke. Kita langsung ke Amen. Yoanya dua biji aja smoke tuh.
Aduh, cuma mau satu ini.
Kiri kanan. Waduh, di sini.
Placing sentry.
Wingman's planting.
Di dalam ada. Waduh, nggak dicek.
Last player standing.
Tahu, Cok. Lihat.
Report.
Loncat anjing.
Report lagi report itu bisa.
Defenders win.
Sih 13-0 loh. Gak pernah gue diginiin sama main Valo aja.
Ngechat anjing
Mentok-mentok
males
3-1 ya,
ngeliatnya.
13-1 ya.
Iya.
Jelas mana nge-lag lagi udah. Enggak sih. Terima kasih. Enggak, maksudnya enggak udahan, streamnya doang udahan. So. Apaan? Loh, kenapa gua?